The Sky Wolf King, Zebi, was completely dead. Over 7 million citizens of the Pharaoh Kingdom and over 1 million werewolves had seen it clearly. They could even feel the despairing aura that Zebi was emitting from the blood cloud. How is this possible? How could the king die? A pseudo-ultimate mage from the Great Snow Mountains wolf clan knelt on the ground. Under the extreme grief and shock, blood flowed out from the corners of his eyes. In his heart, the Sky Wolf King Zebi was a godlike existence, invincible in the world. He had beaten the powerful Pharaoh Kingdom to the point where they had no way of retaliating. But now, their king, the great son of the Sky Wolf god, had died just like that. Under the hands of that ultimate mage of the Pharaoh Kingdom, there was actually no room for resistance. A blow. A huge blow. Countless werewolves started wailing. This was a blow on a spiritual level. The werewolves now feared death and felt only deep despair. Their hero, the great king, had died in front of them, just like God had died in front of the believers. This was the collapse of faith. The impact on the spirit was devastating. Despair spread everywhere, and countless werewolves were lost. The Sky Wolf King was dead. What should they do? The king is dead. Let's go back to the prairie, a werewolf said. At this moment, they seemed to have found a direction. Countless werewolves turned around, wanting to escape this terrifying place and return to the prairie, never to come back again. For a moment, the million werewolves started to retreat in a chaotic and disorderly manner. They only had one thought, to return to the Great Plains. Even the high-level werewolf commanders couldn't restrain them, or rather, they didn't want to restrain them because they had the same thought, to return to the Great Plains and never come to this terrifying Middle-earth again. Trample on my Middle-earth and kill my human race. Since you're here, you should stay. Lei Lou stood on the watchtower with his hands behind his back. As he watched this scene, an endless amount of magical will envelop the world and let out a godlike sound. Suddenly, Lei Lou raised his hand. The holy light shield that enveloped the imperial city shattered. However, the rolling magic gathered together and finally condensed into an incomparably huge angel in the sky. The angel held the divine flaming sword in its hand. With a swing of the sword, raging flames surged. The 7 million humans within the imperial city raised their heads to look at the raging flames that blotted out the sky and the sun. All of them revealed expressions of shock. Was this the power of a true ultimate mage? Was this still magic? This was simply the means of a god. They had no doubt that when the huge curtain of flames descended, the imperial city would probably be destroyed. Lei Lou's gaze became indifferent. It was as if a god who controlled everything had started a world-ending disaster. As he pressed down with his palm, immediately, the monstrous flames fiercely pressed down on the densely packed werewolf army in front of the main gate of the imperial city. Out of the millions of werewolves surrounding the imperial city, the main gate had the largest number, at least 400,000. The other 3 directions only had around 200,000. More than 400,000 werewolves were spread out in an area of dozens of square kilometers. Under normal circumstances, it would be very difficult to completely destroy such a large number of werewolves. Even if a large number of pseudo-ultimate mages were sent out, it would definitely take a long time to eliminate so many werewolves. Moreover, among these werewolves, there were also very powerful werewolves. There were even many werewolf mages. With the current strength of the Pharaoh Kingdom, even if they gathered all the armies in the country, it would still be very difficult to annihilate all these werewolves. But Lei Lou was different. He was a peak ultimate mage. He also contained the power of a domain in his attacks. A palm pressed down, and the sky-covering fire curtain did not even come down. Many werewolves could no longer withstand the tremendous magic pressure, and their bodies exploded. For a moment, flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Many powerful werewolves, and even golden-furred werewolves, activated their true energy to resist, but they could not hold on for long and followed in the footsteps of others. Boom! A huge, muffled sound rang out, and the entire earth shook as if there was a huge dragon rolling underground. However, this vibration did not affect the imperial city. This was Lei Lou's astonishing control. Otherwise, if that angel in the sky had swung his sword down, the entire city would have been destroyed. By the time the dust dissipated, a dozen square kilometers of land covered in ashes had already appeared a kilometer in front of the imperial city. It was as if it was the wasteland of the apocalypse. As for the hundreds of thousands of werewolves, they had all been killed. This was not a big deal. Lei Lou used his powerful war god domain to imprison the souls of countless dead werewolves, condensing them into drops of bloody light. The people in the imperial city could not see them. They were all covered by his war god domain. Then, Lei Lou tried to cast another spell. The angel in the sky waved her sword 3 times in a row. Along with the 3 tremors of the earth, the other 3 directions of the imperial city also showed a piece of charred wasteland. Looking down from the sky, one could see that the imperial city was surrounded by a large patch of charred wasteland. At this point, 1,000,000 werewolves had all died. Their souls and blood had all turned into a speck of bloody light in Lei Lou's war god domain, finally gathering into a rather large-scale sea of blood in the city. I never thought that one day I would actually kill 1,000,000 creatures. Lei Lou looked at the sea of blood in front of him with a gloomy gaze and sighed. However, he definitely wouldn't regret it. He only took back the blood debt for the countless lives that had died at the hands of the werewolves. Let me take a look at that mysterious sealed land. Lei Lou's gaze quickly became filled with anticipation. All of this killing had been for that shocking secret. Very quickly, Lei Lou opened up the blood sea. In an instant, the blood clouds in the sky of the imperial city churned, enveloping the entire sky of the imperial city. The entire formation of the imperial city seemed to be stimulated and suddenly began to boil. Invisible fluctuations of the array formation crazily entangled with the blood sea, as if some incomparably strange change had occurred. Lei Lou observed it carefully. However, he gave up after watching it for a while because this change was too complicated. It was beyond the limit of what he could sense. Until finally, in the blood sea, a strange vortex was formed. This vortex was like a funnel, connected to a mysterious domain. You should go back now. Lei Lou glanced at Wei, then rose into the air and disappeared into the vortex. Then, the blood-colored vortex collapsed and disappeared into the air like an illusion. Senior. The founder of the dynasty was the highest level of the ultimate mage, which was the identity of the Sky Wolf King in his previous life. He was the first person to find out about the treasure box. He had even entered this mysterious domain. His rise had a lot to do with the treasure box. After he established the dynasty, he established the capital on this sealed land and hid all traces of the treasure box. Later, because of the fall in the world's level, a large number of top-tier mages left one after another. They crossed the Death Sand Sea and the land of eternal freeze, entering an unusually cruel new world. Although it was cruel, at least their realms would not drop, and there was hope for them to advance to the level of an ultimate mage. Moreover, they still had a connection with the New World. Every once in a while, the major forces of the New World would come to the Middle-earth to recruit students with magic talent. But as time passed, the probability of the human race giving birth to a mage genius became lower and lower, and those major forces were prepared to completely give up on the Middle-earth side. Until the news of the treasure box was leaked, countless forces went crazy, starting a war, wanting to fight for this treasure box. Countless ultimate mages and even peak ultimate mages had died in this war. In fact, the one who had leaked this news was the Sky Wolf King, Zibi. His goal had been to sacrifice these powerful mages, open the sealed domain, enter it again, and borrow the power of the treasure box to break through to become a peak ultimate mage. The final result was that Zibi had succeeded but also failed. Although he entered the sealed domain again, he could not use the power of the treasure box. A person could only use it once. This was a sacrifice arranged by the owner of the treasure box. Skywolf King, Zibi, did not despair. A peak-level ultimate mage could only live for a few hundred years, therefore, he thought of a way to reincarnate. He did not hide from the rest of his life. This was the first time he had entered the sealed land and obtained a mysterious spell from the treasure box. After returning to the New World, as the most powerful mage of the time, the Sky Wolf King, Zibi, did not have the so-called treasure box at all. It was just false information. Then, He mobilized the various major forces to sign an agreement to restrict the mages above the ultimate mage level to return to Middle-earth. He even set up 2 large magic circles to prevent the ultimate mages from entering. The purpose of all this was to ensure that after a certain period of time when he reincarnated, there would be no ultimate mages or above in Middle-earth to interfere with his subsequent plans. He succeeded. But he had met Lei Lou. Everything had been given to Lei Lou. Lei Lou looked at the treasure box, which contained an indescribable amount of power. With a hint of melancholy, Wei rose into the air above the watchtower and headed towards the city walls of the imperial city. 1,000,000 werewolves instantly turned into dust in the air. Countless people in the imperial city felt as if they were dreaming. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that a person could be this powerful. It was as if he was a real god. "Congratulations, Your Majesty." At this moment, on the city walls, the king also felt as if he was dreaming. The senior he respected the most was not only the ultimate mage who had killed the werewolves and Zibi, but also the angel who had destroyed the 1,000,000 werewolves with 3 strikes. At this moment, he finally understood why Senior had only whipped him and not destroyed the throne. Perhaps in the eyes of Senior, his actions were just child's play. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, pulling his thoughts back. It was the ministers and generals around him, congratulating him. Ling stood up and said loudly, "This is the blessing of the Pharaoh Kingdom." He was in a particularly happy mood. The hidden danger of the Pharaoh Kingdom had completely disappeared. Even if there were still 2 werewolves wreaking havoc in the Middle-earth, it was not enough to threaten the safety of the Pharaoh Kingdom. Moreover, the Skywolf King, Zibi, had fallen. 1,000,000 werewolves had all turned into ashes. The 2 werewolf armies that had received the news would probably flee back to the prairie at the first moment. At this time, Princess Wei flew over and landed on the city wall. "Sister, where's Senior?" Ling hurriedly asked. Even if he was afraid of Senior, he could only brace himself to meet him. "Your Majesty, don't inquire about Senior's whereabouts." Wei shook her head and said. Of course, she wouldn't say what she had seen. Although she was also very curious, she had a feeling that her Senior would come back. The king could only smile awkwardly, but didn't dare object. At this moment, Lei Lou had entered a strange sealed space. In front of him was a deep and bottomless well. The shape of this well was a bit special, as if it had been formed by a giant sword piercing through it. According to Zibi's memories, there was a war between gods in ancient times. They summoned a deity sword and pierced through heaven and earth, opening up a land of darkness. That indescribable evil power of the land of darkness poured into this world and polluted the living beings here, thus giving birth to the immortal clan. Lei Lou thought to himself, this well should have been left behind by that sword. However, Lei Lou's gaze was attracted by a golden treasure box floating above the well. This cauldron was suppressing the well to prevent the evil energy inside from leaking out. In these 3,000 years, the reason why the immortal clan of this world had completely disappeared was because of this treasure box in the formation. Zibi's other target was this treasure box, or rather, the power within the treasure box. The treasure box was pressing against the mouth of the well, yet it had no choice but to absorb the world's power. This led to a result. The world's level had fallen. Yes, the probability of this world giving birth to an ultimate mage was becoming lower and lower, not to mention becoming a mage god above an ultimate mage. Until the last few hundred years, not a single ultimate mage had appeared. This is the reason, Lei Lou sighed. However, compared to the territory occupied by the Immortal Clan, the current environment of the Middle-earth, the southern wilderness, the western region, the northern border, and the eastern sea was much more comfortable. In the end, it had led to a huge population explosion. 3,000 years ago, the Immortal Clan spread throughout the Middle-earth. The humans could only live in cities and set up various arrays to prevent the Immortal Clan from invading. As for the wilderness, it was practically a forbidden area for humans. It was only when the human dynasty was established that the Immortal Clan was driven out, although it took more than 100 years to accomplish. Of course, all of this was based on the premise that the evil well was suppressed by the treasure box. Otherwise, the Immortal Clan would not have been able to kill off the endless stream of evil energy that entered this world. It was said that this treasure box had been left behind by the great mage who had once taught human magic. 3,000 years ago, because of the treasure box, the level of this world had been greatly reduced. The strongest person was at the pinnacle of the ultimate mage level. After absorbing it, a peak-level ultimate mage would be able to break through to a higher level. As for Lei Lou, he would naturally be able to break through to the level of an archmage. A person can only use it once. Lei Lou sighed. In other words, after using the magic power in this treasure box, he could not use it again after breaking through once. However, he did not mind. This was a pretty good opportunity. After all, he had always been stuck at the pinnacle of the ultimate mage level. It's a pity that this treasure box has an owner. Otherwise, it would be great if I could get my hands on it. Lei Lou was a little envious. Suddenly, he was stunned because he realized that this treasure box was a little strange. Wait, this treasure box doesn't seem to have an owner anymore. Lei Lou's eyes widened. In Zibi's memories, this treasure box had an owner. Because the owner of the treasure box had set a limit, a person could only use it once. But now, this treasure box obviously didn't have an owner anymore. If it had an owner, the treasure box would be completely different. As a peak ultimate mage, Lei Lou was still able to determine this fact. He took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and probed with his will. Boom! In an instant, he felt as if his entire mind was about to explode. Then, a voice sounded in his mind. Lucky fellow, this hug is yours. Remember every word I say. You must keep a low profile. No matter how strong you are, keeping a low profile is the true path. Otherwise, one day, you will meet someone stronger than you. I will be your lesson. A faint sigh sounded, and then gradually disappeared. After a long time, Lei Lou opened his eyes, and his expression was very strange. The treasure box had gradually disappeared. The owner of the treasure box had already died. Wasn't his luck a little good? Lei Lou shook his head. However, the owner of this treasure box is too miserable. It seems that my previous thought was right. One must keep a low profile. Without invincibility, one must not be too high profile. The owner of this treasure box was a powerful existence, but he still died in the end. This was the lesson Lei Lou had to remember in his heart. The treasure box was very powerful. It could absorb all the energy in the world and condense it into magic energy. Magic energy could help a mage break through and increase their magic power, but it could only be used once in a lifetime. So this wasn't set by the original owner of the treasure box, but rather the characteristics of the treasure box. Lei Lou shook his head. The one-time limit, yes, this treasure box seemed to be of little value. However, there was no limit to the number of treasure boxes. As long as there was enough magic aura, it could allow enough mages to break through. This was ridiculous. Moreover, the magic value device that allowed people to break through was only the first function of the treasure box. The devouring treasure box has a total of 5 layers, representing 5 different functions. Right now, I can only open the first layer, which is the breakthrough function of the magic aura. Lei Lou thought to himself. As for opening the second layer and the third layer, he would have to continue fusing with the devouring treasure box. Right now, he had only fused with the first layer. As for the functions of the second layer of the devouring treasure box, he didn't know. However, it would definitely be stronger than magic energy. There's a problem. I can't take the devouring treasure box with me. Lei Lou was a bit worried. Once he took it away, this evil well wouldn't have the suppression of the treasure box. The evil energy would seep out and pollute the entire world. The immortal clan would come to the human world again. Forget it, let's not worry about it for now. We'll talk about it after I raise my magic power to the Dharma God level. Lei Lou did not think too much about it. Strength came first. Although he was invincible in the Middle-earth world, in that new world, a mere peak-level ultimate mage could only be considered at the upper middle level. The one who truly controlled the world was the Dharma God who had already comprehended magic to the extreme. Only by becoming an archmage would Lei Lou have the capital to be arrogant. Of course, even if he had the capital, he had to keep a low profile. The previous owner of the treasure box was a lesson to him. Thus, Lei Lou did not hesitate to use the power of the treasure box. His body moved and directly jumped in. In an instant, Lei Lou felt as if he was bathed in endless magic power. He began to cultivate. After an unknown period of time, an extremely powerful magic was emitted from his body. At this moment, the magic in his body had already condensed into a vigorous magic core. This was the magic core that only a mage god could possess. Moreover, after condensing a magic core, one could comprehend a domain. The impression of the domain could be engraved on the magic core. Once it was released, it would be very convenient. For example, there was absolutely no one like Lei Lou who could comprehend a domain at the level of an ultimate mage. A mage god is indeed much stronger than an ultimate mage. Lei Lou let out a long breath. Although it was not as huge as the difference between an elemental mage and an ultimate mage, it was still extremely huge. The key to this was the domain. Lei Lou jumped out of the treasure box. The rest of his training was useless unless he was like Zibi, who could directly break through to the Dharma God realm after reincarnating. Although he had wasted the opportunity to break through to the Dharma God realm in the devouring treasure box, Lei Lou would not regret it. Strength was the king. Anyway, he had signed into the system, so it was not so difficult to break through to the Dharma God realm. After all, he was in the middle of this restricted area. Lei Lou suddenly had a thought. Oh right, I haven't signed in today. I can sign in this sealed area once. The more special the place was, the better the rewards would be. This sealed area should be special enough, right? Lei Lou muttered in his heart. System, sign in for me. Immediately, the system's notification sound rang out. Ding! The host has successfully signed in. Reward: Divine Bestowing Potion and 1 Trial Sword Codec. Lei Lou was stunned. Signing in for 2 rewards at once? This was the first time he had seen this in more than 80 years. Lei Lou was grinning from ear to ear. Today was really his lucky day. Not only had he seen a devouring treasure box for free, but he had also signed 2 items as rewards. He hurriedly checked the introductions of the 2 items. The Divine Bestowment Potion could help a pinnacle ultimate mage break through to the level of an archmage. Haha, it's indeed powerful. With this Divine Bestowment Potion, my path will be smoother. Next was the Trial Sword Codex. There were a total of 33 spells in this super powerful spell. If one could master them, they could destroy evil gods and spirits. Originally, Lei Lou had many similar spells, but after reaching the level of an archmage, those spells were not enough. Now that he had the Trial Sword Codex, everything was easier. After that, Lei Lou did not plan to go out. Even though after he became the master of the devouring treasure box, he could get close to this sealed place at any time. This sealed place was a great place for cultivation. All his belongings were in the system's space. Thus, Lei Lou began his busy meditation again. Not only that, but he changed the system's long-term sign-in location to this sealed land. He believed that this sealed land would not let him down. In the blink of an eye, Lei Lou had been cultivating in this sealed land for 3 years. Although the magic aura could not be used for cultivation, he would be rewarded with items every day when he signed in. Among them, there was ammunition that could only be used for cultivation at the level of an archmage. Therefore, he had broken through 2 levels consecutively in a short 3 years. He had become a level 3 archmage. Such a cultivation speed, if placed in the outside world, would definitely be a terrifying existence. He had already condensed 9 diagrams of the god's catalog. Now, not only did he have the war god domain, but he could also unleash the other 8 domains to an unimaginable level. The reincarnation I successfully activated the second restriction. The only regret was that the Spirit Replenishing Codex was still at the first level, but that was normal. After all, cultivating to the second level was equivalent to having a body that would never die. How could it be so easily achieved? It's time to go out and take a look. Lei Lou let out a long breath. He conveniently signed in again. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully signing in. Reward: a piece of divine soil. The system notification sounded. Lei Lou was stunned. What was going on? Another good item had appeared? In the past 3 years, the items he had signed in were all useful to an archmage, but they were not particularly valuable. He hurriedly checked the information for this divine soil. The divine soil was an extremely mystical item in the world. It could be used to repair the gap between heaven and earth. Furthermore, the place where it was found would be able to form a holy place for meditation. Lei Luo's eyes lit up. This was a good item. With this divine soil, wouldn't he be able to repair this ancient well? Without the threat of the evil energy, he would be able to take away the devouring treasure box. Not bad. Lei Luo smiled. He had been depressed at first. So what if he had become the owner of the devouring treasure box? He couldn't take it away. He couldn't ignore the lives of billions of creatures in Middle-earth. Once the evil energy seeped in and formed the immortal clan, it would definitely cause a terrible disaster. Now that he was about to use the divine soil to repair the ancient well, he didn't have to worry about that. Moreover, after taking away the devouring treasure box, he would not continue to absorb the power of this world. In the future, the level of this world would slowly recover. A smile appeared on Lei Luo's face as he took out the divine soil. It was like a ball of gray plasticine. It looked very ordinary. Lei Luo could not sense its internal structure with his mind. After using it, the divine soil had already acknowledged Lei Luo as its master. In this way, the meditation holy land created by the divine soil could be controlled by him. He directly forced out a few drops of blood and dripped it on the divine soil. After the divine soil absorbed it, it established a very strange connection with Lei Luo. Then, Lei Luo went to the mouth of the ancient well and directly threw the divine soil in. In an instant, it emitted a dim light and began to expand rapidly. Lei Luo could only hear the rumbling inside the ancient well and the ground shaking. It lasted for a long time before it stopped. Then, an extremely strange scene appeared. A piece of gray soil crazily emerged from the ancient well and began to spread in all directions with the ancient well as the center. Lei Luo just watched quietly. Soon, the ground was covered in gray. Not only that, the entire void started to distort. Lei Luo's expression changed, and he hurriedly rushed into the devouring treasure box. Then, he saw an extremely shocking scene. It was as if the world had opened up. The entire space of the sealed land was torn apart and then expanded like an inflatable balloon. Everything was covered by the divine soil. The drastic change lasted for more than half a day. Lei Luo was lying in the devouring treasure box, watching this shocking scene. It was completely beyond his imagination. He had never thought that the divine soil could be so magical. Not only had the ancient well been repaired, but it had also opened up a whole new world. He could feel that the concentration of magic elements in the space was increasing at an alarming rate. Without a doubt, if he meditated and absorbed the elements in this space, it would be much faster than in the outside world. Finally, the divine soil was no longer expanding. It meant that this new world had completely taken shape. Lei Luo sensed that the entire world's area was about 100 square kilometers. It's still not bad. Lei Luo revealed a satisfied expression. With this small world, nurturing mages would be very simple. If it was combined with the devouring treasure box, the effect would definitely be very good. Lei Luo touched his chin and quickly made up his mind. Let's set up the entrance to the small world in the Xiluo Magic Academy's library. After all, he had stayed in the library for 80 years, so he had a lot of happy memories there. Besides, there were also Alo and Wei. They often practiced in the library, so they could enter the pocket dimension in the future. Lei Luo felt that he could take care of Alo and Wei more. Soon, he began to set up the entrance to the pocket dimension. Once one controlled the divine land, it was especially magical. It could be connected to the earth and form an entrance at any time. The library. Alo was cleaning the meditation room. Senior used to practice here, but since he had disappeared 3 years ago, the senior had never appeared again. No one knew where he had gone. Fortunately, Alo could practice magic now, so she didn't have to worry about running out of magic power and turning back into a paper figurine. Even if Senior wasn't around, Alo still insisted on cleaning his room every day because he believed that he would definitely come back. After cleaning thousands of times, Alo arranged all the things in the same manner as before the senior left. Just as he was about to leave, there was suddenly a cracking sound. Alo turned around and saw an extremely strange scene. The ground actually started to squirm, as if it had turned into liquid. Not long after, a hole appeared in the room. Alo was completely stunned, his mouth wide open. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have thought that this hole would appear in such a way. Suddenly, the sound of soft footsteps came from the hole. Alo became alert and magic began to surge. But in the next moment, he was stunned again. Senior. A voice full of emotion came out of his mouth. You're almost 70 years old. What are you crying for? I've only been away for 3 years, haven't I? Lei Lou walked out of the underground cave one step at a time. He shook his head when he saw Alo sobbing due to his excitement. Senior. Alo is happy. Alo stopped crying and said with a little embarrassment. Although it had been almost 70 years since he had been created, he had always been by Lei Luo's side and had rarely left the library. He was very simple-minded. Because of this, Lei Luo was very satisfied with Alo. How is the situation outside now? Lei Luo asked. He had been staying in the sealed land for the past 3 years, so he naturally couldn't pay attention to the outside world. Senior, the Pharaoh Kingdom is developing very well now. However, a year ago, the king passed away. Now, it is the prince who has ascended the throne and become the king, Alo quickly said. Lei Luo was a little surprised, but he did not pay much attention to it. When they were in the wild fortress, the relationship between the two had been completely broken. Although he is not young, he should be able to last more than 10 years, right? Lei Luo said. After all, kings were also elemental mages. They did not need to fight and would not harm themselves. In addition, there were sufficient potions to nourish their bodies. As long as they did not seek death, they would be able to live a long life. I heard that His Majesty was disturbed by a direct inner demon when he was practicing magic. In the end, the magic rampaged into his body and he died, Lei Luo said. Then it's no wonder. Lei Luo nodded. Alo, go and call Princess Wei over. In fact, he could have directly sent a telepathic message to inform Wei, but he was too lazy to do so. With the free labor of Alo, it would be a waste not to use it. Yes, Senior. Alo hurriedly accepted the order and left. Outside the imperial city. In 3 years, this place was no longer a ruin. Some vitality had been restored, and even the plants were more prosperous than before. This place had become a place for mages to make pilgrimages. Every day, a large number of mages would come here to comprehend the will within the ashes. That was the will of an ultimate mage. There were a total of 4 pieces of ashes. One of them was controlled by the royal family, and the other 3 pieces of ashes were only open to ordinary mages. When the angel's divine sword slashed, not only did it burn the werewolves, but it also left behind 4 huge gullies. These gullies had already become huge rivers and lakes, and the waves refracted the sunlight continuously. At the edge of this gully, a large number of buildings had been built. Many royal mages and armies were cultivating there. Because of the gullies, the concentration of spiritual energy there was much denser than in other places. In addition to the supreme will within, this was a very rare meditation holy land for mages. The palace, the most eye-catching building. The stream, the rockery, and the trees made this building perfectly blend into the environment of the lake. This was the location of the tip of the sword, and it was the best geographical location. The one who was qualified to cultivate here was naturally the princess of the Pharaoh Kingdom, Wei. Still not good. Seems like something is missing? Princess Wei opened her eyes, and there was a hint of melancholy in her beautiful eyes. She had been stuck at the peak of the elemental mage realm for almost 20 years, but there had been no progress. It was as if she and the ultimate mage could only see a huge chasm that was hard to cross. It was not just her. All the peak elemental mages in the world were like this. It's a pity that Senior is not here. Otherwise, perhaps he could answer for me. Wei thought to herself. It had been 3 years since she had last seen him. The last time Senior had been meditating in the quiet room, he could at least achieve his existence. Ever since he had entered that strange vortex, there had been no trace of him. It was as if he had left the mortal world. At this moment, a figure floated down. Wei sensed at once that it was Alo. She stood up abruptly. If Alo was fine, he wouldn't have left the library. She admired Alo very much. He was almost the same as her senior. He had stayed in the library for dozens of years. If it were her, she would have been driven mad. Of course, she was older now, and her character was much calmer. She could endure it, but that was only when she was meditating. Alo is here. Is there news from Senior? Wei thought to herself and couldn't help but look forward to it. Soon, Alo stood in front of her and hugged her affectionately. Then, he smiled and said, "Mom, Senior wants you to go to the library. The Senior is really back." "That's great." Wei was so excited that she looked like a child. Thus, she soared into the air and cast a flying spell, flying towards the Xiluo Magic Academy. Seeing this, Alo could only cast a flying spell to follow her. In the library, Lei Lou had made some modifications to the entrance of the underground cave, setting up a level 3 Angel Holy Light Shield. If a level 2 Angel Holy Light Shield could project an extremely powerful Holy Light Shield, then a level 3 Holy Light Shield could absorb the spiritual energy in the small world and maintain the existence of the Holy Light Shield for a long time. This way, it could prevent people from forcefully breaking in. Only those who had obtained a special token could freely enter and exit the Holy Light Shield. Otherwise, unless they had the power of an Archmage, they would not be able to break the Holy Light Shield. Lei Lou also set up a magic array in the entire meditation room, which could hide and shield the aura. Everything was settled. At this moment, a hurried voice came from outside. "Senior, where are you?" It was Wei's voice. Lei Lou shook his head and walked out of the quiet room. He saw Wei rushing in like the wind. The moment Wei saw Lei Lou, she suddenly stopped. She recalled the huge gap between her and her senior, and suddenly became more cautious. "Wei, don't you recognize me?" Lei Lou said with a faint smile. "Senior, you really came back." Wei seemed to have recovered and said softly. The joy in her eyes could not be hidden. Lei Lou smiled slightly and took a step forward to pull her into his arms. Feeling the familiar aura in Lei Lou's arms, Wei was very sure that he was Lei Lou, her lover. Wei also reached out her hands and hugged him, as if she was afraid that he would disappear again in the next second. After a long time, she finally calmed down. "All right, you two come with me," Lei Lou said to Wei and Alo. Then he turned around and walked into the meditation room. After the two of them entered, they felt that the meditation room had undergone a huge change. There was a huge angel floating in the room. It was no longer an illusory image, but a real one. Lei Lou was now a mage god. His magic power had already condensed into a magic core and evolved into a holy light shield. The entrance to the small world had become like an angel guarding it. Only one person was allowed to enter at a time. Such an entrance to the small world could be said to be very domineering. Lei Lou did not stop. He walked directly to the angel. Alo and Wei were a little curious. They quickly followed him in. There was a faint halo inside. It was as if they had entered some kind of mysterious space. There were actually steps inside, leading to an unknown place. After walking for a few minutes, they were probably a few hundred meters deep. Suddenly, the front opened up before them. A strange world appeared. Although it was empty, without any plants or mountains, they could feel the extremely rich magic elements from here. "Senior, what is this place?" Wei was completely confused. If this was underground, why would there be light and sky? But if it was a certain place in Middle-earth, why was there nothing there? "This is a small world that I created," Lei Lou said calmly. A small world, or a branch space, relied on the main world to exist. It would share the air, sunlight, water, and other basic material conditions with the main world. The only difference was that the main world had a unique energy environment. For example, magical elements were much higher than the outside world and could give produce to extremely precious herbs. Originally, there were quite a few small worlds in this world. As the world's level fell, these small worlds gradually withered and ceased to exist. Now, the small world that Lei Lou had created using the divine soil was probably the first small world in Middle-earth. Small world. The two were at a loss. In the entire Pharaoh Kingdom, and even the entire Middle-earth, those who knew about small worlds probably didn't exist anymore. Perhaps in the middle of some mysterious sect's books, they would only be regarded as myths and legends. An ultimate mage was a legend, let alone a small world. "Your Highness, you've tried to become an ultimate mage, right? What happened?" Lei Lou said with a smile. It didn't work at all. It seems like something is missing, Wei shook her head and said. Of course. The entire Middle-earth, even the northern borders, the western regions, the southern wastelands, and the eastern sea, all do not see the birth of an ultimate mage, Lei Lou said calmly. But senior, why did you say goodbye to the Sky Wolf King? Wei was very confused. If it was because of her talent, she could also be polite. But now, the senior had actually said that the Middle-earth could not give birth to an ultimate mage. That was terrifying. The two of us are a little special. Lei Lou smiled and said, Then do you want to break through to the level of an ultimate mage? Of course I want to. It's said that breaking through to the level of an ultimate mage means that I can last for a few hundred years and never age. Senior, look at my skin. It's almost wrinkled. Now, I look like a 30-year-old woman. It's said that age is a woman's biggest natural enemy. I didn't believe it before, but now I finally understand it, Wei said. She was almost 80 years old. If she was an ordinary girl, her hair would have been white and she would have been lying in the ground for years. Although she still maintained her peerless beauty, she could still feel her life force gradually fading away. Perhaps she could hold on for another 70 to 80 years, but what was the point? Lei Lou glanced at Wei. Wrinkles? Why didn't I see them? Her skin is clearly very tender. Do you see that treasure chest? Lei Lou pointed at the devouring treasure chest that was floating not far away and said with a smile, Jump in and you'll be able to break through to become an ultimate mage. Really? Wei's eyes lit up. Of course. Lei Lou nodded. Okay. Wei immediately jumped into the air and landed in the devouring treasure chest. Lei Lou looked at it and his mouth twitched thin. He said to Alo, You were originally just a paper figurine. You were born with some defects that can't be compared to a human body, so the way you break through is completely different. Now, I'll teach you a method. You can also break through to become an ultimate mage. Senior, can I break through as well? Alo was stunned. This feeling reminded him of more than a year after becoming a human when his senior suddenly asked if he wanted to learn magic. He was now feeling the same way. To him, being able to cultivate to the peak of an elemental mage was already a great favor from Senior. It would be difficult for him to repay him in his lifetime. But now, Senior actually said that he also had the chance to become an ultimate mage. Of course, you're my child. How can you remain at the peak of the elemental mage realm? Lei Lou reached out and caressed Alo's head. Thank you, Senior. Alo whimpered. You're crying again. Believe it or not, I'll spank your ass. Lei Lou berated. Alo hurriedly wiped away his tears and didn't dare to cry anymore. Lei Lou suddenly stretched out a finger and pointed at the center of Alo's brows. He directly instilled his own thoughts and imparted the first level of the Spirit Replenishment Codex to Alo. After a long while, Lei Lou had instilled all the contents into Alo's mind. He retracted his finger and let out a long breath. Alo stood on the spot with his eyes closed. He was experiencing the mystical feeling of the first level of the Spirit Replenishment Codex. Half a day later, a rather powerful magic aura was transmitted from the devouring treasure box. It floated in midair, revealing the aura of an ultimate mage without a doubt. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, and there was a fluorescent glow circulating on her skin. It was as if her entire person was glowing, as if a god had descended to the mortal world. Whoosh! She descended from the sky and landed on the ground. Senior, I've broken through to become an ultimate mage. However, I don't think I can continue meditating. Don't worry. It won't be long before the restrictions of this world are completely lifted. Everyone will have the ability to become an ultimate mage, Lei Lou said with a smile after he had put away the devouring treasure box. There would no longer be a devouring treasure box in the world to absorb magic elements. The entire world would slowly recover. Although it might be a slow process, for a mage, becoming an ultimate mage was no longer an extravagant hope. Wei nodded blankly. She did not know if she understood, but she did not think too much about it. Anyway, everything Senior said was correct. Lei Lou looked at the devouring treasure box and suddenly waved his hand. Immediately, it shook as if someone was shaking it. Even the entire small world shook. The devouring treasure box had been suppressed for goodness knows how many years. It had almost merged with space. As he forcefully activated the devouring treasure box's authority, it was shaken and gradually escaped. Sweat began to appear on Lei Luo's forehead. He had used up a lot of his spiritual energy. As he had directly refined a layer of restriction, it was not easy to activate the devouring treasure box. After an unknown amount of time had passed, the vibration of the entire space became more and more intense. Suddenly, with a boom, Wei and Alo, who was comprehending the spirit-replenishing codex, felt their minds rumbling. The magic power in their bodies became unstable. In the next moment, the devouring treasure box slowly began to spin, and finally, it turned into a box that fell into Lei Luo's hands. Lei Luo looked at this seemingly ordinary but incomparably magical treasure box and revealed a smile. He immediately put it into the system space. "Senior, I feel that there's room for the ultimate mage's realm to rise," Wei suddenly said in surprise. At this moment, she understood that it was probably because of the devouring treasure box that the Middle-earth was unable to deliver an ultimate mage. She was amazed. What a magical treasure chest it was. It had such a powerful ability that it could seal such a huge space, preventing countless elemental mages from breaking through to become ultimate mages for hundreds of years. Well, this is normal. However, the cultivation speed will be very slow. Lei Luo nodded and said, "As for the other peak elemental mages, it will take them at least 3 to 5 years to break through to the ultimate mage realm. No matter what, the peak elemental mages of the Middle-earth can finally see hope." Wei sighed. "Your Highness, Alo, regarding this treasure box, you must not tell anyone." "Remember," Lei Luo said seriously. They both knew the severity of the matter and nodded. Just as Lei Luo had put away the devouring treasure box, the many peak elemental mages of the Middle-earth, the northern border, the western region, the southern wilderness, and even the eastern sea suddenly felt something in their hearts. They vaguely felt that the ultimate mage realm, which was originally hopeless, was actually starting to move again. Although it was only slightly loosened, there was still hope. At this moment, many peak mages were in tears. In the west of the western region, beyond the Dead Sea and the land of eternal freeze, there was an extremely narrow and strange passage. This was where the New World was connected to the Old World of Middle-earth. Beyond this boundary was the endless Dead Sea. This Dead Sea was extremely strange. The sea water was poisonous, and it was almost impossible to cross. Life would wither, and matter would decay. Therefore, the only way to cross was to rely on this narrow border passage. As for crossing from the middle of the Dead Sea, that was impossible. Perhaps the ultimate mages could still survive on the Dead Sea for a period of time, but what was even more terrifying was that in the Dead Sea, there were terrifying creatures that could easily devour even the ultimate mages. The border had always been sealed. There were powerful mages and holy light knights guarding the gate to the border. It was even impossible to fly over the border because the sky contained terrifying spatial cracks. Anyone who dared to fly over would just wait for their corpses to rot and die. At this moment, the border was close to the New World's mutation. There was an ancient stone hall. There were 12 ultimate mages sitting cross-legged inside. It was changed every 10 years. Each of the 12 strongest mage forces in the New World would send one person. They would supervise each other. In the middle of the 12 cross-legged people, there was a strange circular compass with a radius of more than 1 meter. There were 2 pointers on the compass. Suddenly, one of the pointers vibrated slightly, and then it actually deviated a little. The 12 ultimate mages present all opened their eyes and looked at the compass needle. They were all surprised. Why is there movement in the needle of the prophet compass? Wait, this is the needle corresponding to the old world. Now that the needle has deviated, does it mean that the old world has changed? The needle can roughly measure the origin registration of the world. The origin registration of our new world is very high, with a value of 4, and the old world is now at the bottom, with only 1 left. There's almost no way to reduce it, but now that the needle has deviated, could it be that the origin of the old world is recovering? It's very possible. We have to report this to our respective forces. These ultimate mages all began to discuss the matter. Guarding the border was just a job for them. It was boring and meaningless. But now, There had actually been a change, which immediately aroused their great curiosity. Soon, the 12 ultimate mages used their own methods to send the news of the change in the Prophet Compass back to their respective forces. White Moon Palace. This was one of the 12 strongest forces of the Human Mage Alliance in the New World. Sir Deacon, there's news from the border. The needle of the Prophet Compass has deviated. The origin of the old world seems to be showing signs of recovery. In a large hall, a servant of the White Moon Palace was reporting to a deacon who was guarding the White Moon Palace. The revival of the old world's origin? This ultimate mage's hair and beard were white, and he was dressed in a white robe. When he opened his eyes, there was a galaxy brewing within. I understand. The next moment, he took out a strange crystal ball and held it in his palm. Immediately, the crystal ball emitted a faint halo. Soon, this ultimate mage communicated with a mysterious spiritual domain, and there was an illusory palace within. This spiritual domain had been created by the Human Mage Alliance in the New World after spending 1,000 years. As long as a special magic tool was used in the New World, one's spiritual will could be projected into this spiritual domain. In this way, one could gather in this spiritual domain even though they were thousands of miles apart. Indeed, it was extremely easy to send messages. Once the other mage forces encountered the enemy's attack, they could immediately help. It was precisely through this method that the Human Mage Alliance's living space in the New World gradually stabilized. In the illusory spiritual palace, there were a large number of thrones. Soon, on these thrones, illusory figures appeared one after another. They were all ultimate mages of other powers who had gathered here after receiving the news from the border. They wanted to discuss this matter. Everyone should know about what happened at the border. The origin of the old world is showing signs of recovery. What do you think? There are frequent battles in the New World. The Wolf Clan has repeatedly invaded our human territory. If we're not careful, they might completely destroy the human race. We won't be able to divert our attention to investigate the old world for the time being. That's right. The most important thing now is to defeat the Wolf Clan's attack. We can't waste too much time in the old world, at least not for the time being. Besides, the revival of the old world's origin is just a sign. We'll wait and see. Since everyone has the same opinion, we won't open the border gate for the time being, and we won't send anyone over. We'll talk about this later. Let's leave it at that. Agreed. Soon, all the ultimate mages' spiritual projections left one after another. The discussion ended just like that. It was very simple. The efficiency was very high. The imperial capital, within a small world. Naturally, Lei Lou did not know that after he had put away the devouring treasure box, the origin of the world had been revived and the magic elements had been replenished, alarming the forces of the Human Alliance on the other side of the New World. Otherwise, he would have been anxious. He was only a grade 3 mage god. Although he could be considered as one of the top mages in the Human Mage Alliance in the New World, he was not one of the top mages. There were definitely many who were stronger than him. After all, it had been a long time since Zibi's era. The Human Mage Alliance must have become even stronger. After Lei Lou handed over the authority of the small world to Alo and Wei, he did not care about anything else. He began to cultivate quietly again. Learning about the situation in the New World, he felt a little anxious. That world did not only have archmages at the level of archmages, there were even more powerful ultimate archmages. Moreover, they were ultimate archmages that only other races could possess. Why had Zibi reincarnated and used the devouring treasure box to obtain the opportunity to break through to the level of archmages? It was because in the New World, the human race, who were outsiders, had natural shackles. They were restricted by the rules of the New World and could not break through the limits. However, the indigenous races of the New World did not have such shackles. The Human Mage Alliance who did not know about the New World could not find a way to break the elemental shackles of mages and walk a path to surpass the gods. While Lei Lou was in closed-door meditation, the Pharaoh Kingdom had welcomed a period of faster development. The breakthrough of mages had become easier, and there were more elemental mages. There were also more advanced elemental mages and peak elemental mages. Meanwhile, Wei and Alo began to recruit suitable academics among the students and entered the small world to train them. In the second year, Alo practiced the spirit-replenishing codex and eventually broke through to the ultimate mage realm with the help of the devouring treasure box. He became the third ultimate mage in the Pharaoh Kingdom. 8 years later, a peak elemental mage from the Purple Gold Mage Guild in the south broke through to the realm of an ultimate mage on the summit of the Divine Sun Mountain. The world underwent drastic changes and shook the surrounding 100 miles. When the news spread, the world was shocked. This was the first ultimate mage to be publicly born in the Middle-earth, other than the 2 ultimate mages that could be verified by Lei Lou and the Sky Wolf King Zibi more than 10 years ago. This meant that an ultimate mage was no longer a legend, but something that could be touched. This made countless junior mages excited, and they put in even more effort into learning magic. Half a year later, a powerful peak elemental mage had successfully broken through to the level of an ultimate mage after surrendering to the Fog Temple of the Pharaoh Kingdom. On the day of the breakthrough, a powerful dark magic shot into the sky, tearing it apart and splitting the clouds. It shocked many mages who had been invited to observe. At this point, the Middle-earth had entered the era of ultimate mages. In the next few years, no less than 10 ultimate mages were born. Even the northern border, the western region, the southern wilderness, and the eastern sea had similar ultimate mages born. However, despite the seemingly brilliant magic scene, it could not conceal the great danger of breaking through from a peak mage to an ultimate mage. Countless peak elemental mages died in order to forcefully break through to the level of an ultimate mage. In the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed. In this old world, ultimate mages were no longer legends. Similarly, only the strength of an ultimate mage could be considered a true top-tier mage force. The Pharaoh Kingdom was still the most powerful force. Its reputation suppressed the entire Middle-earth. No one dared to disobey because of the existence of the gray-robed mage. Although the gray-robed mage had not appeared for many years, the legend of the gray-robed mage had always been around. On a hillside in the east, dozens of miles away from the capital, stood 5 figures. These 5 people had restrained their auras, but their temperaments were still different from ordinary people. At a glance, it was obvious that they were not ordinary people. Especially the young man in white who was surrounded by the 4 others. His face was particularly delicate, and he carried a sense of pride. I didn't expect that there would really be a peak-level ultimate mage in the Middle-earth. According to the information we have, the war between the Pharaoh Kingdom and the werewolves took place 30 years ago. At that time, the origin of the old world had not yet been awakened. The young man placed his hands on his back and looked down at the huge sword scar lake in the distance. His gaze carried a sense of scrutiny. Since the situation in the New World had improved and the Wolf Clan had temporarily retreated, the Human Mage Alliance had had the energy to pay attention to the Old World. In addition, the needle on the Prophet Compass had already exceeded 2, so the 12 top factions of the Human Mage Alliance held a memory session and decided to reopen the border gate. Young Master, this person has been hiding in the Middle-earth for more than 30 years. He clearly has a motive. I suspect that the revival of the Old World's origin is related to this. If we can capture him, we might be able to interrogate him and uncover some secrets. A middle-aged man wearing a green mage robe spoke in a deep voice. It's this person who has the strength of a peak-level ultimate mage. With the young master's strength as a pseudo-mage god, it's enough to suppress him. A blue-clothed woman spoke with a delicate smile. Have you heard of the legend of the devouring treasure box? The white-clothed young man, Frank, frowned slightly and suddenly said, The legend of the devouring treasure box? The few people present were a little confused. In the New World, because of the devouring treasure box, all the major forces were engaged in fierce battles and wars. In the end, a large number of ultimate mages and even mage gods had died. The existence of the devouring treasure box became taboo. The major forces destroyed the relevant information one after another. The white-clothed young man, Frank, had accidentally learned about the legend of the devouring treasure box from an ancient book. It was said that the reason the old world was lacking in elements was because of the devouring treasure box. Now that the origin of the old world was recovering, did it mean that it was related to it? Therefore, Frank was very interested in this. Frank smiled. Seeing that the others did not know about the legend of the devouring treasure box, he did not say anything else. However, his eyes were shining with a shrewd light. As the White Moon Palace's fastest genius mage who had broken through to the pseudo-archmage realm in the past 1,000 years, he was known as the hope for the future. But he was nothing. Even if he had great confidence, he would not easily provoke this ultimate mage of the Pharaoh Kingdom. He did not even know his background, yet he dared to say that he had captured him and interrogated him. That was too arrogant. Young master, the people from Golden Cloud Temple seem to be here as well, the woman in blue said. Don't bother about them. Let's enter the capital first and take a look. Don't reveal any flaws. Just treat us as the citizens of the Pharaoh Kingdom, Frank replied. Yes, young master. The few ultimate mages quickly nodded in agreement. Thus, the group left the hillside, bypassed the Sword Scar Lake, and headed towards the Imperial City. At the same time, a few figures came to the side of the Sword Scar Lake on the other side. Master, it's the people from the White Moon Palace. The one who spoke was an old man in a black robe. The one who was addressed as master was a 30-year-old man who wore black a robe with gold edging. His eyes appeared extremely cold. Frank, I hope that he won't interfere with my plans. Otherwise, I'll let him know how powerful I am, the master, Fetney, said with a cold smile. They were both human geniuses from the New World. Naturally, there was competition between them. Moreover, it was extremely intense. Everyone wanted to surpass the other party. Master, what should we do next? The black-robed elder asked. Of course, we should create some commotion and force that ultimate mage from the Pharaoh Kingdom to show his face. As long as he shows his face, I will be able to capture him. I will force him to reveal the whereabouts of the number 1 Golden Cloud token and the blood descendant of the immortal clan. The black-robed man with golden edges, Fetney, said indifferently. This time, in addition to investigating the reason for the recovery of the world's origin, they had come to the old world to retrieve the number 1 Golden Cloud token and the blood descendant of the immortal clan. After losing the number 1 Golden Cloud token, the magic inheritance of the Golden Cloud Sacred Hall had been greatly affected. After all, the Golden Cloud Sacred Hall's main method of imparting magic was to rely on the Golden Cloud token. Once he had lost the number 1 Golden Cloud token, the Golden Cloud Law Codex would lose its inheritance. If he could find the number 1 Golden Cloud token, his position in the Golden Cloud Sacred Hall would be completely stable, and he wouldn't have any problems becoming the next Sacred Lord. Therefore, he had to retrieve the number 1 Golden Cloud token at all costs. A mere ultimate mage subverting him with his pseudo-archmage magic was enough to suppress him. Duran, why don't you test the foundations of the Pharaoh Kingdom's capital first? Fetney looked at the expressionless middle-aged man beside him, whose muscles were stiff. Yes, master. The middle-aged man responded dully. However, the magic power in his body suddenly shook and soared into the sky. The powerful will of a high-level ultimate mage turned into a hurricane and enveloped the Imperial City in the distance. Boom! The sky and earth shook and the wind and clouds changed. It was as if a huge mountain had descended from the sky. Countless people in the Imperial City seemed to be in a panic. In an instant, the originally noisy Imperial City lost its voice. Fetney, this fool, has indeed never let me down. Having already entered the Imperial City, Frank, from the White Moon Palace, raised his head to look at the sky, a playful smile appearing on his face. Without needing him to make a move, he could use Fetney to probe the true background of the Pharaoh Kingdom's ultimate mages. In the current Middle-earth, ultimate mages were no longer a legend. Therefore, as the center of the capital of the Pharaoh Kingdom, the capital also had ultimate mages, and there was definitely more than one of them. In the palace of the Dharma god, Mage Bassa was one of the ultimate mages guarding the capital of the Pharaoh Kingdom. Mage Bassa, who was originally an ordinary but third cultivator of virtue, became an elemental mage, an advanced elemental mage, and a peak elemental mage. He had various opportunities, and in the end, he had become an ultimate mage. Later on, he was recruited by the royal family of the Pharaoh Kingdom and became one of the 3 ultimate mages in the palace of the Dharma god of the Pharaoh Kingdom. As for the other 2 ultimate mages, Basa had never seen them before. He only knew that they were related to the legendary ultimate mage in the gray robe of the Pharaoh Kingdom. At this moment, he felt the terrifying will of the ultimate mage that was as oppressive as a dark cloud. His expression turned extremely ugly. That was because he was only a first-level ultimate mage. Compared to such a high-level ultimate mage, the difference was too great. However, there was nothing he could do. He was the ultimate mage that protected the kingdom. This matter concerned the safety and danger of the imperial city. He could not pretend that he had not seen it. This was the imperial city, the center of the world. Even the gray-robed mages of the Pharaoh Kingdom were called upon. Perhaps at this moment, the gray-robed mage was watching. He absolutely could not back down. This is the capital of the Pharaoh Kingdom. Your Excellency's suppression of the capital is a provocation in the eyes of the Pharaoh Kingdom. Basa hurriedly released the aura of an ultimate mage to protect the entire capital. A puny junior ultimate mage who gave you the courage to question me? The terrifying figure of the ultimate mage let out a loud voice, and a powerful pressure surged towards Basa. Boom! The formless ultimate mages will clashed, and Basa lost completely. Basa's entire body trembled, and the magic in his body was instantly scattered. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as paper. At this moment, countless people in the capital fell into a state of unease. How long had it been since the capital had faced such a threat? Many old people seemed to have returned their thoughts to more than 30 years ago, the most desperate and helpless moment. In the end, it was the gray-robed mage of the Pharaoh Kingdom who had suddenly appeared and defeated the Sky Wolf King of the Wolf Clan. He had even used powerful magic to destroy 1,000,000 werewolves. The ultimate mage of the Pharaoh Kingdom will definitely protect the capital. This was the thought of many elders. They firmly believed in this. After 30 years of development, the small world was no longer as barren as before. Instead, it was lush with vegetation and many buildings had appeared. There were many more people here. It was just like a small town, with more than 1,000 people living there. This was the result of the hard work of Lei Lou and Wei. In the beginning, they had trained the students of the Xiluo Magic Academy. Later, they found children with high magic talent and good backgrounds from the common people and brought them in for training. Every year, a batch of them would be brought in. The first few batches had already grown up, and their magic realms were not low. The lowest were elemental mages, and even a few outstanding ones had broken through to become ultimate mages with the help of the devouring treasure box. Now, in the entire small world, excluding Lei Lou and Wei, there were more than 10 ultimate mages. During these 30 years, Lei Lou rarely appeared. Even if he did, he would not appear in front of others. Only Lei Lou and Wei had the chance to see him. Master, something bad has happened. There was news from outside. A very powerful ultimate mage has arrived outside the imperial city. The guardian mage, Basa, had not even made a move and was injured by the opponent's aura. It is very likely that he is a high-level ultimate mage. Lei Lou was cultivating when suddenly, the voice of his eldest disciple, Kalasi, came from outside. Kalasi had also broken through to the level of an ultimate mage. High-level ultimate mage, where did you come from? Lei Lou said in surprise. In the middle of the land, aside from him and his mother, who were high-level ultimate mages, there shouldn't be anyone else who could surpass a 4th-level ultimate mage. Princess Wei had also received the news and rushed over. A high-level ultimate mage had descended upon the imperial city and even injured the guardian mage, Basa. This was no small matter. If this unfamiliar ultimate mage were to act recklessly in the imperial city, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thus, Lei Lou and Wei hurriedly left the small world. Other than their seniors, only the two of them had the ability to deal with a high-level ultimate mage. At the same time, a secret place in the deepest part of the small world was already shrouded in fog. Even ultimate mages could not break in. Only Lei Lou and Wei could enter. Lei Lou was in closed-door cultivation here. This closed-door cultivation lasted for 30 years, yet Lei Lou did not feel bored at all. Only by being able to endure loneliness and the loneliness that ordinary people could not endure, could he become an existence that surpassed ordinary people. He had just broken through to the 9th rank mage god not long ago. At the current cultivation speed, if he wanted to reach the pinnacle mage god and make an ultimate breakthrough, he would need at least 2 more years. This speed was already very, very fast. It must be known that he had cultivated magic, and it took him more than 70 years to finally reach the pinnacle mage god. Unknowingly, he had already meditated for over 100 years. On Earth, that was more than a century. There are advanced ultimate mages? Lei Lou could faintly sense the aura of the advanced ultimate mages who were arrogant in the sky above the imperial city. Then, his powerful will swept over and discovered something. There are a total of 8 foreign ultimate mages, and 2 of them have almost reached the mage god realm. After Lei Lou sensed everything, he frowned slightly. The people of the New World had finally arrived. Lei Lou was not worried at all about Alo and Wei going out to fight. With him around, a mere peak-level ultimate mage was nothing. Even if an ordinary archmage came, he would not care. Only a top-level archmage would pose a danger to him. With the situation in the New World, the Human Mage Alliance might not be able to eliminate a top-tier mage god. Therefore, he was very calm now. At this moment, Wei and Alo had already left the small world and walked out of the library. "Alo, are you going to go or should I?" Wei said. "Mom, you should rest." "Let me handle such a small matter," Alo said obediently. "All right, I'll give this opportunity to you," Wei said with a smile. Alo laughed foolishly. Then, his body moved, and he used a flying spell to instantly fly into the sky. A high-level ultimate mage's aura suddenly spread out. Boom! The high-level ultimate mage of the Golden Cloud Temple, who was in the sky above the Imperial City, suddenly trembled. He felt that his ultimate mage's will had been attacked by a powerful force. High-level ultimate mage? There's actually a high-level ultimate mage in the Imperial City? The expression of the ultimate mage of the Golden Cloud Temple did not change, but his eyes became sharp. "Sir, why are you provoking the Pharaoh Kingdom?" Alo's figure appeared in the void, emitting a powerful magic aura that enveloped the Imperial City, protecting the people of the Pharaoh Kingdom from the influence of the ultimate mage's aura. Provocation? Ha ha ha. Something even more outrageous hasn't happened yet. Duran was expressionless, but his tone was extremely arrogant. In the next second, he suddenly took out a magic staff from his sleeve. Terrifying magic energy quickly gathered, forming a huge elemental vortex at the tip of the magic staff, and then suddenly attacking Alo. Boom! The world shook, and terrifying magic crushed toward the Imperial City. Once hit, the entire Imperial City would probably be destroyed, and who knew how many people would die. "You're courting death." Alo was furious. Although he was sometimes very dumb, it didn't mean that he was easy to bully. When Alo was angry, he also let out a shocking attack. He didn't expect that the other party would actually disregard the lives of millions of people in the Imperial City and directly use magic attacks. It was simply looking down on life. A transparent crystal wand appeared in his hand. With a slight shake of his wand, it immediately emitted a bright blue light and shot out. It was so fast that it was hard to believe. In an instant, it tore apart the terrifying magic elements that were charging at him. Immediately after, the sharp blue light shot toward Duran like a storm. Duran's face was solemn. He stomped his feet in the air, and a huge black fire lotus appeared under his feet, covering his entire body. Immediately, countless blue spells shot onto it. Poof! Suddenly, the black fire lotus exploded. A strange ray of light picked up Duran's body that had been shot. Duran's body was instantly sent flying backward, blood splattering in the air. What kind of spell is this? In the city, the few ultimate mages of the bright moon had astonished expressions on their faces. Interesting. This Pharaoh Kingdom really isn't simple. A smile appeared on Frank's face. Just this high-level ultimate mage was already so powerful, not to mention the even more powerful ultimate mage of the Pharaoh Kingdom behind him. Fortunately, he was not as reckless as that idiot, Fetney. At this moment, the expressions of the people in the Golden Cloud Temple changed drastically. Duran's strength was already very strong, but he had been injured because he had underestimated the other party. Very good. This small Pharaoh Kingdom dares to oppose my Golden Cloud Temple. Today, I will let them see what true fear is. Fetney's gaze was cold. This was simply a humiliation, especially when White Moon Palace's Frank was present. Although he wasn't the one to make a move, Duran was a member of his Golden Cloud Temple. Kill this high-level ultimate mage and destroy the Imperial City. Fetney gave the order without hesitation. In this old world, the power he had was enough to make him fearless. Unless Langer intervened, but that would be for the best. He just so happened to want to use this opportunity to have a good fight with Langer, to see who was the #1 magic genius. Instantly, after receiving the order, the few ultimate mages behind him released their ultimate mage auras and soared into the sky, charging towards Alo, who was in the sky above the Imperial City. This idiot, could it be that he wants to destroy the entire Imperial City and learn from millions of humans? Is this guy crazy? When Frank saw the actions of the few ultimate mages from the Golden Cloud Temple, he immediately understood what Fetney wanted to do. According to the historical records of the Human Mage Alliance in the New World, the humans in the New World had moved there from the Old World. In a sense, regardless of whether it was the New World or the Old World, they were essentially one family. However, he deliberated for a moment and ultimately did not intervene because he also wanted to force out the ultimate mage of the Pharaoh Kingdom. Now, Fetney's crazy actions were the best way to lure out the ultimate mage. This also saved him the trouble of wasting his efforts in searching. If the ultimate mage still did not come out in the end, it would not be too late to save the humans in the capital. After Alo defeated that high-level ultimate mage, he did not attack again. He had thought that the other party would retreat. However, he did not expect that there would be a few more powerful ultimate mages soaring into the clouds. It was as if they were about to tear the sky apart. Waves of terrifying magic power rushed towards the Imperial City. Damn it, there are so many advanced ultimate mages here. Alo was about to go crazy. He had been about to be able to resist one, but now 3 more had appeared. That was impossible. Although his mother could also restrain one, what about the remaining 2? Moreover, in a battle between high-level ultimate mages, the powerful fluctuations were enough to destroy the entire Imperial City. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded in his mind. Alo, relax. Leave the rest to me. Alo's body trembled. He knew that Senior was transmitting his voice. Although he didn't know what Senior wanted to do, he still did it. In an instant, he felt an indescribable power suddenly descend on his body. He lost control of his body and became a bystander. Is this Senior's power? Alo was not worried about losing control of his body at all. Instead, he carefully experienced the great power that had descended upon his body. He had a feeling that just by combining this powerful magic power, killing an ultimate mage was as easy as killing a chicken. It was hard to imagine how powerful his Senior was. At this moment, Lei Lou was transmitting his power across space. Under the guidance of magic, he began to control Alo's body. At first, he was still a little unaccustomed to it. It was also his first time using it. This was a possession ability that only an archmage could have. By transmitting magic power, he could control it across space. Alo's body seemed to have transformed into an incarnation. The reason he did not attack directly, and instead used this possession ability, was mainly that he wanted to try this ability. Moreover, there was no need for him to personally attack just a few ultimate mages. Keeping a low profile was the most important thing. Let Alo handle this matter of being in the limelight. This kid had followed him for decades and had no reputation at all. Not many people knew that there was a figure like Alo. Lei Lou felt that he was already indifferent enough. He did not expect Alo to be even more indifferent than him, as expected of the life that he had created with his own hands. Lei Lou controlled Alo's body and looked at the 3 high-level ultimate mages who were flying towards him. His eyes narrowed. Shwa shwa shwa. He waved his wand 3 times in a row. Forbidden spell blood explosion. This was a powerful spell that could destroy gods. Even if it was just a low-level taboo spell, it was enough to kill these 3 ultimate mages. In an instant, 3 blood-colored fireworks blossomed in the air. It was the bodies of the 3 high-level ultimate mages. They had been blown up by the powerful expansion force of the blood explosion. Since they had dared to come to the Imperial City and behave atrociously, they had to be prepared to die. These 3 high-level ultimate mages didn't even have the time to scream before they turned into blood-colored fireworks and blossomed in the air. Unfortunately, they could not witness the most brilliant scene. But countless people in the capital witnessed it. Everyone was stunned, especially those powerful mages. The auras of these 3 ultimate mages were so powerful that they were as terrifying as the abyss and hell. But such powerful ultimate mages were actually killed by a single spell. At this moment, their gazes fell on the gray-robed figure in the sky above the capital. It was another gray-robed mage. However, it was clearly not the gray-robed mage from before. Many people who had seen the true face of the gray-robed mage more than 30 years ago were still alive. When the young people asked if he was the ultimate mage of the Pharaoh Kingdom, those old people shook their heads. However, they were very curious. Who was this gray-robed mage? This was Lei Lou's first appearance. Once he appeared, he killed 3 high-level ultimate mages. It shocked everyone. Although it was Lei Lou who controlled Lei Lou's body to do it, no one else knew. Princess Wei below was stunned. When did Lei Lou become so powerful? It was impossible. She had broken through to the 7th level ultimate mage before Lei Lou. Even if she attacked, she could only deal with 1 advanced ultimate mage at most. It was simply impossible to kill 3 advanced ultimate mages with a single spell. In the Imperial City, White Moon Palace's Frank and the other 5 were completely dumbfounded, especially the other 4 advanced ultimate mages. Their pupils constricted. If they were stabbed 3 times, it would be a direct hit. The result would not change. They could not dodge. They could not resist. The only result was that they turned into blood-red fireworks that bloomed in the air. Is this really a high-level ultimate mage? Someone muttered. This person is a high-level ultimate mage. He was the one who cast the high-level spell before, but he was not the one who cast the last spell. Frank took a deep breath, and his eyes became extremely solemn. He felt extremely fortunate. He didn't act atrociously in the Imperial City. However, that idiot Fetney was probably going to be in trouble. Young master, you're saying? That person widened his eyes. This is too ridiculous. The others all sucked in a breath of cold air. If it wasn't because of that person's magic, then there was only one possibility. There was an archmage who used possession to control that person to use magic. Generally speaking, to use possession, it was impossible to be too far away. In other words, there was an archmage in the Imperial City. Outside the Imperial City, the expression of Fetney from the Golden Cloud, Sacred Palace, instantly turned ugly. Dharma God. There is actually a Dharma God in the Imperial City? What a joke. If there really is a Dharma God, he would only be so reckless if his brain was damaged. What should I do? Will this Dharma God target me? Fetney was anxious. There was no Dharma God protecting him. This was the old world. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be a Dharma God here. With his strength, it was enough for him to protect himself. He had previously escaped from the hands of the Wolf Clan's Dharma God when he was fighting them. But that was when there was someone supporting him. Moreover, that werewolf had only just entered the Dharma God realm. If the Dharma God really targeted him and wanted to make a move against him, he would definitely not be able to escape. The gap between an ultimate mage and an archmage was too big. Just one domain was enough to crush an ultimate mage to death. Although he was a false archmage, he was still not a real archmage. He could only be considered an ultimate mage. Suddenly, he felt a sharp gaze. It was the gray-robed figure looking over. No matter how much he restrained his aura, it was impossible for an archmage to hide. He could only show himself openly. Thus, Fetney released his pseudo-archmage aura and flew into the air. Fetney said in a clear voice, I never thought that there would be a powerful mage like you in this old world. I am Fetney, a disciple of the Golden Cloud Temple. Greetings, Senior. As he spoke, he bowed slightly to show his respect. At a time like this, he had to admit defeat. He did not want to be crushed to death by a single spell. No one knew how many spells he could take, so he should be able to hold on for a few more seconds, but he didn't dare to gamble. Thinking of how he'd made a fool of himself if Frank of the White Moon Palace saw it, he'd be very depressed. He'd definitely come to the old world this time because he didn't look at his luck. He'd thought that his words would make the behind-the-scenes Archmage feel some fear, but he'd never imagined that something like this would happen. The gray-robed figure raised his staff and chanted an incantation. Gotcha! Alo's body trembled slightly. He was unable to withstand the powerful forbidden spell. However, it was fine. Under the precise control of Lei Lou, the powerful forbidden spell was released. This time, the forbidden spell was more than 10 times stronger than Blood Explosion. Seeing the terrifying spell that was shooting at him, Fetney was so scared that his soul almost flew away. He roared angrily, "Illusion spell!" In an instant, his body actually turned into countless illusory images, as if he was moving in all directions. This would make the enemy's attack unable to lock onto the real body. Moreover, as he moved, the powerful dark spell flew past the numerous illusions at an extreme speed. If it was an ordinary Archmage, perhaps they would have been confused by his move and obtained the opportunity to escape. Unfortunately, he had met a high-level Archmage. The terrifying magic directly pierced through his body, and in an instant, all the phantoms disappeared. All the dark magic was swept away. Following that, Fetney's body began to disintegrate, finally turning into an even more brilliant firework. Fetney, the great believer of the Golden Cloud Temple, died just like that. The people of the White Moon Palace were stunned. Could it be that this mage god of the Pharaoh Kingdom was not afraid of offending the Golden Cloud Temple? The Golden Cloud Temple was one of the 12 super forces of the Human Mage Alliance in the New World. There were more than 20 mage god powerhouses, and among them was a top-tier mage god, which was the pillar of strength that supported the survival of the human race in the New World. Once such a super force was angered, the consequences were simply unimaginable. Disciples like Fetney were often groomed as the successor of the Holy Lord. It was almost certain that they would become archmages in the future, and they even had the chance to become top-tier archmages. Now that they had lost in this old world, the Golden Cloud Temple would definitely be extremely furious. Something big is going to happen, Frank sighed. Suddenly, a terrifying gaze fell on him. It was the gray-robed figure in the sky. Frank's body stiffened, and he almost didn't dare to move. Once the other party attacked, he would have no chance of surviving. At this moment, he actually felt a sense of helplessness that was no longer his. This was an experience that he had never experienced before. Fortunately, that gaze was quickly retracted and the pressure disappeared. However, Frank was sweating all over. He felt as if he had survived a disaster. This mage god was simply too terrifying. He was definitely not an ordinary mage god. Just a glance from him gave him the feeling that he was directly facing a high-ranked mage god. Fortunately, I did not cause trouble in the capital of the Pharaoh Kingdom. Otherwise, I would have ended up like Fetney. Frank secretly rejoiced. After Lei Lou conveniently destroyed the last high-level ultimate mage of the Golden Cloud Temple, he removed the power in Alo's body. As for the people from the other new worlds, since they hadn't caused trouble, Lei Lou didn't punish them. He wasn't an unreasonable person. If it weren't for the fact that these people from the Golden Cloud Temple were too arrogant and dared to launch an attack in the Imperial City, endangering the safety of millions of lives in the Imperial City, he wouldn't have killed them. As for their identity as disciples of the Golden Cloud Temple, Lei Lou couldn't be bothered with that. Speaking of which, the black-robed mages and the group of black-robed masked men that he killed decades ago were also people from the Golden Cloud Temple. Judging from their actions, this Golden Cloud Temple was definitely not a good thing. As long as they dared to come, he would dare to kill them. Although he didn't want to make enemies with such a large force and preferred to keep a low profile, now that he was being bullied, it was impossible for him not to take action. As the power of Lei Lou's possession left, Alo suddenly felt his body become extremely empty. That feeling of power just now had been really mesmerizing. Whoosh! Alo descended from the sky and landed in the library. Princess Wei looked at him curiously. Alo, how did you become so powerful? Killing a high-level ultimate mage is extremely difficult. How did you do it? Princess Wei asked curiously. Senior just transferred power to me through space and controlled my body. I didn't do it. Alo was an honest child and wouldn't lie. He told her everything. Senior, has such a wonderful method? Wei was extremely surprised. Just by transferring power through space, he could control Alo's body and kill a high-level ultimate mage with a spell. Especially that ultimate mage who had spoken. Even a peak-level ultimate mage wouldn't be able to block that sword. Just how powerful was Senior? Ziegler. This was a small town at the edge of the Death Sand Sea. It belonged to Fire Country, one of the many countries in the western region. Compared to the northern border, the southern wilderness, and the eastern sea, the countries in the western region were more civilized. This was because the countries in the western region had more frequent trade with the Pharaoh Kingdom. Over time, the Pharaoh Kingdom's civilization had been brought into the western region. The countries began to learn and imitate. One by one, human figures gathered together. There was now a total of 55 people. Although each of them restrained their auras, it was still difficult for them to hide their elegance and bearing. They were all from the various mage forces of the New World. White Moon Palace's Frank and his 4 companions were here. Suddenly, a woman in red asked, "Where are the Golden Cloud Temple's Fetni and the others?" This woman was a genius magician from the Bright Moon sect. She was also a powerful magician who was a pseudo-archmage. Among the human geniuses in the New World, she was ranked in the top 3. She was only below Frank from the White Moon Palace and Fetni from the Golden Cloud Temple. After a moment of silence, Frank replied, "All the people from the Golden Cloud Temple have died in the Pharaoh Kingdom." At this moment, the entire place fell silent. Other than the people from the White Moon Palace, everyone else stared at Frank with their eyes wide open. They could not believe what they had just heard. After all, they were all talented mages from the New World. How could they have died in the Old World? Could it be that they were so stupid that they had played themselves to death? It was not their fault for thinking that way, because they really could not think of any existence in the Old World that could threaten a pseudo-archmage. After a long silence, Kalina of the Bright Moon sect spoke. "Young Master Frank, you're not joking, right? Fetni is a false Dharma god expert. How could he die in the Old World just like that?" "I want to joke too, but this is the truth." Frank smiled bitterly. "Originally, according to the assignment, our White Moon Palace went to the Imperial City to investigate the situation, while the Golden Cloud Temple went to the south. I didn't expect Fetni to follow us to the Imperial City. He provoked the Pharaoh Kingdom, and in the end, he lured out an Archmage hidden in the Imperial City. The Archmage used an enchantment spell to control a high-level ultimate mage, and only used 2 spells to kill all of Fetni's people. Carlina and the others were all stunned. There was an Archmage in the Old World? They all felt a little cold. Then why are you fine? Carlina stared at Frank. Frank shook his head and said, "I thought I wouldn't be able to come back, but that Archmage only glanced at me. It may be because the outside world didn't cause any trouble in the capital. Everyone from the Golden Cloud Temple has died, especially Fetni. He is the successor of the Golden Cloud Temple. I'm afraid that their holy lord will not let this matter pass so easily," Carlina said faintly. "The Golden Cloud Temple would definitely mobilize a large number of people to attack the ultimate mage of the Pharaoh Kingdom. This has nothing to do with us. We'd better go back and report this as soon as possible," Frank said in a deep voice. In fact, he didn't have a good impression of Golden Cloud Temple. The main reason was that the other party's style had always been overbearing, and they didn't care about the consequences. It was almost the same as a cult. There were even rumors that Golden Cloud Temple was using the Immortal Clan to cultivate. However, there was no evidence of this. Thus, the group of 55 directly soared into the air and flew into the Death Sand Sea. To ordinary mages, the Death Sand Sea was like a natural moat. To high-level ultimate mages like them, the threat was not particularly great. The matter of the invasion of powerful ultimate mages in the capital had not caused any waves. More than a month had passed, and the discussions among the people had not stopped. They were all talking about the gray-robed figure from that day. Many people in the Xiluo Magic Academy knew about Lei Lou. They had never thought that such an honest student who had been sweeping the floor in the library would be so powerful. In addition, the gray-robed mage from before was also the one who swept the floor in the library. It was obvious that Lei Lou had been trained by a generation of gray-robed mages. For a time, the library became the first place that many old students chose to go. In the small world, Lei Lou lay in the vampire coffin, playing with the devouring treasure box in his hand. He did not know what material it was made of. He tried to break through the second layer, but unfortunately, even with the magic power of his grade 9 Archmage, he was unable to do so. He estimated that he would have to break through to the level of an ultimate Archmage before he could try to break through the second layer of the taboo. Suddenly, Lei Luo's mind landed on the devouring treasure box. He carefully sensed that it was a unique rune. This was a spell of reincarnation. The Sky Wolf King, Zibi, had obtained this secret spell back then. There should be more secret spells, but they hadn't been revealed. Even if he was now the owner of the devouring treasure box, he couldn't obtain it for the time being. Forget it, let's not think too much about it. Lei Luo kept the box, swallowed a bottle of medicine, and continued to cultivate. He had to break through to the realm of an ultimate Dharma god as soon as possible, otherwise, he would not feel safe. Just like that, 2 years actually passed. Nothing happened during these 2 years. The revenge of Golden Cloud Temple did not come. There must be something delaying me. Lei Luo thought to himself. This was for the best. At least his strength would be able to increase a little. New World, Golden Cloud Temple. In a huge volcanic crater, rolling lava could be seen. It was incomparably hot, and the aura of sulfur was incomparably dense. At this moment, there was already a large group of people standing here. All of them were elders of the Golden Cloud Temple. The mana of these people was at the level of an ultimate mage, and some of them had even become a mage god. There were also some of the most devout believers whose magic power was also at the level of an ultimate mage. The reason why they were gathered here was mainly to welcome the strongest mage of Golden Cloud Temple, the top mage god, Golden Cloud Holy Lord. 3 years ago, the Human Mage Alliance had fought a great war with the Wolf Clan, and all the human mage forces had been involved. Even a top-tier mage god, like Golden Cloud Holy Lord, had made a move. The result of that battle was that the Wolf Clan had temporarily retreated, and the human race had a short period of time to recover. However, Golden Cloud Holy Lord had suffered serious injuries in that battle, so he had been recuperating in this volcano. Today was the day he had come out of seclusion. However, many of the elders, priests, and even devout believers looked uneasy. This was because the disciple that Golden Cloud Holy Lord valued the most, Phetni, had died 2 years ago. This news had shocked the entire Golden Cloud Sacred Palace. Since Golden Cloud Holy Lord was in seclusion, he couldn't be disturbed. Thus, the matter of retaliation for Phetni was delayed. No one dared to make a decision. It was better to wait for Golden Cloud Holy Lord to come out. They could imagine how furious Golden Cloud Holy Lord would be after hearing that Phetni had died. His authority had long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people in Golden Cloud Sacred Palace. After an unknown amount of time had passed, the world suddenly shook and a terrifying power erupted from the crater of the volcano. It wasn't that the volcano had erupted. Instead, a black-robed figure flew out. He had a scarlet flame mark on his forehead, and his eyes were cold and terrifying. "Greetings, Holy Lord." The elders bowed. The priests and followers knelt on one knee. This showed their respect for the Holy Lord. "Where's Phetni? Why didn't he come?" Golden Cloud Holy Lord scanned over, and everyone felt as if their skin had been touched by fire. "Holy Lord, Phetni died in the old world 2 years ago," a high-ranked ultimate mage said immediately. "What?" The aura of a Dharma god spread out like a volcano. The priests and followers who had knelt on one knee all lay on the ground, shivering. Even the elders of the ultimate mages couldn't breathe. This was the power of a top-tier mage god. "What's going on?" Golden Cloud Holy Lord asked in a deep voice. He had given a lot of hope to Phetni, and now he was dead. One could imagine the anger in his heart. The high-level elder quickly told him everything he knew. Although they didn't send Dharma gods to take revenge, they secretly sent people to collect a large amount of information. Very good. A mere Dharma god dares to kill the disciple of Golden Cloud Holy Lord. How dare he? Golden Cloud Holy Lord waved his hand. "Chandro, Mani, and Kongfeishi, the 3 of you will go to the Middle-earth and bring back the Dharma god of the Pharaoh Kingdom, dead or alive." Everyone present was shocked because the 3 elders that Golden Cloud Holy Lord had mentioned were a rank 8 Dharma god and 2 rank 6 Dharma gods. and Golden Cloud Temple only had 3 high-ranked Dharma gods. Now that the Holy Lord had directly chosen a high-ranked Dharma god and 2 6th-level Dharma gods, they could see how much importance he had placed on the Dharma god of the Pharaoh Kingdom. In fact, they didn't quite understand the Sacred Master's methods. It was too grand. This lineup was enough to capture a 7th-level Dharma god. The high-level Dharma god, Chandro, quickly said, "Yes, Sacred Master." Soon, the 3 Dharma god elders flew away. When the Golden Cloud Temple's 3 Dharma god elders passed through the border, one of them was a high-level Dharma god. The news quickly spread to other forces. However, these factions did not interfere. If it were their geniuses who had died, they would also take revenge. In the small world, Lei Lou opened his eyes and let out a long breath. He had finally cultivated the Dharma God realm to perfection. At this moment, Lei Lou was very happy. Next, he could break through to the ultimate Dharma God realm. At such a realm, even in the new world, he would be an extremely powerful figure. There shouldn't be any problems in protecting himself. As long as he wasn't too high profile, didn't cause too much trouble, and didn't incur the wrath of the masses, it would be fine. Suddenly, Lei Lou's brows twitched. His spiritual sense keenly sensed that in an extremely distant place, 3 powerful auras that were difficult to describe were rapidly approaching the Imperial City. "It's the Archmage." Lei Lou immediately reacted. These 3 Archmages clearly did not conceal themselves. They were openly flying towards the Imperial City. They were extremely arrogant. We can't let them get close to the Imperial City. Once a great battle occurs, the repercussions will be too wide. Lei Lou quickly made a decision. A battle between ultimate mages could destroy an entire city with a single spell, let alone a battle between archmages. Thus, Lei Lou left the place where he was in seclusion and soared into the sky. In an instant, he arrived at the exit of the small world. With his speed, no one would be able to see him. Just like that, Lei Lou quietly left the small world, left the library, left Xiluo Magic Academy, and left the Imperial City. He rushed towards the 3 powerful Dharma gods' auras. This was the first time he had taken the initiative to face the enemy. The 3 archmages of the Golden Cloud Temple suddenly stopped, because they had also sensed a powerful aura flying toward them. "This archmage of the Pharaoh Kingdom knows that we are coming." Floating in the sky, Chandro spoke indifferently. "This archmage is quite courageous. He actually dares to take the initiative to face the enemy," the slightly plump Elder Mani said. "Because we found his weakness, the 3 of us did not conceal any of our auras. We charged straight towards the Imperial City. If he dares to hide, we will definitely destroy the Imperial City." The other Elder Kong Feishi also laughed. "That's right. This mage god of the Pharaoh Kingdom should be quite powerful. Unfortunately, his weakness is too obvious and too merciful. He actually came to duel us 3 mage gods for a group of ant-like commoners. Didn't we use this to our advantage? Fortunately, we had done the intelligence gathering in advance and learned about the personality characteristics of this Dharma god of the Pharaoh Kingdom. That's why we came up with this targeted plan. I really don't know how this Dharma god cultivated to the Dharma god realm. He's actually so soft-hearted. However, he doesn't know that the job of a mage is incomparably cruel. If all the Dharma god powerhouses of the human race in the New World were so soft-hearted, we would have been destroyed countless times already. It's for the best, so that we don't have to look for them all over the world." The 3 mage god elders of the Golden Cloud Temple floated in the air and began to chat and laugh. In their opinion, this mage god of the Pharaoh Kingdom was someone that they could easily catch. A few minutes later, a ray of light shot over from afar. Soon, it appeared 1,000 meters away, revealing a human figure. It was a gray-robed man. It was Lei Lou. Lei Lou sensed the auras of these 3 mage gods and revealed a smile. The Golden Cloud Temple really thought highly of him. They had sent a high-level mage god and 2 intermediate mage gods. Unfortunately, he had already become a peak mage god. In the Human Mage Alliance, he was definitely the most powerful person. 1 high-level mage god and 2 intermediate mage gods were useless. Even 3 high-level mage gods would be useless. The difference between a high-level mage god and a top-level mage god was very big because of the domain. The level of a mage god was not just about the number of spells in the magic core. It also involved the domain. The domain that a first-level mage god comprehended was very rough. He could only mobilize less than 10% of the magic power. A second-level mage god could mobilize 20%. A third-level mage god could mobilize 30% of the magic power. Once he reached the ninth-level mage god, he could mobilize the power of the magic core. However, only a peak mage god could perfectly mobilize all the magic power in the magic core. He could make the magic core run at full speed. Such a domain was the most perfect. The explosive power was more than 5 to 10 times stronger than a ninth-level mage god. And under a peak mage god, for every 10% increase in the power of the magic core, the power of the domain would double. The gap was huge. This was the reason why a peak mage god could suppress a super force. If the Human Mage Alliance did not have 12 peak mages, they would have been completely destroyed by the Wolf Clan. The domain Lei Lou had comprehended, the domain of the gods, was still made up of 9 pictures. However, after his magic core was able to fuse with the domain of the gods, the metamorphosis it produced was extremely shocking. Only after entering the pinnacle level of an archmage would one be able to understand how terrifying a pinnacle archmage was. Archmage of the Pharaoh Kingdom, I'm giving you a chance now. Surrender yourself and go to the Golden Cloud Sacred Palace with us to atone for your sins. Perhaps our Holy Lord, on account of you being an archmage, might be able to let you live, Chandro said in a deep voice with his hands behind his back. Of course, the reason he said this was that he did not want to do anything if he didn't have to. Bringing a living Dharma god back might be even more meritorious. As for whether this Dharma god of the Pharaoh Kingdom could survive, he was thinking too much. Based on his understanding of the Holy Lord, as long as this Dharma god of the Pharaoh Kingdom was captured, he would suffer a fate worse than death. Cut the crap. Let me see how powerful the Dharma god of the New World is. Lei Lou smiled calmly. He was considered a peak Dharma god, but 3 high-level Dharma gods wanted him to surrender? Wasn't this a joke? Humph. Since you're not willing to listen, then don't blame us for not being polite. Chandro's gaze turned cold as he suddenly attacked. He waved his hand and blasted out a huge handprint. Devil's Hand. The huge magic beast blotted out the sky and covered the sun. Its 5 fingers were like a tall mountain, shaking the sky and earth as they descended in the direction of Lei Lou. This was the true celestial phenomenon, the might of the heavens, the punishment of the heavens. This magic contained a terrifying domain attack. The domain continued to expand and spread out as the huge devil's hand devoured everything. Just as it was about to swallow Lei Lou when a crystal ball suddenly appeared in Lei Lou's hand. He gently raised his hand and countless stars and meteorites instantly appeared in the sky. Star rise. Star fall. The monstrous devil's hand instantly shattered, and the terrifying domain was instantly torn apart. Chandro's entire body trembled, and his face turned pale. The domain being torn apart directly affected the magic core within his body. He was incomparably shocked. You're a peak archmage. Elder Chandro's body began to tremble because of his fear. You guessed correctly, but there is no reward. Lei Lou smiled calmly. But, in Elder Chandro's eyes, this smile was like a devil's smile. His palm shook, and he actually pushed the 2 elders, Mani and Kong Feishi, out. Then, his body moved, and he crushed an escape rune. A deep black light burst out, wrapping around him as he flew into the distance. His speed was incredible. The reaction of the other 2 elders was not slow either. But they were not as fast as Elder Chandro. Moreover, they were pushed by Elder Chandro. This was not a casual push. A terrifying power invaded their bodies and affected their escape. It would be strange if they did not run. This was a peak archmage. Unfortunately, Elder Chandro had actually plotted against them. They were forced to block Lei Lou and buy some time. Just a little bit was enough, because the escape runes used by Elder Chandro were not ordinary runes. Instead, they were found in a mysterious cave. They were treasures that could be used to escape. You want to escape? Lei Lou sneered and raised the crystal ball in his hand once again. In the sky, countless stars gathered once again. In the next second, the stars fell and directly smashed into the void. Then, they drilled out from the black light that enveloped Elder Chandro. The black light instantly shattered and Elder Chandro's body was revealed. His eyes were wide open. It was obvious that he had died after his aura had been cut off. There were burn marks all over his body. He had been burned to death by the flames of the meteorite. He had only used one spell. Elder Chandro, an 8th-level mage god, had been killed. At this moment, the other two 6th-level mage gods had just gotten rid of Elder Chandro's power. Then, they turned around and saw the scene of Elder Chandro being burned to death by the meteorite. He was too powerful. Was this a peak mage god? Even Elder Chandro, an 8th-level mage god, had been killed instantly. At this moment, they did not have any thoughts of resisting. Lord Peak Dharma God, spare us. We are willing to surrender. Elder Mani suddenly knelt. Lei Lou frowned slightly. This Dharma God was so weak that he was actually afraid of death to such an extent. However, it was also good to avoid killing 2 more Dharma gods. After all, they were very rare. If it was not necessary, he really did not want to kill the human race's Dharma gods. In the New World, the Archmage was the strongest power to resist the high-level foreign clans. Take these 2 pills. Lei Lou suddenly threw out 2 black pills. These were pills that could control the soul. The reward from the system check-in. These pills were very angry. After infusing different levels of magic power, they could produce power that could control the soul. Once swallowed, this power would lurk in the human body, and it would flare up every once in a while. There was only one way to alleviate the effect. That was to use or infuse the same magic power as the pill. Using this kind of pill, Lei Lou could control 2 Dharma gods. Unless their cultivation base could surpass Lei Lou, only then would they be able to control the pill. Mani and Kong Feishi looked at each other. Without any reason, they caught the pill and swallowed it directly. At the same time, in the Golden Cloud Temple, there was an altar with 23 strange crystal balls on it. Crack. Suddenly, a crisp sound was heard. The sound was very clear in the hall. A guardian priest who was dozing off suddenly woke up. When he saw that a crystal ball on the altar had shattered, his eyes were wide open as if he had seen something terrifying. Chandro. Elder Chandro's crystal ball has shattered? These crystal balls contained a trace of the soul of the mage god Elder and even the Holy Lord. Once this mage god fell, under the guidance of the soul, the special restriction of the crystal ball would be activated, causing it to shatter. It was a tool for warning. It could be the life or death of a Dharma god. As for those below the Dharma god, they couldn't split their soul, so they couldn't use the crystal ball as a warning. Now that the crystal ball representing Elder Chandro had shattered, it meant that Elder Chandro had already fallen. Elder Chandro was one of the 3 high-level Dharma gods in the Golden Cloud Temple. His status was noble, only below the Holy Lord. But now, he was dead. This was a shocking event. Soon, all the high-level elders in Golden Cloud Temple learned of Elder Chandro's death. They were all stunned. Where are Elder Mani's and Elder Kong Feishi's crystal balls? Golden Cloud Holy Lord's face was gloomy. A high-level Dharma god had died. This was an unacceptable loss for Golden Cloud Temple. During the war with the Wolf Clan, Golden Cloud Holy Palace had only lost 1 high-level Dharma god in the past 100 years. The 2 elders' crystal balls are still fine. A Dharma god elder said, "It's a pity that it's the old world. It's different from the rules of the new world. We can't speak to the 2 elders through the spiritual domain. Otherwise, we would know the specific situation at once," said an elder with a sigh. He was very close to the fallen Elder Chandro and hadn't expected him to die in the old world. The high-level elder of Golden Cloud Temple died in the old world. Today, I, Golden Cloud Holy Lord, must go and see for myself. The eyes of Golden Cloud Holy Lord twinkled with a cold light. First the death of his favorite successor, Fetni, and now the death of a high-ranking Archmage. 2 6th-level Archmage elders had gone missing. If he could not kill the murderer, if word got out, his Golden Cloud Temple would become a joke in the Human Mage Alliance. For someone who cared about his reputation, that was a very bad thing. Holy Lord, are you blind? You're a peak mage god and a pillar of our Human Mage Alliance. Once you leave the new world, the Wolf Clan will definitely detect you. If the Wolf Clan sneaks up on you, it'll be troublesome, a high-level mage god elder quickly said. The other Archmage elders also tried to persuade him. The Archmage elders could leave the new world to go to the old world, but only the Holy Lord couldn't. At this moment, a fake Archmage priest rushed into the hall and knelt on one knee, reporting, "Holy Lord, there's a secret message from the front line. There's a disturbance in Holy Wolf City, and a large number of werewolves are gathering." The expressions of the elders present changed drastically. Holy Wolf City was the capital of the Wolf Clan. Any disturbance was not a small matter. Could it be that the Wolf Clan was going to attack again after 5 years? The frequency of the attack was too high. Elder Leia, Elder Yatua, the two of you head to the old world and contact Mani and Kong Feishi to investigate the situation. Report as soon as there's any news. The Golden Cloud Holy Lord was helpless and could only make other plans. Before he understood the situation in the old world, he couldn't casually send high-level Dharma gods in. The two elders he sent this time were both level 1 and level 2 Dharma gods. "Yes, Holy Lord," the two elders quickly said. Although they knew it was very dangerous, they didn't dare to refuse. On the other side, the two elders of the Golden Cloud Holy Palace took a pill, and soon, the pain that tore at their souls took effect. The two of them felt the pain of their souls being torn apart. It was so painful that they wanted to die immediately. They only recovered after Lei Lou gave them a trace of his magic power. The effect of this pill will take effect once a year. It must be removed by me personally. Otherwise, you know the consequences, Lei Lou said indifferently. He did not trust the Dharma god of Golden Cloud's sacred hall at all. Therefore, using this pill to control it was the best method. Unless these two elders had also become peak Dharma gods. If that happened, they would be able to escape the control of the pill. In a year's time, these two elders would not be able to advance to peak Dharma gods. It would even be impossible for them to advance from level 6 to level 7. In a year's time, he would already be at the level of an ultimate Archmage. By then, he would be able to neutralize the medicinal properties of the pills for them. The magic power of an ultimate Archmage would be injected into their bodies, and the attributes of the pills would become even more powerful. As long as Lei Lou was always stronger than them, they would never be able to escape from his control. As for the other ultimate Archmages, would they be able to neutralize the pills for them? It was simply impossible. Lei Lou was the only one with the power to help. The two Archmages trembled. After experiencing that pain just now, they definitely did not want to experience it a second time. However, being able to survive was not a big deal. "Now, tell me in detail about the situation in the new world. Don't hide any useful information," Lei Lou said. "Yes, my lord." The two mage god elders quickly agreed. Then, the two of them told him about the situation in the new world. After Lei Lou had heard it, there were indeed great changes in the era of Zibi. First of all, the Human Mage Alliance had become more powerful, and it had more experts. There were now 12 peak mage god experts. In Zibi's era, there were only 5 peak Archmage experts. However, there was one thing that hadn't changed, and that was the cruel living environment of the new world. It hadn't changed much. Instead, it had become more and more serious because the human race was becoming more powerful, and they were being targeted in the new world. Originally, it was just a few small clans attacking the human race, but now it had become an even more powerful wolf clan. The reason for this was that the rise of the human race threatened these foreign clans. Most importantly, the human race did not have an ultimate mage god. If there was an ultimate mage god, the wolf clan would not dare to attack the human race so arrogantly. In the new world, other than the large races of the orcs, there were still some other clans. Basically, there would be 1 or 2 ultimate mage gods overseeing the life of the clan. Without an ultimate mage god, the clan would be in a miserable state. In the end, it would even be exterminated. The reason why the human race was able to persist for more than 2,000 years to this day was mainly because of their geographical location. They were at the edge of the new world. In addition, the human race had a large number of powerful mages. Coincidentally, the wolf clan did not have an ultimate mage god either. As a result, they could only suppress the human race, but not completely destroy it. After Lei Lou understood the situation of the new world, he sent the two Dharma gods back there. The main reason was to have them hide in the Golden Cloud Temple and pass on information to him in the future. Otherwise, he would not know anything about the new world and would not be able to know in time if something major happened. Of course, after they returned, they would definitely be asked about Elder Chandro's death. The reason had already been made up. They would say that they had met a peak-level Dharma god. Elder Chandro had sacrificed himself at the critical moment of life and death and entangled that peak-level Dharma god, giving the two of them a precious chance to escape. It was likely that Elder Chandro's soul was in heaven. He would definitely be grateful to them. The reason he had revealed Lei Lou's true strength was also to prevent Golden Cloud Temple from sending people over again. That would be extremely annoying. Once they found out that he was a peak Dharma god, other than the Holy Lord, no one else in the Golden Cloud Holy Palace would dare to take the risk. Furthermore, there was a very important point. Peak Dharma gods were usually not allowed to move around easily. They had to guard the new world. Lei Lou believed that Golden Cloud Holy Lord would think it through before taking action. Sometimes, it was important to show off one's strength so that the other party would not think that they could control him. That would also be very annoying. The two elders of the Golden Cloud Temple left, and Lei Lou quietly returned to the Imperial City. The previous battle of the two elders had triggered a terrifying chain reaction, alerting many powerful mages around. However, they had moved quickly, and by the time these mages arrived, they had already disappeared. There was not even a trace left at the scene. Elder Chandro's body was turned into ashes after being hit by the meteorite. Not even a corpse was left. After Lei Lou returned to the small world, he began to make preparations for breaking through to the level of an ultimate mage god. Once he successfully broke through to the level of an ultimate mage god, his ability to protect himself would greatly increase. Even if he was a peak mage god, he still would not feel safe. After all, there was an ultimate mage god in the new world. Lei Lou sighed. Once he broke through to the level of an ultimate mage god, there would be no magic that he could learn. It seemed like he would have to change to a more special place to sign in. Thus, Lei Lou took a deep breath, took out the divine bestowment potion, and swallowed it. As the medicinal power exploded in his body, it attacked Lei Lou's body as if it was going to explode. The medicinal effects of the divine bestowment potion were extremely strong. Lei Lou circulated his cultivation technique and used all his strength to maintain the stability of the magic core. However, as the medicinal effect struck, cracks appeared on his magic core time and time again before he repaired them, making the magic core more solid. This was a necessary process for one to break through from a peak archmage to an ultimate archmage. However, the strengthening of the magic core was not the main thing. Lei Lou felt that his spiritual consciousness, soul, and thoughts seemed to be enveloped by an extremely mysterious energy. It was extremely restrained and floated as if it was about to leave his body. At the level of an archmage, one could take the initiative to split their soul. But at the moment, this kind of soul wasn't stable. If it wanted to leave his body, it would be a bit strange. Ordinary people would definitely panic in this kind of situation. Lei Lou was also felt a bit panicky. Boom. Suddenly, Lei Lou's consciousness had a big explosion. It was the terrifying medicinal effect of the God-given medicine, directly tearing his sea of consciousness. In an instant, Lei Lou's soul consciousness really flew upwards. It rose slowly until he saw his own body. He was sitting cross-legged below. This was the first time he looked at his body with God's vision. It was a very strange feeling. The ultimate magical God realm is mainly to condense the soul. The magic core has become a support. Lei Lou understood. This soul was no longer a body of consciousness, but a special energy that could protect the soul's consciousness. Even if the body was destroyed, the soul could survive for a period of time on its own. It could even take another person's body to resurrect. Not only that, but the soul could also fight. It would mainly in the form of a magic shadow. By combining the soul and the domain, and then infusing magic into it, one could form a soul domain. This was the ultimate archmage's method. It far surpassed peak Dharma gods. An ultimate Dharma god didn't need to move his body to be able to kill enemies thousands of miles away. He relied on his soul to leave his body and turn into a phantom to advance. Moreover, the speed of his soul's flight was much faster than his body. No wonder an ultimate Dharma god can become the strongest force to suppress a clan. Lei Lou thought. At this moment, his soul had succeeded. It was equivalent to reaching the realm of an ultimate mage. Suddenly, his meditation became awkward. He did not have a codex that an ultimate mage could meditate on. Simple meditation could only strengthen the magic core and increase the magic power, but it could not make the soul stronger. The condensation of the soul was not simple either. It was not simply a combination of the soul and the domain. In fact, it was not that he did not have a codex that an ultimate mage cultivated. In the number 1 golden cloud token, there was a very powerful sky magic codex that could be cultivated all the way to the level of an ultimate mage. Unfortunately, this was an evil codex that needed to absorb the power of the immortal to cultivate. Lei Lou instinctively detested this codex, so he naturally did not want to cultivate it. It looks like I really need to get out this time. Lei Lou's heart was set. The original plan was to stay in the old world, but now it seems that this plan would not work. He couldn't continue to meditate, to cultivate his soul, or to complete the condensation of phantoms. The system has delayed me. Lei Lou sighed with emotion. Suddenly, he realized that his breakthrough had actually taken more than a day. Fortunately, the system was able to help him sign in. Otherwise, he would have wasted a day's worth of signing in. I haven't finished signing in today. I just happened to break through to the final Dharma God realm. Perhaps my luck is bursting? Lei Lou's heart stirred, and he immediately signed in. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully signing in. Reward: Supreme Soul Codex. Soon, the system's notification sound rang out. F***ck. Lei Lou's entire body trembled, and he cursed. Even though he was more than 100 years old, at this moment, he couldn't stop the joy on his face. The system should have heard his ridicule and rewarded him with a super powerful soul codex. Just by looking at the name, he knew that it was not ordinary. Lei Lou was filled with strong anticipation as he quickly checked the information on the Supreme Soul Codex. The Supreme Soul Codex contained many mysteries and was the most suitable soul codex for the ultimate Dharma god to cultivate. It was divided into 9 layers. Only those who had condensed a soul could learn it. Lei Lou's eyes widened. This codex was so powerful. The starting point was ridiculously high, and even the lowest could only be cultivated by an ultimate mage god. Moreover, the ultimate mage god had only just reached the threshold of cultivating this codex. One could only imagine how powerful this Supreme Soul Codex was. Moreover, this Supreme Soul Codex had 8 methods of condensing soul phantoms. Lei Lou took out the Supreme Soul Codex without hesitation and used it immediately. In an instant, his soul underwent a strange transformation as endless information fused into his soul. Not only that, an invisible spiritual power circulated throughout his body and forcefully altered the magic core. All traces in his body were refreshed. The old would not go away, and the new would not come back. Lei Lou wholeheartedly devoted himself to the cultivation of the Supreme Soul Codex. Each of the 8 soul phantoms had its own characteristics. After seemingly hesitating, he finally chose Caesar's phantom. He chose this phantom because he was powerful. The attack power and destructive power of this phantom were incomparably terrifying. Lei Lou liked this kind of attack method. After a long time, the entry effect of the Supreme Soul Secret Manual completely disappeared. Lei Lou took a deep breath. With a thought, his soul immediately moved. His god domain and soul fused, finally forming a Caesar phantom. Boom! The void trembled, and a huge phantom appeared. It was incomparably sharp, as if it could pierce through the sky and tear apart the void. This was the special effect of the Caesar phantom. Once the angel sword technique was used, its power would be greatly enhanced. Following that, Lei Lou's soul moved, and the illusory shadow was abolished. In the blink of an eye, the illusory shadow had circled the small world once, and his body did not feel any discomfort. Moreover, after the illusory shadow was abolished, it was not as if the body did not have the ability to protect itself. It would activate a specific type of illusory defense. This design had a peculiar world law, which was that the illusory shadow and the body would defend together. Only after the illusory shadow was broken could it attack the body. Even if the phantom was far away from the body, as long as the distance did not exceed the limit, the phantom's defense would not disappear. This way, there was no need to worry about the risk of the body being destroyed after the phantom was far away from the body. Lei Lou urged the phantom, and just as it flew out of the small world, he immediately felt a wave of instability. In other words, the limit of his phantom was about 100 miles away. This was only temporary. When he continued to cultivate and level up, strengthening the magic in his soul and magic core, and strengthening the domain of the gods, he would be able to improve the phantom. At that time, the range of the phantom would be even greater. By using the phantoms, he could get rid of the limitations of his body and completely unleash his combat power. In a sense, the body became a major factor that affected his combat power. Just the speed of flight alone had a huge impact on his combat power. Of course, it was also impossible to not have a body. That was a soul without a source. Pure soul phantoms could not meditate unless they became like the immortal. Of course, the Sky Wolf King Zibi had sacrificed himself to enter the sealed land. In fact, he had intended to absorb the evil energy and turn his consciousness into a demon spirit. Whoosh! Lei Lou returned to the small world and continued to cultivate. He was extremely excited now. He had just become an ultimate Dharma god, but his strength was still very weak. Why did he have to go out and seek death? It was better to cultivate to the ultimate Dharma god's final form and wait until he reached the level of an ultimate Dharma god. Anyway, he had the codex to cultivate, so there was no need to go out. Lei Lou was very happy. New World, Golden Cloud Temple. Elder Mani and Elder Kong Feishi had already returned. Before returning, they found a secret place in the old world and tried to get rid of the pills in their bodies. Naturally, they did not want to be controlled by others. But after they tried, they were completely in despair because they really couldn't get rid of them. In fact, during the process, it was as if they were stimulated, and that painful feeling swept over them. In the end, they gave up. After returning to the Golden Cloud Holy Palace, they didn't let anyone know that they were controlled by someone with a pill. If the Holy Lord knew about this matter, he would probably punish them severely regardless of whether they could remove the control of the pill. After all, they had surrendered to the enemy, which was a betrayal to the Golden Cloud Holy Palace. Therefore, they would let on even if they were beaten to death. Peak Dharma God? When the Dharma God elders of the Golden Cloud Holy Palace heard the two's words, they were all shocked. No wonder Elder Chandro had fallen in the old world. Everything made sense now that he had met a peak Dharma God. We humans have the 13th peak Dharma God. Who is he? Golden Cloud Holy Lord's expression became extremely grave. He did not believe that Elder Mani and Elder Kong Feishi would lie. If he was really a peak Dharma God, even he would not be able to attack. Because they were both peak archmages, there might be a gap between them. They might be able to defeat the other party, but it was absolutely impossible for them to kill the other party. Unless the many peak archmages of the Human Mage Alliance joined forces, it would be possible for them to completely suppress the other party. Was that possible? The other party was hiding in the old world and not coming out. They had no way at all. Moreover, the other peak archmages might not be willing to help. Once many peak-level archmages entered the old world, what would happen if the werewolves took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack? That would be the end of the human race. No one could take such a risk. Therefore, his disciple, Fetni, and the high-level archmage, Elder Chandro, were destined to die in vain. At this moment, Golden Cloud Holy Lord felt a strong sense of powerlessness within the spiritual domain shared by the Human Mage Alliance. Powerful spiritual projections appeared in the illusory palace. This time, it wasn't an ordinary mage god. It was 12 peak mage gods of the human race. They were the pillars of the Human Mage Alliance of the New World. Without their deterrence, the human territory would have long been conquered by the Wolf Clan, and countless people would have died. According to our chess pieces hiding amongst the Wolf Clan, we have received a piece of intelligence. The old Sky Wolf King is preparing to try to break through to the realm of an ultimate mage god. A peak mage god said in a deep voice. The expressions of the many peak mage gods present turned extremely grave. This old Sky Wolf King was the strongest peak mage god in the Wolf Clan. His strength was much stronger than the average peak mage god. In the entire Human Mage Alliance, only the leader of the White Moon Palace was around his level. Moreover, the Wolf Clan had more peak archmages than the human race. The human race had used all kinds of methods to split the Wolf Clan. That was why they were unable to mobilize all of their forces. If they had managed to do that, they would have been able to crush the humans long ago. In comparison, the Human Mage Alliance was much more united. Although there were usually fights, they were able to unite at critical moments to resist external enemies. This was caused by the cruel environment. Otherwise, the Human Mage Alliance would have disbanded long ago. It's extraordinary to break through from a peak mage god to an ultimate mage god. There's a high chance of failure. Even the old Sky Wolf King might not succeed, a peak mage god said. But everyone else knew that this was just a hypothesis. It was like he was blindfolded in the face of danger and deceiving himself. As the #1 peak mage god in the Wolf Clan, how could the old Sky Wolf King dare to attempt a breakthrough if he was not confident? Once the breakthrough process failed, even the soul would be turned into powder. There was no suspense at all. This time is different. It is said that the old Sky Wolf King has obtained a divine herb bestowed by the God Island in the sky. The master of the White Moon Palace sighed and said, when he had received this news, he knew that the most dangerous moment for the human race had arrived. Once the old Sky Wolf King broke through to become an ultimate Dharma god, he would definitely launch a war to exterminate the human race. At that time, the human race would have no room to retaliate. The only way was to retreat back to the old world. By using the old world, they could resist the invasion of the Wolf Clan. Moreover, the rules of the old world would limit the power of the Dharma god from outside. However, in that case, the foundation of the human race in the New World would be completely destroyed. The human race, who had bred in the New World for more than 2,000 years, would be plunged into endless misery and despair. That was because there were too many people in the territory of the human race. There were more than 100 billion people. It was impossible for all of them to retreat back to the old world. All the peak-level Dharma gods present fell silent. The divine herb given by the floating god island was only recorded in the ancient books of the human race. It could increase the success rate of breaking through from a peak Dharma god to an ultimate Dharma god. No wonder the old Sky Wolf King was preparing to break through to an ultimate Dharma god. The chance of success was very high. If it were them, they would also risk their lives to try. Once they succeeded, they would enter an even more powerful domain. The ultimate mage god could live for thousands of years. The mage god could only live for thousands of years. Being able to live for thousands of years was the dream of countless powerful mages. We must make preparations. First, we must withdraw a portion of the human elites back to the old world. However, this plan must be kept absolutely quiet and carried out in secret, the master of the White Moon Palace said in a deep voice. This was a move that could not be helped. If it was not for the fact that the humans had really reached the most critical moment, how could they possibly withdraw back to the old world? They might even have to give up 99% of the humans. Even if they had retreated back to the old world, it would not be completely safe. The Wolf Clan would definitely invade the old world. After losing the resources of the new world, and the origin of the old world had not completely recovered, the humans would become weaker and weaker. The final possibility would be that the Wolf Clan would successfully invade and completely conquer the humans. Suddenly, a peak Dharma god said, "What if we cut off the boundary and completely cut off the connection between the new world and the old world?" The White Moon Palace master sighed and replied, "It's very, very difficult. Even if we can do it, it has to be the final method. Once the boundary was completely cut off, the new world and the old world would be separated. Although they could organize the Wolf Clan to invade the old world at the same time, the humans of the old world would be unable to enter the new world. Moreover, it was still unknown whether it could be cut off or not. It had never been tried before. All right, everyone, go back and make arrangements. There isn't much time left for us." After the White Moon Palace master finished speaking, the mental projection disappeared. The other peak Dharma gods also left. Golden Cloud Holy Lord had originally planned to say that there was a peak Dharma god hidden in the old world, but there was no need for that now, because a peak Dharma god couldn't change anything. In the blink of an eye, Lei Lou had broken through to become an ultimate Dharma god. The speed of meditation is too slow. Lei Lou opened his eyes. Although he had signed up for some medicine that an ultimate Dharma god could use, the cultivation of an ultimate Dharma god was much more difficult than ordinary Dharma gods. With sufficient resources, he estimated that it would take him at least 3 years to reach the second level of an ultimate mage god. The improvement of the soul was much more difficult than the cultivation of the magic core. With this kind of efficiency, even if he cultivated for 100 years, he might not be able to reach the peak of an ultimate mage god. Although to an ultimate mage god who had a lifespan of several thousand years, 100 years was nothing at all. But Lei Lou couldn't stand such a speed. It had taken him less than 120 years from beginning to learn magic to reach the level he was now at. At this moment, Alo's voice sounded from outside. "Senior, a person who claims to be Elder Mani's disciple has brought you a secret letter. Bring it in." Lei Lou waved his hand, and the fog immediately split apart, forming a passage. Alo walked in and respectfully handed over a scroll. The scroll fell into Lei Lou's hand. With a thought, he quickly read the contents of the scroll. Only an ultimate mage could store information like this. Moreover, to read the information within, there had to be a specific method. If one forcefully read it, it would destroy the contents. Therefore, it was very well hidden. Lei Lou easily read the information in the scroll. "Master, 3 days ago, the old Sky Wolf King of the Wolf Clan broke through to the level of an ultimate mage god and was about to launch an attack on the human race. Now, the Human Mage Alliance has made a decision to retreat to the old world. I hope Senior can make preparations as soon as possible." There was not much information in the scroll, but it was a piece of important news. The old Sky Wolf King actually broke through to the realm of an ultimate mage god? Lei Lou frowned. It had nothing to do with him originally, but now the Human Mage Alliance wanted to withdraw to the old world. He was involved. Not to mention that the Human Mage Alliance would attack the social structure and ruling system of the old world, and the Wolf Clan also wanted to follow and invade. This was very likely. Since the human race had been able to migrate to the New World 3,000 years ago, then it was very normal for the orcs of the New World to enter the Old World. Lei Lou sighed. The life he yearned for the most was to quietly train, but such opportunities were becoming fewer and fewer. It was not because he had become stronger that he could calm down. On the contrary, the stronger he was, the higher the level he would come into contact with, and the harder it would be to feel at ease. The Wolf Clan was not the only clan in the New World. From what Elder Mani and Elder Kongfeishi had said about the structure of the New World, the Wolf Clan could only be considered as a second-rate power, because there had never been an ultimate mage god before. Above the Wolf Clan, there was an even more powerful and terrifying floating god island. There were many powerful ultimate mage gods, and there might even be high-grade ultimate mage gods. Although such a transcendent power might not be paying attention to them for the time being, what about the future? Who could guarantee what would happen in the future? What a headache, Lei Lou sighed. Originally, after becoming an ultimate Dharma god, one would have the ability to protect themselves. But now, it seemed that it was still far from enough. He had to become a peak ultimate mage god to feel safe. Lei Lou took a deep breath and finally made a decision. "I'll go to the border to take a look first. I can't let the situation deteriorate completely." He really didn't want to make a move, but if he didn't, he would burn himself to the old world side. In a sense, the old world could be considered his base camp. Therefore, it would be best if this battle did not take place on the mainland. On the same day, Lei Lou quietly left the Imperial City and flew towards the border. As for the Imperial City, he did not need to make any arrangements. It was already on the right track. New World, Fire Dragon City. This was a city under the Scorching Sun sect, one of the 12 powerful mage alliances of the Human Mage Alliance. In this new world, the human race was protected by a super powerful sect. In a sense, a mage sect was an independent kingdom. It had supreme power. "Barrier, you don't have to worry. I will work hard to cultivate. When I return and become a powerful mage, I will definitely come back to pick you up and let you live a better life. A girl around the age of 11 or 12 said to a girl around the age of 13 or 14 in a very sensible manner. This girl's skin was a little rough because of her years of hard work, but it was still difficult to hide her exquisite facial features. Leolon, when you arrive at the Scorching Sun sect, you must cultivate well and take good care of yourself. The young girl Leolon's eyes were moist. She did not know how many years it would take for her sister to return. However, she was still very proud in her heart. Becoming a mage was the dream of many people in Fire Dragon City. There would not be more than 100 people who could be selected each year, and Fire Dragon City had a population of millions. A city with such a huge population was not because it was special, but because of the living environment of this new world. The scattered villages and towns were not suitable for survival at all. Only by gathering in one city after another could they withstand the attacks of the monsters in the wild and the orcs. Soon, the youth and his other companions climbed onto a huge humped beast. This humpback beast was 7 to 8 meters tall and looked extremely ferocious. It was a beast that had been tamed in the wilderness. Its speed was extremely fast, and it possessed extraordinary combat strength. At this moment, dozens of young men and women of all sizes had gathered on the humpback beast. This is the last batch. A man in silver robes stood on the humpback beast's head. He looked at Fire Dragon City, not far away, and his eyes revealed a look of pity. This was because this time, they were not recruiting disciples. Instead, they were sending the children and youths with magical talent to the old world. This way, they could preserve the vitality of the human race. In other words, after these children and youths left Fire Dragon City, they might not return for the rest of their lives, and Fire Dragon City, which had a population of over 10 million, would be equivalent to being abandoned. The people in Fire Dragon City didn't know about it yet. Those who were qualified to know about it had retreated in advance. Similar things were happening in hundreds of cities across the human territory, not just Fire Dragon City. Don't think too much about it. This is also for the continuation of the human race. A man patted the shoulder of the silver-robed man and said telepathically, "I know. I just think it's a little too cruel." The silver-robed man replied telepathically, "There's nothing we can do about it. The old Sky Wolf King of the Wolf Clan has already become an ultimate Dharma god. We humans have no chance at all." The man sighed. Soon, the huge humpback beast moved and left Fire Dragon City. Countless residents of Fire Dragon City were still sending off the humpback beast of the Scorching Sun sect. However, they didn't know that it wouldn't be long before a disaster would befall them. At the border, Lei Lou had already arrived. This was the first time he had seen the situation at the border. It was very narrow. On both sides were endless dead seas. He could sense the great terror contained within with just a little bit of his will. I wonder how this strange geographical feature was formed. Lei Lou was very curious. However, his attention soon fell on the moving crowd in the narrow passage. There were too many. On the other side of the New World, there were hundreds of thousands of people gathered. They were waiting to cross the border. On the side of the Old World, a large number of people were crossing the land of permafrost. This land of permafrost was not suitable for humans to live in. Lei Lou looked at the scene but did not stop them. Perhaps 3,000 years ago, humans crossed the border and entered the New World in this way. Lei Lou blended into the crowd and walked along the border. No one noticed him. This was the power of the ultimate Dharma god. Even if a peak Dharma god met him, he probably would not notice him. This was a kind of spiritual dominance, enough to be ignored by anyone below the most holy level. However, when an ultimate archmage made a move, he would definitely be powerful enough to destroy the world. Oh right, I wonder if there will be a better reward for signing at this border. Lei Lou suddenly had an idea. In any case, today's signing opportunity has not been used up. System, sign in, he muttered in his heart. Immediately, the system's notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully signing in. Reward. A ticket to the Profound Land. Lei Lou was a little dumbfounded. Profound Land? A ticket? What the hell was this? It didn't seem like a magic manual, nor was it some kind of medicine, or a magic staff or pearl. As he walked, he read the related information. The Profound Land, the legendary place of origin of wisdom. Entering it, reading the books inside, and learning the knowledge inside could improve one's comprehension, enlighten one's wisdom, improve one's spirit, and invigorate one's thinking. The ticket was the proof to enter the profound land. Just based on this information, Lei Lou couldn't determine what benefits the profound land had. After all, he had to experience it firsthand. Thus, Lei Lou crossed the border and did not stop. Instead, he continued to go deeper, wanting to see the situation of this new world. It had to be said that the concentration of spiritual qi in the new world was much better than in the old world. No wonder meditating here was easier to obtain magic power. However, it was also filled with all kinds of dangers. Powerful wild beasts roamed everywhere. Occasionally, he could even sense the aura of the immortal clan. Lei Lou wandered around the new world for a few hours and came across many human cities. It was completely different from the old world. All the humans lived in the cities. These cities were very huge. They were built like war fortresses and set up powerful arrays. They were completely prepared for war. After all, the humans had spent almost all of the past 2,000 years fighting against foreign races. It was hard to imagine how much suffering the humans of the new world had gone through in the past 2,000 years. In comparison, the humans of the old world were much happier. It was getting late. Lei Lou entered a city. It was called the Fire Dragon City. Compared to the humans of the old world, the humans of the new world were much more valiant, and there was a great atmosphere of magic. Even if they could not practice magic, they would learn some combat skills to protect themselves. In the city, there were mages patrolling almost everywhere. Even the ordinary citizens had mostly learned combat aura, although most of them were level 1 or level 2 combat aura warriors. Other than the new world having such an environment for training, it was also a serious threat from the foreign races. The commoners had learned a few moves to resist the invasion of the alien races. In the new world, the humans were usually all warriors. Soon, Lei Lou arrived at a dilapidated courtyard and knocked on the door. Not long after, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Then, the courtyard door was pushed open, revealing a 13 or 14-year-old girl. Due to her hard work, her skin was a little rough, but her facial features were exquisite. Her body was also well-proportioned. If she could maintain her skin, replenish nutrition, and recover her body, she would definitely be a very beautiful woman. Her jet-black eyes looked at Lei Lou. Although he was an unfamiliar man, she was not too afraid because the invisible aura that Lei Lou emitted was enough to offset this young girl's wariness. The young girl, Liu, looked at this calm-looking man in a gray robe and immediately asked, "Sir, is there something you need? I'm from a foreign land. I want to borrow some time from you. Is that okay?" Lei Lou chuckled. In the girl's eyes, Lei Lou's smile was warm and charming. She nodded without hesitation and said, "Yes, but I don't have any delicious food here. I'm afraid I'll neglect you, sir." "It's fine. You don't have to care about me." Lei Lou laughed. Then, he opened his palm, revealing some golden leaves. Even in the new world, gold and silver were the currency of the same trade. Liu hurriedly said, "Sir, we don't need so many. If I give it to you, take it," Lei Lou said indifferently. Liu had to take the gold leaves. Lei Lou moved into a small empty house at the back of the courtyard. According to Liu, this house was originally where her younger sister, Leona, lived. However, some time ago, her younger sister had been accepted by the Scorching Sun sect as a reserve disciple and was taken away to cultivate. When she mentioned her younger sister, Liu revealed a smile on her face. Her two shallow dimples appeared innocent and naive. Lei Lou sighed in his heart. This girl might not know that his sister had probably been sent to the old world. The two worlds were separated, so the hope of seeing each other again was very slim. "Sir, if there's anything you need, you can call me," Liu said before she left. Lei Lou smiled and nodded. Then, he waved his hand, and the door closed tightly. Then, he shot out numerous runes strengthening the house and sealing off all leaks of aura. The house was very clean. There was no furniture, so there was no need to tidy it up. The reason he had chosen to stay here was not by chance. Instead, He had used his spiritual power to discover that this place was not ordinary. It seemed that there was a strange fluctuation that was hidden. This fluctuation could only be detected by those who had reached the level of an ultimate mage god. Out of curiosity, he borrowed it, preparing to study it properly when he had time. Lei Lou took out the vampire coffin and lay down. If Liulan was here, she would be scared to death if she saw Lei Lou sleeping in the vampire coffin. Let me see what benefits this profound land has. Lei Lou closed his eyes and activated the ticket. In an instant, Lei Luo's consciousness seemed to touch a mysterious domain. In the next moment, he felt his consciousness shake and leave his body. Then, he was stood in a huge space. He looked down and saw a mountain made of countless silver books. In the distance was a boundless golden ocean. When he looked carefully, he realized that it was made of many strange words. Is this profound land? Lei Lou suddenly understood. It was indeed the literal meaning. There was a variety of books here, describing all kinds of profound meanings of magic. When he opened one, there was nothing inside. Lei Lou was a little confused. Why are there no words in this codex? He threw away the blank books and picked up the others, but they were all blank. What's going on? Lei Lou was very puzzled. He didn't pick up any more books, but flew toward the profound land meanings at the foot of the mountain of books. Soon, he landed in profound land. Although there were countless golden characters floating around him, he couldn't touch or communicate with them. It was as if there was a dimensional difference between him and them. Wait, I think I know what's going on. Suddenly, Lei Luo's expression changed as he had an idea. He immediately flew out of profound land and arrived at the mountain of books. Then, he picked up a silver book. The book was still empty. Lei Lou flew down from the mountain of books. He landed in profound land, and then immersed the silver book in profound land. In an instant, a magical scene happened. The words that were moving around seemed to swim to the silver book. However, some kind of power stopped them. When Lei Lou saw this scene, he completely understood. So that's how it is. Lei Lou was extremely shocked. He pondered for a moment, then began to recall what he had seen before. Boom! The silver book suddenly shook, and a large number of golden words surged towards the silver book. After an unknown amount of time, a few strange words appeared on the cover of the silver book. Lei Lou did not know any of these words. They seemed to be the words of a god, but he took a look and understood. These 3 words were the meaning of a mage. Lei Lou looked at the silver book. It was no longer blank. Instead was filled with many strange golden divine runes. A strange expression appeared on his face. Suddenly, the silver book in his hand shook slightly and flew up into the sky. Not long after, a brilliant 9-colored light descended from the sky and landed on Lei Luo's body, transforming his soul memories. It was so comfortable that it couldn't be described with words. Oh my God! My soul has been strengthened. Lei Lou was shocked. Was this the meaning of profound land? Soul consciousness was the foundation of life. It was very difficult to strengthen it even a little bit. It almost determined the nature of life. All the power depended on the power of the soul consciousness. But now, his soul consciousness had been strengthened. It was unbelievable. It meant that Lei Luo's foundation had been greatly improved. His wisdom was increasing, his comprehension was increasing, and his thinking was more active. This kind of benefit was great. Although it didn't increase his competence, it would benefit his cultivation in the future. After his soul consciousness had been strengthened, Lei Lou felt that his soul had returned to his body. Thus, the profound land had gone. He was lying in the vampire coffin again. Phew! Lei Lou took a deep breath. He felt that his entire body was restrained. His mind seemed to have been strengthened. If he moved, he felt like sparks would fly out. All of a sudden, he took out the ticket to profound land. It had turned gray. It meant that he couldn't use it for a short time. Lei Lou treasured it very much and carefully put it away. If he could use it again to get another chance to enter, it would be awesome. Thus, Lei Lou started to cultivate the Supreme Soul Code. After taking a bottle of potion, he started to operate the Phantom of Caesar. After a long time, Lei Lou opened his eyes, and his face revealed an ecstatic expression. As expected, after his soul consciousness became stronger, his cultivation efficiency had greatly increased. Originally, it would take more than 3 years for him to advance to a second-level ultimate Dharma god. Now, half a year was more than enough. Awesome. Lei Lou felt that signing the ticket to the Arcane realm as a reward this time had saved him a lot of time. In the blink of an eye, Lei Lou had been in Fire Dragon City for 3 days. During these 3 days, he had been meditating. Occasionally, he would spend some time exploring that obscure fluctuation. He found that this obscure fluctuation originated from the space in this room. This was very strange. With Lei Lou's strength, he was far from being able to study space. Although he used the Earth to create a small world, it was the nature of the Earth and had nothing to do with him. He had no idea what the theory behind it was. This obscure fluctuation has clearly increased. Although the increase is very small, as time passes, I'm afraid that even peak-level Dharma gods will be able to sense it. Lei Lou rubbed his chin. He was a little curious as to what had caused this obscure fluctuation. Unfortunately, he couldn't figure it out in a short time. Therefore, he planned to stay here for a long time. Perhaps it would be a great opportunity for him. Lei Lou put away the vampire coffin, then waved his hand and walked out of the house. He hadn't left the house for 3 days. However, that was a very common thing in the library. The courtyard wasn't big. Although it was a little shabby and had been repaired, it was very clean. Suddenly, Lei Lou's gaze fell on the figure of a young girl who was practicing her swordsmanship in the courtyard. The sword she used was a very ordinary iron sword, but it was polished to look like a cold light. It was very flexible, and it contained sharp killing intent when it was waved. This was a set of swordsmanship skills that was specially created for killing. The young girl, Lei, was not very strong. She could only be considered to have level 3 battle chi. After all, she did not have many resources and her martial arts were just average. In fact, her talent as a magician was not bad. However, she was a little old and did not have much to nurture her. That was why the Scorching Sun sect had given up on her and took her sister Leona away instead. Lei Lou watched for a while. Lei had finally finished her sword training. "My lord." Lei quickly greeted him. Lei Lou nodded and then walked out of the courtyard. He strolled around outside, feeling the local customs of this new world of humans. It was very different from the Pharaoh Kingdom. There was almost no leisurely atmosphere here, and the people on the streets were all in a hurry. The shops on both sides of the street often had nothing to do with enjoying entertainment. When he returned to the courtyard, Lei was no longer there. Lei Lou did not care. He returned to his house and continued to meditate. In the blink of an eye, he had already stayed in Fire Dragon City for more than half a month. He would go out for a walk every 2 or 3 days. Every time, he would see Lei practicing her swordsmanship. The atmosphere in Fire Dragon City became even more tense because there were messages spreading in the city. The Wolf Clan was going to launch a war against the humans again. War was an eternal theme here. Therefore, everyone in the city was preparing for it. When Lei Lou returned to the courtyard, he saw Lei repairing some old chainmail that had been used for goodness knows how many years. "Is this thing useful?" Lei Lou asked. "Lei Lou, it's still useful. Back then, my father was slashed by a werewolf. It was this chainmail that weakened some of the damage, so he didn't die." Lei raised her head, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. The dimples on her face became even more obvious. "I just want to survive and wait for my sister to come back and we can reunite." Lei clutched the chain armor, her eyes shining. The girl's strength made one's heart ache. Lei Lou sighed in his heart, turned around, and returned to his room, continuing to cultivate. Fire Dragon City, City Lord's Fortress. "City Lord, are you really not leaving?" "The Wolf Clan's army is already gathering. In less than 5 days, the vanguard will be able to pass through Rotten Stone City's defensive line and directly approach our Fire Dragon City. At that time, even if we want to leave, we won't be able to." A middle-aged man looked at the black-bearded old man sitting on the main seat and tried to persuade him. "Madra, there are more than 12,140,000 people in this city. Can you make me abandon them and escape on my own?" The black-bearded old man let out a long sigh. "But this is the general trend. It is not something that you can change by yourself. Rather than making a wasted sacrifice, It is better to leave a useful life and continue to sacrifice yourself for the survival of the human race. The middle-aged man, Madra, said, "My decision has been made. You don't have to say any more." The tone of the city lord of Fire Dragon City was extremely determined. The middle-aged man knew that there was no point in continuing. He could only bow slightly to the city lord of Fire Dragon City and retreat. The city lord of Fire Dragon City stood up and walked to a black magic staff. He picked it up and wiped it. He muttered, "Old friend, this might be the last time we work together." 3 days later, all of Fire Dragon City was in an uproar. A large number of mages were organized, ready to defend against the invasion of the werewolf army. The scouts sent by Fire Dragon City had already detected traces of werewolf activity. Leolon had also left early in the morning. This was because every resident of Fire Dragon City had to make a contribution to protecting the city. In the house, Lei Lou was lying in the vampire's coffin, cultivating again. Every moment, he was improving. Suddenly, Lei Lou opened his eyes, because he vaguely sensed that a scorching aura like the sun had appeared in an extremely distant place. His cultivation had already reached the level of an ultimate Dharma god, and the power of his senses was far from what a Dharma god could compare to. As the Wolf Clan's ultimate mage god finally made his move, Lei Lou muttered to himself. This would be his opponent. All this while, Lei Lou had relied on his absolute advantage to crush every battle. When the Lord of the Pharaoh Kingdom rebelled, when the enemy was a peak elemental mage, he was already an ultimate mage. When the werewolves surrounded the Imperial City, the Sky Wolf King, Zibi, was a beginner ultimate mage, and he was already a peak ultimate mage. He was already a peak level mage when he was facing an 8th level mage god and 2 6th level mage gods from Golden Cloud Temple. But now, he was a 1st level ultimate mage. And the enemy he was about to face, the old Sky Wolf King, was also a 1st level ultimate mage. The only advantage he had was that he had reached the level 2 months earlier. That wasn't right. The Supreme Soul Codex he had cultivated, the Caesar's Shadow he had condensed, and the Arcane land from before, it should give him a greater advantage. Moreover, in the new world, his power wasn't affected by the rules of the world. He guessed that it was because he had checked in with the system. Lei Lou quietly sucked the vampire coffin into the system space and then walked out of the house. He stood in the courtyard and sent out his mind power. He could sense all of Fire Dragon City. All the people present were soldiers. Even the elderly and children had picked up their weapons. And in the west of Fire Dragon City, a huge werewolf army came whistling over from afar. It was said that werewolves had the bloodline of the wolf god in their bodies. A small number of werewolves could activate the bloodline of the wolf god, and thus could activate the ability of werewolf transformation. Werewolves in the werewolf transformation state would have a great increase in their combat strength. After Lei Lou sensed the strength of this werewolf army, he determined that Fire Dragon City could not withstand it and would not be able to defend for too long because Fire Dragon City only had a dozen or so ultimate mages. Most of the ultimate mages had already retreated. Those who remained were either unaware or had voluntarily stayed behind. Although there were some elemental mages in Fire Dragon City, they were far from being a match for the werewolf army. The commander of the werewolf army was already a peak ultimate mage, and he had many ultimate mages under him. There were also powerful werewolf warriors. Lei Lou's figure moved and flew into the sky. Then, with a wave of his hand, a ray of light descended from the sky and suddenly spread out, forming a huge angel light shield that covered the entire city. He didn't use the strongest 4th layer angel shield, only the 2nd layer. With this 2nd layer angel shield, the werewolves wouldn't be able to break through Fire Dragon City. Whoosh! Lei Lou flew away and disappeared. When the huge angel light shield enveloped Fire Dragon City, the city lord, who was the strongest, was completely shocked. What is this? As a high-level ultimate mage, the city lord of Fire Dragon City had a very strong will. Soon, he sensed the super strong defensive power of this angel light shield. Could it be that there's a mage god hiding outside Fire Dragon City? He guessed. Although Fire Dragon City also had a defensive array, it was far from being that powerful. But he was not too surprised. Even if Fire Dragon City could survive this calamity, what would happen in the future? Without the protection of the Human Mage Alliance, Fire Dragon City would be exposed as prey in the wilderness. When even more powerful werewolves arrived, it would be the end of Fire Dragon City. Lei Lou returned to the old world, found a secluded spot in the frozen ground dozens of miles away, and sat down cross-legged. The only reason he gave up fighting the old Sky Wolf King in the new world was that he wanted to use the rules of the old world to weaken him. As long as the Wolf King dared to enter the old world, he had a greater chance of killing him. Lei Lou was the kind of person who pursued safety, so he naturally had to maximize his advantage. It was not his style to fight head-on with the old Sky Wolf King. In front of the border, all that remained were powerhouses above the mage god level. In addition to the 12 top-tier mage forces, there were dozens of weaker mage alliances in the Human Mage Alliance. Usually, there were mage gods overseeing things. At this moment, more than 350 archmage experts had gathered in front of the borders. These were all the archmages of the Human Mage Alliance. The 12 peak archmages sat cross-legged at the very front. Suddenly, they opened their eyes almost at the same time. They're here. Their gazes were solemn. This was their first time facing an ultimate archmage. If they could use the laws of the old world to suppress that ultimate archmage of the Wolf Clan, perhaps they could still defend the borders. But if they couldn't, then there was nothing they could do. They could only retreat into the old world and rely on the vast area of the old world to fight against the Wolf Clan. But if that happened, the Human Mage Alliance would lose the initiative completely. It would be as if they were trapped in a cage and would never be able to escape. Not long after, even an ordinary mage god could feel a powerful aura coming from afar. It spread like a flood, and an endless pressure enveloped everyone's hearts. They knew that the most powerful mage of the Wolf Clan had finally arrived. Moreover, this time, they were not only facing the many mage gods and peak mage gods of the Wolf Clan, but also the even more terrifying old Sky Wolf King. Boom! Soon, the clouds in the sky were torn apart. Even the light rays were distorted. That part of the world became extremely gloomy. It was a strange phenomenon formed by a large amount of terrifying aura stirring the world. Soon after, all the archmages saw an extremely shocking scene. They saw a huge palace flying through the air, surrounded by hundreds of werewolf archmages and peak archmages. The huge palace stopped in the air, and soon after, a very loud voice was transmitted from it. "Humans, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and beg for mercy, and become slaves of my wolf clan." The terrifying pressure of the ultimate mage filled the sky. It was like the might of the heavens. Many of the mage gods of the Human Mage Alliance trembled. They felt that the magic core in their bodies was trembling, and it was almost difficult to control. They were extremely shocked. This was the ultimate mage god, the old Sky Wolf King. Just the power contained in his figure had a huge impact on them. Once they faced an ultimate mage, how terrifying would that be? The 12 peak archmages all had solemn expressions. Although they had predicted the power of an ultimate mage, only by personally experiencing it would they know that it was even more terrifying than they had imagined. At this moment, they had no confidence in defending the border between the two worlds. "Old Sky Wolf King, if you want to challenge the human race, then come at me. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" A human peak archmage with a bad temper shouted. Once they became slaves of the Wolf Clan, then they would no longer be in charge of their own life and death. Peak archmages like them would also become slaves and become powerful cannon fodder for the war of the Wolf Clan. Under the command of the Wolf Clan, there were some weak orcs who became slaves. As for the humans, they were foreign races. Their fate would definitely be worse. If the humans were willing to become slaves of the Wolf Clan, they would have submitted long ago. They wouldn't have continued the war with the Wolf Clan for more than 2,000 years. Alright, since you humans are disobedient and want to resist me, then don't blame me for not being polite. The old Sky Wolf King snorted coldly. Soon after, a huge silver wolf shadow emerged from the palace. This silver wolf shadow had the body of a human and the head of a wolf. It emitted an extremely terrifying aura. This was the soul shadow of the old Sky Wolf King. Soon after, this wolf soul shadow started moving towards the border and attacking. Boom! The void seemed to have been blasted apart. Before the huge silver claw could attack, The world was shaking violently. The 12 peak archmages of the human race howled wildly. Their strongest powers erupted. In an instant, rays of light shot into the sky to meet the silver claws. However, under these silver claws, the strongest attacks of peak archmages were powerless. The giant silver claws only dimmed a little. Retreat quickly. The White Moon Palace Master was so terrified that his face lost all color. Too powerful. Is this the power of an ultimate mage god? There is no way to resist it. Boom. Although the 12 peak archmages used their own life-saving methods to escape from the core attack range, the aftershock still injured them. The other archmages were still some distance away from the battle area, but the terrifying aftershock made their faces pale. It was too powerful. If it were them, none of them would have survived. Thus, without hesitation, they flew back to the border and entered the old world. See, this is the power of the ultimate archmage. You are too weak. The shadow of the old Sky Wolf King laughed maniacally. Before he had become an ultimate archmage, he had fought many battles against humans, but in the end, he had failed. The Wolf Clan had tried for more than 2,000 years, but still failed to conquer the entire human race. But now, not only had he become the first ultimate archmage of the Wolf Clan, but he had also finally succeeded in gnawing down the tough bones of the human race. Seeing the human experts fleeing into the old world in a sorry state, the old Sky Wolf King did not make a move directly. Instead, he was like an old cat playing with a mouse. He wanted to make the humans completely despair and lose their dignity. In the end, they would have no choice but to submit and become the slaves of the werewolves. Humans had great potential. If they were completely destroyed, it would still be a bit of a waste. Do you think that returning to that world will be safe? The huge wolf head of the old Sky Wolf King revealed a cruel smile. The influence of different worlds is indeed great, especially for an ultimate mage. However, the ultimate mage who is suppressed is also an ultimate mage. In the next moment, the shadow of the old Sky Wolf King flew down from the sky and arrived in front of the border gate. Many wolf archmages and even peak archmages followed behind him. Is this the original world of the human race? Since the origin has been awakened, it will belong to our wolf clan in the future. The old Sky Wolf King laughed loudly and crossed the border gate, entering the old world of the human race. In the next moment, the old Sky Wolf King's shadow felt an invisible suppression. Moreover, the connection between the soul shadow and the main body was greatly affected. However, the Wolf Clan's powerhouse had already carried his main body out of the palace. After entering the human world, that influence had immediately disappeared. Although the suppression of the world's laws affected his strength, he still had enough to sweep across the entire human world. Those peak human archmages were still not worth mentioning to him. When the 12 peak archmages of the Human Mage Alliance saw the old Sky Wolf King chasing after them with many werewolf experts, they felt extremely bitter. They knew that there was no hope for the human race. They could only wait and see how long the human race could last. But at this moment, a loud voice came from the frozen land behind them. "This is our human world. How dare you werewolves touch it?" Then, a terrifying aura that was not inferior to the old Sky Wolf King rose up. Everyone looked over when they heard the voice. They saw a huge soul phantom suddenly rise in the distant sky. Under the sun, it looked like a god overlooking the earth. This is the human race's ultimate archmage? The White Moon Palace Master, Golden Cloud Holy Lord, and the other 12 peak archmages, hundreds of archmages, and countless ultimate mages all looked at the huge soul phantom with shock. For more than 2,000 years, the Wolf Clan had been going to attack the human race. The human race had always been suppressed by the orcs in the New World. The history of the human race in the New World could be said to be a history of blood and tears. Countless ancestors of the human race had left their own lives for the survival of the human race. Even at the level of archmage, or even a peak archmage, it was the same. In the history of the human race, there were very few human mages who died of old age. 99% of the human mages either died in battle or were seriously injured during the battle and died shortly after. This became a fated reincarnation of all the mages of the human race. Why was this? It was because the human race had not had an ultimate archmage. That was why the Wolf clan dared to attack the human race so wantonly. Over the past 2,000 years, many human experts had tried countless times to find a path to become an ultimate archmage, but all of them had failed. There were even human experts who had not hesitated to write about it and practice dark magic, but in the end, they had all ended up in a miserable state. In this new world, the human race was like a foreigner. Without the recognition of the world, it seemed that they would never be able to become ultimate archmages. They did not know how long it would take for them to completely integrate into this new world. After the Wolf clan gave birth to an ultimate archmage, the human race encountered the greatest crisis. They had no choice but to retreat into the old world. Facing the power of the ultimate archmage of the Wolf clan, all the human experts, including the 12 peak archmages, were unable to resist. Their hearts were filled with despair. But now, what did they see? A huge soul phantom. It was suspended in the distant sky. It was like a god, looking down at the earth, looking down at the sky, emitting a great and shocking aura. Ultimate archmage. It was a human's ultimate archmage. All the human experts were stunned. There was a kind of confusion. A kind of confusion that they could not believe what they could see, feel, and hear. When did the human race get an ultimate archmage? Moreover, it was in the old world? Archmages could not be born. But this soul phantom in front of him was indeed real. The aura of an ultimate archmage that could intimidate the world was also real. Ultimate archmage. We humans have an ultimate archmage. At this moment, countless human powerhouses had tears streaming down their cheeks. Many ultimate mages and even archmages were so excited that they knelt on the ground. Even the 12 peak archmages were trembling with excitement. It turned out that the heavens had not given up on the human race. There was still hope for them. In front of the border, many powerhouses of the Wolf clan were also stunned. The human race had an ultimate archmage? What a joke. The human race's ultimate archmage had not appeared in over 2,000 years. If the human race had an ultimate archmage, how could the Wolf clan dare to attack them? Even the floating god island would not easily attack the races with ultimate archmages. It was very difficult to kill a human who had reached the level of an ultimate archmage. If the ultimate archmage escaped and carried out crazy destruction, it would be a terrible disaster. Unless one had full confidence that they could suppress an ultimate archmage, they would not try. An ultimate archmage of the human race? I think it's just an illusion created to boost his momentum. The huge soul phantom of the old Sky Wolf King showed a cautious expression. However, he did not plan to retreat just like that, because he wanted to test the power of this ultimate archmage of the human race. Since the human race had an ultimate archmage, why had it not appeared in the past 2,000 years? In the past few hundred years, the Wolf clan had conquered quite a number of humans, so why had this human race's ultimate archmage never appeared? Logically speaking, the Wolf clan did not have an ultimate archmage, but the human race did. They could have used their might to oppress the Wolf clan and force them to give in. However, the human race had not. Therefore, he could not help but suspect that the human race's ultimate archmage was fake. Perhaps he was seriously injured, or for some reason, he could not leave the human world. He had a chance to kill the human race's ultimate archmage. How could he miss such a great opportunity to kill a human race's ultimate archmage? If this ultimate archmage of the human race entered the new world, it would be a great disaster. Moreover, it would be a pity to give up on this revived human world. If the Wolf clan could obtain such a huge world, the future of the Wolf clan would be infinitely bright. Therefore, he had to test it out. Human ultimate archmage, let's see if you have the ability to protect this world. The old Sky Wolf King let out a long howl, his voice shaking the entire world. Endless power of the ultimate archmage enveloped the world, pressing down on the human ultimate archmage. At the same time, he suddenly raised his huge wolf claw. Sky Wolf God Claw. This claw was obviously many times stronger than the previous one in the New World, because he had mobilized the power of his bloodline. As the ultimate archmage who had awakened the Sky Wolf God's bloodline, he couldn't awaken the werewolves normally. He had to use the power of his bloodline through the wolf transformation. He could already fuse the power of his bloodline into his soul phantom. In an instant, the huge silver claw tore through the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds. Even a huge mountain or a huge city would be reduced to dust under this claw. Many of the human experts below felt the power of this claw, and their faces turned pale because this claw was much more powerful than the previous one. The 12 peak archmages felt very fortunate. The old Sky Wolf King had not used his full strength before. Otherwise, they would not only have been injured. Lei Luo's Caesar Phantom stood in the void and looked at the huge silver claw that was grabbing toward him. His expression was as calm as usual. He had clearly seen the power of the ultimate archmage of the Wolf Clan. But that was all. He was about to peer into the innate talent of his bloodline and unleash a special targeted attack. In the projection of the soul of the ultimate archmage of the Wolf Clan in front of him, he saw an extremely weak bloodline power. Even the operation of this bloodline power was displayed in front of him. There was no secret to the phantom attack of the ultimate mage of the Wolf Clan. This was the magic of the Elemental Eye. As long as he was not too much stronger than him, Lei Lou could use the Elemental Eye to analyze his opponent's power structure, bloodline composition, operating principle, and even the attack effect of the Elemental Eye. In the next moment, the aura of Lei Luo's soul phantom suddenly changed, as if it had turned into a monstrous divine sword. His two fingers joined together to form a sword and stabbed out. It was simple and without any techniques, but it also contained extremely powerful magic power and laws. Pooh! The resplendent sword light instantly tore apart the giant silver claw and only pounced toward the Sky Wolf King's archmage. The werewolf ultimate archmage was stunned. Although this wasn't his strongest high-level attack, it was definitely a peak attack. But now, it had been broken by the human's sword. In the next moment, he felt a great danger. He did not have the time to attack because the speed was too fast. He could only hurriedly use his soul phantom defense. Wolf God Protection. A strange silver shield appeared with a ferocious wolf head phantom on it. A terrifying sword light shot onto the silver shield. Cracks appeared on the silver shield and it collapsed with a bang. Then, the weak sword chi shot onto the old Sky Wolf King's soul shadow. The old Sky Wolf King shivered. He felt that his soul shadow was being picked up and cut into pieces. It was extremely terrifying. This was just a weak remnant of sword chi. It had such terrifying power. How could there be such powerful magic in the world? At this moment, the human ultimate archmage in front of him was simply recovering from his weakness and had not injured at all. The old Sky Wolf King no longer had the intention to continue fighting because his strength had been suppressed in the human world. If he continued fighting like this, he would be in danger of being seriously injured. Retreat. The old Sky Wolf King let out a long howl and suddenly flew toward the border. The other werewolf experts scattered around were all dumbfounded. Their ancestor, who was like a god in their hearts, had actually been defeated. At this moment, they no longer had any fighting spirit and hurriedly flew toward the border. On the other hand, the human experts were all extremely excited. The Wolf Clan's ultimate archmage had retreated. They had won. The human race had won. Everything that the human race had in the new world would be preserved. Just as a powerful ultimate archmage from the human race was watching the Wolf Clan's ultimate archmage retreat from the old world, a cold voice suddenly came from the soul phantom. How can our human world be a place where you can come and go as you please? Lei Luo's goal was to keep the ultimate archmage of the Wolf Clan. How could he allow the ultimate archmage of the Wolf Clan to escape? He pointed with his finger. On the ground, in front of the border, a strange light shield rose up and turned into an enormous angel light shield. A wave of aura was emitted from this light shield. 4 layers of angel light shield. It blocked the front of the border in an instant. Many Wolf Clan experts were directly enveloped by these 4 layers, turning into shivering rabbits in the cage. The Wolf Clan's ultimate archmage reacted even faster. He did not enter the angel light shield but was blocked by its path back to the new world. He was already trapped in the old world. Humph, do you think this trifling defense can stop me? The werewolf ultimate archmage snorted coldly. Although he might not be a match for the human ultimate archmage in this old world, it would not be too difficult for him to break this defense. Thus, he grabbed fiercely. Boom! The huge angel light shield rumbled, distorted, and rolled, but it did not shatter. What was even more ridiculous was that a large number of werewolf experts trapped inside seemed to have suffered a terrible blow. Their bodies exploded into a bloody mist. Even the peak archmages were no exception. The old Sky Wolf King's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw this scene. His attack had actually been transferred to the trapped clansmen by this light barrier. These were all elite experts of the Wolf Clan. It was not a big deal to lose one or two of them, but to lose so many at once, it would definitely cause a gap to appear between the experts of the Wolf Clan. The old Sky Wolf King took a deep breath and looked at the soul phantom of the human ultimate archmage in the distance. He immediately shouted, "Human ultimate archmage, why do you have to force us werewolves to leave so forcefully? From now on, our Wolf Clan and you humans will not offend each other. How about it?" At this time, if he did not give in, all the werewolf archmages and peak archmages who had entered the human world this time would die here. Such a loss was something the Wolf Clan could not bear. By killing you, the werewolf's ultimate archmage, the human race will be able to survive in the new world, Lei Lou said calmly. How could a fierce tiger tolerate other animals? When a werewolf's ultimate archmage existed, they would always threaten the survival of the human race. If Lei Lou had to guard against it every day, how could he cultivate in peace? The best way was to eliminate the ultimate archmage of the Wolf Clan. Therefore, he had to be sure to kill the Wolf Clan's ultimate archmage. Ha ha ha, human ultimate archmage, you want to kill me? You really know how to talk big. If you dare to kill the experts of my Wolf Clan again, I will slaughter all the humans in your world. The old Sky Wolf King laughed wildly as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Although he was suppressed by the rules in the human world and his strength was affected to a certain extent, he was still an ultimate archmage and was not afraid of Lei Lou, the ultimate archmage of the human race. At most, he was worried that he would be injured and affect his future magic cultivation. However, if he were to really fight with this human ultimate archmage, he would definitely not be afraid. He could even charge into the place where the human race lived and kill wantonly. With the power of an ultimate archmage, wherever he went, he could definitely destroy everything. He could not understand why this human ultimate archmage dared to speak to him in such a tone. Could it be that this human ultimate archmage did not know that to truly suppress a level 1 ultimate archmage, it would require at least a level 4 and above ultimate archmage to do so? At this moment, when the many human archmages, ultimate mages, and peak archmages heard the conversation between the two ultimate archmages, their expressions changed drastically. If they really forced the old Sky Wolf King to slaughter humans, it would be a huge disaster. However, they did not dare to make a sound because this was a confrontation between ultimate archmages. They were not ultimate archmages, so they did not have the right to speak. Now, the only one who could decide the fate of the human race was this ultimate archmage of the human race. Killing you, an ultimate archmage, is not difficult, Lei Lou said calmly. He had already used his elemental eye to work out what he needed to do to the old Sky Wolf King. Using the power he had now and the suppression of the old world's rules on the old Sky Wolf King, it would be enough for him to kill the ultimate archmage of the Wolf Clan. All he needed to do was use a spell. I'd like to see how you kill me. The old Sky Wolf King was so angry that he laughed. The next moment, his soul shadow moved and landed. It wrapped his body and prepared to fly toward the human world. He wanted to start a massacre in the human world. As for the remaining werewolf experts, he could no longer care about them. Lei Lou's soul phantom floated in the air with an indifferent expression. As he watched the soul shadow of the ultimate archmage of the Wolf Clan fly away, he suddenly raised his palm. This was the first time he had used his strongest attack. With his current cultivation base, he could barely use it this time. It was a spell that he had never used before. Caesar's Phantom was activated to the extreme, and a strange demonic power was added to Caesar's Phantom. One spell is enough to destroy you. The corner of Lei Lou's mouth curled up slightly as if he was issuing a verdict to the ultimate archmage of the Wolf Clan. He pointed his finger at him. The void shook, and the wind and clouds changed. It was as if this world could not withstand such a terrifying spell. The origin of the human world had yet to fully recover, so it was naturally difficult for it to withstand such a terrifying high-level archmage who could kill an ultimate archmage. Threads of black cracks actually spread out with Lei Luo's soul phantom as the center. The ultimate archmage of the Wolf clan, who was flying at high speed, shuddered. He actually felt that his circulation was not smooth, and a terrifying feeling of impending doom emerged in his heart. He turned around and saw a terrifying power coming from the human ultimate archmage's body. This terrifying aura was coming from him. No, impossible. The ultimate archmage of the Wolf clan was so shocked that his face turned pale. Wasn't this human ultimate archmage a low-level ultimate archmage? How could he have the power to threaten his life? It was completely impossible. But now, he could indeed feel this terrifying aura. At this moment, the ultimate archmage of the Wolf clan didn't dare to stay. As he activated his soul shadow defense, he desperately flew into the distance. He didn't believe that a spell of the human ultimate archmage could really threaten him. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, an extremely bright sword light shot over. It had already pierced through the void and closed in on the soul shadow of the Wolf clan's ultimate archmage. He used the powerful soul shadow to defend himself. Like paper, he was directly torn apart by the sword light. Then, the golden light shot into the huge soul shadow. It was like a chain reaction. The entire soul shadow was detonated. Boom! Endless sword light exploded from the body of the soul shadow. In an instant, the soul shadow of the ultimate mage of the Wolf clan seemed to have exploded like a star. It spread out in all directions and drowned out thousands of square kilometers of space. Fortunately, that area was a land of permafrost. If it had been the human domain, who knew how many lives would have been destroyed? No. The miserable cry of the ultimate archmage of the Wolf clan was transmitted from the huge ball of light. One could vaguely see an illusory wolf face emerging from the huge, dazzling white flame. It was the soul of the ultimate archmage of the Wolf clan. It let out a shrill cry at the last moment. In the next moment, the illusory wolf face was completely devoured by the dazzling white light. It lasted for almost 10 breaths before the dazzling light that illuminated everything gradually dissipated and fell silent. All traces of the ultimate archmage of the Wolf clan in this world had been completely wiped out. The ultimate archmage of the Wolf clan, dead. Lei Lou breathed a sigh of relief. It had been extremely difficult. At this moment, his soul phantom actually felt a little weak. That finger had almost brought his life to its peak. It was extremely strong. In a short period of time, it would be almost impossible to surpass it unless his cultivation base improved further. Fortunately, I borrowed the suppression of the laws of the old world. Otherwise, in the new world, this finger might not be able to kill this ultimate archmage of the Wolf clan. Lei Luo's gaze was solemn. He was not happy because he was too far away from being invincible in the new world. Just a first-level ultimate archmage was enough for him to use all his strength. After this, he had to go into closed-door cultivation. At this moment, in the land of eternal freeze, a large number of human ultimate mages, archmages, peak archmages, and the remaining werewolves were stunned when they saw the light of the Heaven's legacy gradually dissipating. What did they see? An ultimate archmage that could be said to be invincible to them had actually fallen in front of them just like that. Is this the invincible power of the human ultimate archmage? The White Moon Palace Master muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with endless desire, but then they dimmed again because he had had nothing to do with the realm of an ultimate archmage in this lifetime. Long live the ultimate archmage of the human race. It was unknown which human mage let out an extremely excited shout, but immediately, countless human mages also shouted along with respect and worship from the bottom of their hearts. This human mage who appeared out of thin air had not only saved the human mage alliance that was on the verge of extinction, but he had even destroyed the ultimate archmage of the Wolf clan, completely consolidating the territory of the human race in the new world. From now on, the Wolf clan would no longer be a threat. Once the human race had a space to develop, it would definitely usher in vigorous development. This was the dream of countless ancestors of the human race. They did not expect that one day it would actually come true. They felt like they were in a dream. On the side of the powerhouses of the reflective Wolf clan, They felt as if they had lost their loved ones. Their godlike ancestors in their hearts had actually died just like that. They simply couldn't believe what they had seen. It's over. We're completely finished. The werewolves from the wolf clan had no color on their faces. This would be their land of death, and they wouldn't even have a place to escape to. At this moment, a golden light descended from the sky and swept across all the remaining experts from the wolf clan. There was no room for resistance. All the powerhouses of the wolf clan were annihilated. Following that, the holy light shield that was blocking the border dissipated. After doing everything, Lei Luo's soul phantom swept across all the human mages on the ground below. His majestic voice rang out, "The humans of the New World will be prohibited from traveling between the two worlds for the next 100 years. The reason he was so strict was naturally because he did not want the humans of the New World to destroy the current order. After 100 years, the rules of the old world would have recovered, and a large number of powerful mages would definitely be born. At that time, the impact of the humans of the New World on the old world would be greatly reduced. We will obey the orders of the Supreme Archmage." The many peak mages of the White Moon Palace quickly bowed and agreed. If it were not for the danger of extinction, they would not have returned to the old world. They had long taken root in the new world. Moreover, all the human mages were born and raised in the new world. Before that, they had almost never entered the old world. Therefore, they did not have much affection for the old world. It was only the hometown of their ancestors. The mages of the Human Mage Alliance bowed to the soul of the ultimate Archmage in the sky and flew toward the border. Although the ultimate Archmage of the werewolves had died and all the powerhouses of the wolf clan had been lost, the danger for the human cities had not been averted. Without the protection of the human mage forces, it was equivalent to the human cities having no defense. Especially after the human mage forces were withdrawn, more than 90% of the ultimate mage forces would be unable to resist the powerful werewolf army for long. They had to rush over to support them immediately. A few other ultimate mages flew to the other side of the land of eternal freeze because they wanted to bring back the human elites that had retreated to the old world. The human ultimate archmage had already passed down a divine order. For 100 years, the humans of the new world would be prohibited from entering the old world. This was an order from the god, and it had to be strictly followed. After all, the humans of the new world still had to rely on the protection of this great ultimate archmage. Outside the boundary was a huge palace. There were only a few werewolf guardian mages guarding the palace. When a huge ray of light rose from the direction of the old world, it transmitted the shrill screams of the old Sky Wolf King. These werewolf guardian mages were completely terrified. How is this possible? Impossible. The ancestor, the ultimate Archmage Redstone, is invincible. How could he die? It's over. The wolf clan is finished. How could this happen? Why? How could the human race have an ultimate Archmage hidden in this world? This is a conspiracy. This is a huge conspiracy. The reason why the human race retreated to that world was because they lured the ancestor there with their power and set up a trap to plot against him. Damn it, how can the humans be so sinister? These Archmage-level werewolves roared with anger from the bottom of their hearts. Unfortunately, it was useless because their ultimate Archmage ancestor was already dead. The hope of their wolf clan's rise had been completely destroyed just like that. Quickly leave this place. A werewolf archmage said in a low voice, "We have to leave this place and report everything that happened here to His Majesty." The other few werewolf archmages all nodded. Without any hesitation, they soared into the sky and flew into the distance, leaving only the lonely palace standing in the wilderness. It was no longer as majestic as when they had come. At this time, a large number of human experts rushed out from the border. They were all excited. They did not expect to have the opportunity to return to this new world. Now, let's split up and go rescue the cities at the front line. We must minimize the losses, the master of the White Moon Palace said in a deep voice. The other 11 peak archmages nodded. In order to save more humans, they had to do it as soon as possible. With the ferocity of the Wolf Clan, once they broke through the human cities, they would definitely kill wantonly. Soon, the various mage forces scattered and headed toward the cities to save them. Countless human cities at the border were resisting the attack of the werewolf army. The mages did not dare to delay. Wolf Clan, Sky Wolf City. More than 10 high-level members of the Sky Wolf royal family gathered in a large hall at once. This large hall was the place where the Sky Wolf royal family specially kept the soul beads of mages. Even the Sky Wolf Emperor came here. All the werewolf experts felt their bodies go cold when they saw the dozens of broken soul beads. It would have been fine if the soul beads of an archmage or peak archmage were broken. But now, even the soul beads of the old Sky Wolf King, the only ultimate archmage in the Wolf Clan, were broken. What did this mean? Was the ultimate archmage also dead? What exactly happened? Why did the old ancestor die? Why did so many peak archmages die? What kind of terrifying event did the ancestor and the others encounter when they went out to exterminate the human race? Quickly contact the other tribes and ask them about the situation of the soul beads of the powerhouses they sent out this time. Sky Wolf Emperor's face was gloomy as he fell asleep. With the death of the ultimate archmage, the good situation of the Wolf Clan was going to be completely destroyed. The royal family had lost so many powerhouses. The entire Wolf Clan would probably be unstable and collapse. The Wolf Clan was mainly united by tribes. The Sky Wolf royal family was one of the most powerful tribes in the Wolf Clan. It was also because of this that the Sky Wolf King did not have a particularly strong binding force on the other tribes. It was not until the ancestor of the Sky Wolf royal family became an ultimate archmage that they had complete control over the various tribes. What was even more terrifying was that the human race had used some unknown method to kill the ancestor of the ultimate archmage and the numerous peak archmage powerhouses. If the human race had hidden such a terrifying power, then the Wolf Clan would be in danger. Not long after, the Sky Wolf royal family's mages contacted the other tribes and received a piece of news that caused everyone to fall silent. The soul beads of the other mages that were sent out from these tribes have also shattered. Seal the news. Colleagues, gather all the leaders of the tribes and discuss how to deal with it. Also, contact the spies within the human clan to investigate the specific circumstances of the death of the ancestor, the Sky Wolf Emperor said in a deep voice. The Wolf Clan had spies within the human clan. Not every human mage was able to do something as despicable as killing. There were also some greedy people who were afraid of death. They eventually joined the Wolf Clan and stole information from the human race for them. In the old world of the human race, the land of eternal freeze, Lei Luo's soul returned to his body and he opened his eyes. He felt the weakness in his body and knew that he had used up too much energy this time. This was the first time he had used all his strength to deal with an enemy. It was something that had never happened before. As expected, the Pharaoh Kingdom is still too comfortable. Lei Luo took a long breath. It was precisely because he was too comfortable that he had enough time to quietly meditate and train. But it was different in the new world. The living environment there was extremely cruel. If it wasn't for him, the Human Mage Alliance would have been completely wiped out. Now, he only needed to face one ultimate archmage. But what if it was an even more powerful ultimate archmage? In this new world, there were simply too many powerful existences. In comparison, his strength was still very weak. He had to develop in a low-key manner and go into seclusion to meditate. In addition, he had to make the Human Mage Alliance keep a low profile and not provoke any more powerful enemies. If he encountered an enemy that he could not deal with, his only way was to run far away, hide, and train hard. When he was invincible in the world, he would come out to take revenge. Hopefully, nothing like this would happen. Whoosh! Lei Luo left his hiding place and quickly passed through it, flying toward Fire Dragon City. His speed was much faster than a peak archmage. When he returned to Fire Dragon City, the Wolf Clan's army had already left. It was obvious that the werewolf army could not break the Holy Light Shield, so they had given up on it and gone to attack other cities. With a wave of his hand, Lei Luo removed the second layer of the Holy Light Shield, then returned to his room and began to cultivate. Fire Dragon City. The Fire Dragon City Lord stood like a wooden stake, looking into the distance. His thoughts could not calm down. How was the Human Magician Alliance? Did the ultimate archmage of the Wolf Clan launch an attack? Suddenly, the Fire Dragon City Lord's body trembled. The light shield that covered the entire Fire Dragon City had disappeared. Did that powerful mage withdraw? Or is it the time for the defensive shield to be maintained? The Fire Dragon City Lord thought to himself. No matter what, the safety of Fire Dragon City could no longer rely on the light shield. Everyone, be on high alert to prevent the werewolf army from returning, Fire Dragon City Lord shouted. Soon, pairs of cavalrymen spread out and scouted the surroundings. However, not long after, Fire Dragon City Lord suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky behind him because he sensed a powerful aura coming from afar. It was the aura of an archmage without any concealment. Wait, it seems to be an archmage expert of our human race. The Fire Dragon City Lord suddenly widened his eyes. There was still a big difference between the aura of an archmage of the Wolf Clan and that of the human race. Although they were both archmages, because of the difference in race, the difference in cultivation caused a great change in the aura. Generally, as long as one was an ultimate mage, they would easily be able to determine it. Now, the human archmage did not bother to conceal his presence. He was no doubt a human archmage. Not long after, a powerful light figure flew over and hovered above the city. Who was in charge of Fire Dragon City? The human archmage asked. Fire Dragon City Lord quickly flew up to welcome him. He bowed and said, Your Excellency, I am Fire Dragon City Lord. Hasn't your Fire Dragon City been attacked by the werewolf army? The human archmage asked. Fire Dragon City was at the front line, and it was usually easy for the werewolf army to target it. Although there were a large number of mages gathered on the city walls of Fire Dragon City, and the security was very strict, it was obvious that there were no signs of battle. This was a little strange. To answer your question, a few hours ago, a werewolf army surrounded Fire Dragon City. However, a powerful mage took action and cast a powerful light shield that covered the entire Fire Dragon City. The werewolf army surrounded the light shield and attacked for a period of time, but they couldn't break it, so they gave up and left. The Fire Dragon City Lord immediately told him everything honestly. There's such a thing? The human archmage was astonished. Only a high-level archmage would be able to cast the defensive light shield that had covered the entire Fire Dragon City and maintain it for a period of time under the attack of the werewolf army. However, there were only so many high-level archmages among the humans. They had all gone to the border. In fact, all the high-ranking archmages had already arrived at the border. There was no one missing at all. Could it be that there was a high-level archmage hidden within the human race? The probability of such a possibility was very small. This human archmage did not think too much for the time being because compared to the news of the appearance of an ultimate archmage, it was not worth mentioning. I now announce an important piece of news. Not long ago, an ultimate archmage of our human race appeared. Right before the border, he killed the ultimate archmage of the Wolf Clan in an invincible manner. All experts above the archmage level of the Wolf Clan were annihilated. The human archmage announced. This time, he was not talking to the city lord of Fire Dragon City, but to the more than 1,000 humans in Fire Dragon City. His voice was filled with excitement and pride. This was the most glorious moment for the human race in more than 2,000 years. When his voice was heard, everyone in Fire Dragon City was extremely quiet. After a while, countless crazy shouts rang out. They were the surprise and joy of countless people in Fire Dragon City. Many people were so excited that they cried. This was a cry of joy. Every moment, the human race was under extreme pressure to survive. They were about to face the attack of the Wolf Clan. They could die at any time under the sharp claws of the werewolves. Now, the human race actually had an ultimate archmage. This meant that the human race's miserable days were finally coming to an end. The good days were coming. How could they not be happy? We humans have an ultimate archmage. The city lord of Fire Dragon City muttered to himself. Tears could no longer be held back and rolled down his face. On this day, the human race's territory was thrown into a carnival. Although many cities had been attacked by the werewolves, and a large number of humans had been killed, for the entire human race, the appearance of an ultimate archmage was enough to make up for all the losses. Moreover, the rescue was timely, and the losses had not been too great. In the house, Lei Lou was lying in the vampire coffin, silently cultivating. As for the carnival in Fire Dragon City, he had experienced it as well, and he was quite happy. After all, he had saved the entire human race in the new world with the power of one person. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. With a thought, Lei Lou knew that this was the young lady, Leolon, knocking on the door. He walked out. Leolon, what's the matter? Lei Lou asked gently. My lord, we humans finally have an ultimate archmage. Leolon's face was flushed red, and she seemed unusually excited. I know. Lei Lou nodded. Right now, everyone in the city is partying outside. The city lord has just announced that you can drink as much wine as you want, and you can taste as many delicacies as you want. This is the most important day for the human race outside. Sir, let's congratulate the human race together. Leolon's eyes were as soft as water as she spoke excitedly. Congratulations to the human race? Lei Lou's calm eyes were slightly moved. Looking at this pure and strong face, a smile appeared on his face. Okay. Lei Lou drank a lot of wine and ate a lot of delicious food. It was as if he had returned to more than 100 years ago. He was no longer a powerful magician who stood high and mighty. He was just an ordinary person. He enjoyed the most simple happiness with those ordinary people. Leolon was actually drunk. Moreover, she had eaten so much food that her small stomach was almost full. In the end, it was Lei Lou who carried her back. He placed Leolon on the bed and looked at the faint smile on her face. This was the first time he had seen such a relaxed smile on this girl's face. In the past, she had always carried some reluctance and worry. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. Fire Dragon City had already regained its peace. The entire human territory had also regained its peace. In each city, a temple to the ultimate archmage was being built. In the future, it would become a place of worship for the human race. After cultivating hard, Lei Lou came out to get some fresh air. He saw Leolon practicing her combat techniques again. She didn't slack off because the human race had an ultimate archmage and the threat of the wolf clan was eliminated. Instead, she worked even harder. Leolon, you'll never improve much if you practice your sword like this, Lei Lou suddenly said. He felt that all of this girl's hard work was basically useless. No matter how well she practiced this sword technique, it couldn't be compared to a grade 4 mage. But this is the best sword technique I can come into contact with, Leolon said with some frustration. She was just an insignificant commoner. Perhaps when her sister Leona became a disciple of the Scorching Sun sect and had a certain status, she would be able to come into contact with a better training method. However, no one would wait long for the day they formed a team. In fact, she didn't even know how long it would be before she could see her sister. So during this period of time, other than going out to work, she could only practice her sword to pass the time and forget about missing her sister. How about this? I've lived here for so long. I'll teach you a set of sword techniques as a gift. Lei Lou laughed. It was just to pass the time. Moreover, he really couldn't watch this girl continue to practice such low-level swordsmanship. Although he was an archmage, he had signed up many warriors to practice swordsmanship over the years. These battle techniques might not be of much use to him, but to this girl, they were extremely precious treasures. Teach me sword techniques? Leolon was stunned for a moment before she said nervously, but I don't have the money to learn. In Fire Dragon City, there were places that taught battle techniques, but the more powerful the sword technique, the more expensive it was. She simply couldn't afford to learn it. I'll teach it for free. How about it? Do you want to learn it or not? Lei Lou laughed. Really? Leolon's beautiful eyes lit up. She nodded like a chick pecking at rice and said, I'll learn. I'll learn. Here, drink this potion. Lei Lou casually threw out a bottle of potion. Leolon took the potion and was a little absent-minded. Sir, this potion is very expensive, right? She had never taken a potion before. Only powerful mages and nobles could enjoy them. They were too extravagant for the commoners at the bottom level. It's very cheap. Hurry up and drink it, Lei Lou said with a smile. Oh. Leolon quickly did as she was told. Just as she drank the potion, she felt the potion turn into a boiling hot current that surged throughout her entire body, as if it was going to burst her body completely. Lei Lou, on the other hand, pointed a finger between Leolon's eyebrows and began to pour magic into her. In an instant, The aura on Leland's body rapidly increased. Level 4 Combat Aura. Level 5 Combat Aura. Level 6 Combat Aura. Level 7 Combat Aura. Level 8 Combat Aura. Level 9 Combat Aura. Only when she reached the limit of Level 9 Combat Aura did he stop. Lei Lou withdrew his finger, turned around, and walked into the house. Then, he laid down in the vampire coffin and continued to meditate. After an unknown amount of time, Leolan finally opened her eyes. They were filled with disbelief and shock. Her combat aura was already at level 9? She was only a tiny step away from becoming a true innate warrior? What was even more unbelievable was that a powerful and dense book appeared in her mind. It was called the God of War's Law. Within this law, there was not only a method of meditation, but also a set of extremely powerful warrior skills. It turned out that a real warrior could train together with magic. As long as there were enough resources, this law manual would be enough to support her to the level of an ultimate warrior. Who exactly is my lord? Leolan was very curious. This law manual was very powerful among the younger generation in Fire Dragon City. Finally, she walked to the door of the house and said softly, "Sir, thank you. I will definitely try my best to contact you. I won't let you down." She knew that her fate had been changed at this moment. Floating God Island. This was the holy land in the hearts of countless orc forces because there were many powerful mages here. Countless people had dreams and wanted to become one of them. That way, they would be destined to be the best. However, there were very few people who were qualified to enter. They either had to have extremely powerful magic talent, a huge background, or they paid a huge price. Outside the sacred city, in a luxurious courier station, Brew, a high-level archmage from the Wolf clan, was waiting anxiously. He had been here for almost half a month. A month ago, he had followed the order of His Majesty the Sky Wolf King and come to the Floating God Island. He had only one purpose, which was to meet the Wolf clan and ultimate archmage on the Floating God Island. It was not that the Wolf clan did not have an ultimate archmage, or even more than one. However, there were many werewolf tribes. The Wolf clan was just a tribe that was not considered big or small. Usually, it was dominated by another powerful golden-furred werewolf tribe, and this golden-furred werewolf tribe had an ultimate archmage on the Floating God Island. The old Sky Wolf King had obtained the floating immortal herb through this ultimate archmage. After Brew arrived at the Floating God Island, he immediately submitted a message from the Sky Wolf King, hoping to see that ultimate archmage. But it had been more than half a month, and there was still no news at all. Could it be that the ultimate archmage had decided to give up on the Wolf clan after knowing that the ultimate archmage, the old Sky Wolf King, had fallen? At this moment, a solemn voice was heard, "Emissary from the Wolf clan, the great Sun Archmage has agreed to meet you. Follow me." Brew's body trembled, and he revealed an ecstatic expression. He had waited so long for the great Sun Archmage to summon him. Thus, he hurriedly carried an exquisite box and walked out. There was a magnificent palace on God Island. It was different from the usual rough architectural style of the orcs. However, this palace was exceptionally exquisite. It was decorated with all kinds of gold, giving off a noble and luxurious feeling. A golden-haired old man in a golden robe sat cross-legged on a golden throne. His aura was as deep as the sea. Even though the palace was very large, his aura seemed to fill the entire hall. No one could ignore this golden-robed old man after entering. Archmage Brew from the Wolf clan entered the palace uneasily. He immediately knelt down and paid his most humble respects. "I am under the orders of the Wolf clan's king to pay my respects to the great Sun Archmage." "I already know about this. You can go back and wait for the news." A faint voice came from the throne. Brew felt a chill in his heart. It would be impossible to use the power of the great Sun Archmage to destroy the ultimate archmage of the human race. "Yes, Master Ultimate Archmage." He didn't dare to say anything more and immediately retreated from the hall. After Brew left, a blonde werewolf girl with a graceful figure and a fur coat appeared under the throne. "Grandpa, aren't we going to deal with the human race's ultimate archmage? I've heard of this race. They have great potential. The Wolf clan and the human race have been at war for more than 2,000 years, but they still haven't destroyed it. Aren't they afraid of growing stronger in the future? The blonde werewolf girl said. Xiao Ying, the human race's ultimate archmage, didn't come out of that world. Moreover, in the 2,000 years that the wolf clan and the human race fought, no human ultimate archmage has ever appeared. This battle also happened in that world. It was magic light that barged into that world that attracted the human race's ultimate archmage to attack. The threat level isn't great. On the throne, the Great Sun Archmage said calmly, most importantly, this human ultimate archmage was able to kill Archmage of the Wolf Clan. This means that he is not an ordinary ultimate archmage. It is possible that he is an intermediate ultimate archmage. The price of touching an intermediate ultimate archmage is too high. Moreover, as it is an intermediate ultimate archmage hidden in that world, the price is even higher. Therefore, it is not worth it. What if that human ultimate archmage enters our world? The blonde werewolf girl asked. It depends on whether this human ultimate archmage will threaten the living space of our orc race. The Great Sun Archmage chuckled and said, actually, the most important thing now is to find the cave abode of the Earth God. It's about time for him to appear. Grandpa, I heard that the Earth God's cave abode contains supreme opportunities. As long as you can enter it, can you definitely reach the level of an ultimate archmage? The blonde werewolf girl asked curiously. The Earth God's cave abode had always been circulating in this continent. It appeared once every 1,000 years. Every time it appeared, it would attract countless powerful forces to fight for the opportunities. Of course, but the ultimate archmage on the platform is secondary. What people are really looking forward to is the opportunity to break through to the highest level ultimate archmage. The Great Sun Archmage smiled and said, Xiao Ying, you should know that under normal circumstances, even if an ultimate archmage has a lifespan of 1,000 years, it is almost impossible to break through to the ultimate archmage above rank 7. A rank 6 ultimate archmage is already at the peak. Therefore, on the floating god island outside, a rank 6 ultimate archmage is already the peak. Only through some special fortuitous encounters can one have a breakthrough, and the cave abode of the Earth God contains such fortuitous encounters. Grandpa, what kind of existence is the owner of the cave abode of the Earth God? The blonde werewolf girl asked again. The Earth God is naturally a magical earth spirit that surpasses all ultimate archmages. However, that kind of existence only exists in legends. After an unknown amount of time, Leolon finally opened her eyes. They were filled with disbelief and shock. Her combat aura was already at level 9. She was only a tiny step away from becoming a true innate warrior. What was even more unbelievable was that a powerful and dense book appeared in her mind. It was called the God of War's Law. Within this law, there was not only a method of meditation, but also a set of extremely powerful warrior skills. It turned out that a real warrior could train together with magic. As long as there were enough resources, this law manual would be enough to support her to the level of an ultimate warrior. Who exactly is my lord? Leolon was very curious. This law manual was very powerful among the younger generation in Fire Dragon City. Finally, she walked to the door of the house and said softly, Sir, thank you. I will definitely try my best to contact you. I won't let you down. She knew that her fate had been changed at this moment. Floating God Island. This was the holy land in the hearts of countless orc forces because there were many powerful mages here. Countless people had dreams and wanted to become one of them. That way, they would be destined to be the best. However, there were very few people who were qualified to enter. They either had to have extremely powerful magic talent, a huge background, or they paid a huge price. Outside the sacred city, in a luxurious courier station, Brew, a high-level archmage from the Wolf Clan, was waiting anxiously. He had been here for almost half a month. A month ago, he had followed the order of His Majesty the Sky Wolf King and come to the Floating God Island. He had only one purpose, which was to meet the Wolf Clan and Ultimate Archmage on the Floating God Island. It was not that the Wolf Clan did not have an Ultimate Archmage, or even more than one. However, there were many werewolf tribes. The Wolf Clan was just a tribe that was not considered big or small. Usually, it was dominated by another powerful golden-furred werewolf tribe, and this golden-furred werewolf tribe had an ultimate archmage on the floating god island. The old Sky Wolf King had obtained the floating immortal herb through this ultimate archmage. After Brew arrived at the floating god island, he immediately submitted a message from the Sky Wolf King, hoping to see that ultimate archmage. But it had been more than half a month, and there was still no news at all. Could it be that the ultimate archmage had decided to give up on the Wolf clan after knowing that the ultimate archmage, the old Sky Wolf King, had fallen? At this moment, a solemn voice was heard, emissary from the Wolf clan. The great Sun Archmage has agreed to meet you. Follow me. Brew's body trembled, and he revealed an ecstatic expression. He had waited so long for the great Sun Archmage to summon him. Thus, he hurriedly carried an exquisite box and walked out. There was a magnificent palace on God Island. It was different from the usual rough architectural style of the orcs. However, this palace was exceptionally exquisite. It was decorated with all kinds of gold, giving off a noble and luxurious feeling. A golden-haired old man in a golden robe sat cross-legged on a golden throne. His aura was as deep as the sea. Even though the palace was very large, his aura seemed to fill the entire hall. No one could ignore this golden-robed old man after entering. Archmage Brew from the Wolf clan entered the palace uneasily. He immediately knelt down and paid his most humble respects. I am under the orders of the Wolf clan's king to pay my respects to the great Sun Archmage. I already know about this. You can go back and wait for the news. A faint voice came from the throne. Brew felt a chill in his heart. It would be impossible to use the power of the great Sun Archmage to destroy the ultimate Archmage of the human race. Yes, Master Ultimate Archmage. He didn't dare to say anything more and immediately retreated from the hall. After Brew left, a blonde werewolf girl with a graceful figure and a fur coat appeared under the throne. Grandpa, aren't we going to deal with the human race's ultimate archmage? I've heard of this race. They have great potential. The Wolf clan and the human race have been at war for more than 2,000 years, but they still haven't destroyed it. Aren't they afraid of growing stronger in the future? The blonde werewolf girl said. Xiao Ying, the human race's ultimate archmage, didn't come out of that world. Moreover, in the 2,000 years that the Wolf clan and the human race fought, no human ultimate archmage has ever appeared. This battle also happened in that world. It was magic light that barged into that world that attracted the human race's ultimate archmage to attack. The threat level isn't great. On the throne, the great Sun Archmage said calmly, most importantly, this human ultimate archmage was able to kill Archmage of the Wolf clan. This means that he is not an ordinary ultimate archmage. It is possible that he is an intermediate ultimate archmage. The price of touching an intermediate ultimate archmage is too high. Moreover, as it is an intermediate ultimate archmage hidden in that world, the price is even higher. Therefore, it is not worth it. What if that human ultimate archmage enters our world? The blonde werewolf girl asked. It depends on whether this human ultimate archmage will threaten the living space of our orc race. The great Sun Archmage chuckled and said, actually, the most important thing now is to find the cave abode of the Earth God. It's about time for him to appear. Grandpa, I heard that the Earth God's cave abode contains supreme opportunities. As long as you can enter it, can you definitely reach the level of an ultimate archmage? The blonde werewolf girl asked curiously. The Earth God's cave abode had always been circulating in this continent. It appeared once every 1,000 years. Every time it appeared, it would attract countless powerful forces to fight for the opportunities. Of course, but the ultimate archmage on the platform is secondary. What people are really looking forward to is the opportunity to break through to the highest level ultimate archmage. The great Sun Archmage smiled and said, Xiao Ying, you should know that under normal circumstances, even if an ultimate archmage has a lifespan of 1,000 years, it is almost impossible to break through to the ultimate archmage above rank 7. A rank 6 ultimate archmage is already at the peak. Therefore, on the floating god island outside, a rank 6 ultimate archmage is already the peak. Only through some special fortuitous encounters can one have a breakthrough, and the cave abode of the Earth God contains such fortuitous encounters. Grandpa, what kind of existence is the owner of the cave abode of the Earth God? The blonde werewolf girl asked again. The Earth God is naturally a magical earth spirit that surpasses all ultimate archmages. However, that kind of existence only exists in legends. The great sun god said leisurely, "There is also a rumor that whoever can become the master of the cave abode will be able to obtain the true inheritance, have the ability to break the limit of the ultimate archmage, and become a legendary magical earth spirit. Unfortunately, ever since the cave abode of the earth god has been passed down, no one has ever succeeded. Grandfather, when can I enter the earth god's cave abode?" The blonde werewolf girl was looking forward to it. "When the magical earth spirit cultivator is born, grandfather, I will naturally find an opportunity for you." The great sun archmage looked at the blonde werewolf girl dotingly. This was the little fellow with the highest talent in magic among all his descendants, who might eventually become an ultimate archmage in the future. That was why he had always brought her with him and nurtured her with great care. Fire Dragon City. In the center of the city stood a supreme holy temple. The number of people who came here to worship every day was endless. In the temple of the ultimate archmage, Leolon pointed excitedly at a huge stone statue and said to Lei Lou, "Sir, look, that's the statue of the ultimate archmage. It's so majestic." Lei Lou smiled. This stone statue was a complete replica of his Caesar's phantom, but its face was a little blurry. After all, he had deliberately concealed it. Leolon knelt in front of the stone statue along with the others and actually began to worship it. "Thank you, great ultimate archmage, for allowing us humans to live a peaceful life." Lei Lou heard what Leolon muttered and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She really wanted to be with him. The person she worshipped was far away in the horizon, and yet he was right in front of her. After leaving the supreme holy temple, Lei Lou and Leolon walked on the street. Unlike the first time he had come to Fire Dragon City, the residents of Fire Dragon City now had a different spirit and appearance. They all wore smiles on their faces. They no longer had to worry about the Wolf Clan attacking them at any time. This made him feel as if he had returned to the capital of the Pharaoh Kingdom. After returning to his house, Lei Lou lay back in the vampire coffin and began to cultivate. This cultivation lasted for 4 years. Lei Lou's cultivation base had successfully reached the 3rd-level ultimate archmage. However, he was still a long way from a 4th-level ultimate archmage. Although he had entered Profound Land, and his soul consciousness and cultivation speed had increased a lot, it was still a difficult process to condense his soul. He had managed, but it was hard to imagine how difficult it was for the ultimate archmages to cultivate normally. Today, Lei Lou was awakened by a strong energy fluctuation. He opened his eyes and climbed out of the vampire coffin. Looking at the space in front of him, the strange energy fluctuation became more intense. Especially the strengthening just now. Even the peak archmages could sense it. Although the array formation he had set up could weaken some of the fluctuations, it would not be able to at this speed. "What on earth is this?" Lei Lou frowned, but at the same time, he became more and more curious. Lei Lou once again checked in. The system's notification sound rang out. "Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully signing in. Reward: a void prohibition decree." After Lei Lou read through the information for this void prohibition decree, he immediately revealed a look of pleasant surprise because this void prohibition decree could seal off a region of space. All fluctuations within this region of space could not be transmitted out. This void prohibition decree was completely prepared by the power of this spatial fluctuation. Lei Lou revealed a smile. During this period of time, he had been worrying about the increasingly intense spatial fluctuations. If a peak archmage were to come here, they would definitely notice the abnormal situation. Now that he had this void prohibition decree, he would be able to solve this problem perfectly. Lei Lou hurriedly took out the void prohibition decree. It was very strange. As long as some magic was input, it would be able to release the void prohibition decree. The stronger the magic input, the stronger the void prohibition region would be, and the larger the space it would cover. The space that Lei Lou needed to cover was the entire room. After Lei Lou inserted the spell in the magic core, he realized that the consumption was not small. Fortunately, it was only the space in the room. If it was larger, it would be very troublesome. Thus, in the following year, other than meditating, Lei Lou would inject the power of the magic core into the Void Prohibition Decree every once in a while to maintain its existence. The spatial fluctuations in the room became more and more intense. Even Lei Lou could see the slightly distorted space. He knew that it would not be long before an even bigger phenomenon would appear. Fortunately, the Void Prohibition Decree has sealed off this space, or else it would be troublesome. Lei Lou thought in his heart. Once a strange phenomenon appeared and could not be sealed, a large number of experts would definitely come. Forget about the human experts, they could not threaten him. However, if they were to welcome the arrival of the orc race's ultimate archmage, it would be troublesome. Before he became a peak ultimate archmage, he did not plan to provoke the orc race. He was still only a third-rank ultimate archmage, and he was a little short of a fourth-rank ultimate archmage. This dormant path of cultivation was truly incomparably arduous. From now on, Lei Lou did not plan to continue cultivating. He had to guard this distorted space to prevent any accidents from happening to the spiritual god. Fortunately, Leolan was not at home during this period of time. She only came back once in a while and reported to him outside the house about the experiences and progress of her martial arts. However, Lei Lou didn't pay her any attention. Suddenly, the distorted space suddenly changed. The entire space seemed to be distorted to the extreme. Crack. It felt like space was being torn apart. The sour feeling made Lei Lou shiver. He retreated abruptly, and a faint light appeared on his body. It was the light shield of the fourth-layer angel light. Then, the distorted space turned pitch black, revealing the background behind it like a broken mirror. The pitch-black aura seemed to send out a cold aura. Lei Lou was extremely vigilant. In the next moment, endless light surged out and filled the entire room. Fortunately, there was a spacefaring law. Otherwise, the light would have spread out and created a terrifying phenomenon. Right now, the light could only permeate this room. Gradually, Lei Lou could vaguely see a door in the glazed light. As time passed, the door became clearer. It was as if it had appeared from an illusion and descended on the human world. The door was about 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide. It did not look grand at all, but it gave people a mysterious and unfathomable feeling. Suddenly, Lei Lou saw 4 relatively ancient characters on this door. He just so happened to know all of them. Earth God. Lei Lou revealed a surprised expression. Earth God's cave abode? This was a cave abode? The legend of the cave abode was naturally true. There were some records in the books of the Xiluo Academy of Magic. According to them, it was equivalent to a small world, but it had been transformed into a private cave abode by powerful mages. Wait, Lei Lou suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly walked out of the house and left the area covered by the Void Prohibition Decree. It was calm outside. There were no abnormal signs, nor were there any fluctuations. The effect of this Void Prohibition Decree is quite good. Lei Lou let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Void Prohibition Decree was around. When that strange door appeared just now, it was absolutely earth-shaking and filled with abnormal signs. Not to mention the human experts, even the orcs would definitely be lured over by it. Now, there are 3 questions. First, can the cave abode of the Earth God continue to exist, or can it only last for a period of time? Second, what kind of danger is hidden inside? And third, what kind of opportunities are there? Lei Lou returned to the room. Looking at the door floating in the glazed light, he took a deep breath and immediately made a decision. Of course, he had to enter and take a look. This was the legendary cave abode. There was definitely a great opportunity inside. However, danger and opportunity coexisted. He could not be careless. If he were to be trapped inside, it would be a tragedy. Unfortunately, he did not have the slightest understanding of the cave abode of the Earth God. Otherwise, he would have more confidence. Lei Lou went to the front of the door and used his spiritual will to probe. It seemed to be material. He could reach out and touch it. However, if he used his spiritual sense to probe inside, there would be resistance. This door prevented pure spiritual sense from probing inside. After seeing it and feeling it, Lei Lou did not get much valuable information. In the end, he just straight walked in. When he stepped through the door, he felt the world spinning. The scenery in front of him turned into a large hall. It had been many years since anyone had entered this hall. It was filled with a desolate and deathly aura. There wasn't the slightest bit of humanity. Suddenly, an emotionless voice sounded in the hall. Welcome to the Earth God's Cave Abode. This cave abode has 3 types of fortuitous tests. The first type is the elementary fortuitous test that will not put your life in danger. Those who pass the test will obtain the fortuitous test of the elementary ultimate archmage. The second type is the intermediate fortuitous test that will put your life in danger. Those who pass the test will obtain the fortuitous test of the advanced ultimate archmage. The third type is the advanced fortuitous test. If you succeed, you will become the next master of this cave abode. You will obtain the complete inheritance of an earth spirit cultivator. If you fail, you will die without a doubt. Please make your choice. Lei Lou was stunned. This Earth God's cave abode was actually like this. He was already a 3rd-level ultimate archmage, so the beginner-level opportunity test was completely useless to him. As for the second type, the intermediate-level opportunity test, he thought that he would be able to become a high-level ultimate archmage in the future. At most, it was just a matter of time. Only the third type, becoming the owner of this cave abode, was what he hoped for. Earth Spirit Cultivator? Is this the realm above the ultimate archmage? Lei Lou thought to himself. Actually, he didn't care about the complete inheritance of an Earth Spirit Cultivator, because his Supreme Soul Codex had a cultivation method above that of an Earth Spirit Cultivator. It was just that he hadn't unsealed it yet. If I succeed, I can live on, but if I fail, I'll definitely die. This is a bit risky. Lei Lou hesitated because there was no need for him to take such a huge risk for the sake of the control of an Earth God's cave abode. With the existence of the signing system, if he continued to struggle for a while longer, he could similarly become an invincible expert. Thus, the risk wasn't worth it. Forget it. This place isn't bad. Even if I can't become the owner, it's still a good place. If I come, I'll sign in. At least I won't waste this trip. Lei Lou quickly made his decision. System, sign in for me. He muttered in his heart. The next moment, the system's notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully signing in. Reward. Earth God's Cave Abode Control Token. Lei Lou was stunned. What? The Earth God's Cave Abode Control Token? System, are you joking with me? I'm just signing in, right? You actually gave me the Earth God's Cave Abode Control Token? That seems like cheating. Ignoring the high-level opportunity test? Lei Lou didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had been about to give up. He hadn't expected the system to directly give him a big gift. Lei Lou took out the Earth God's Cave Abode Control Token from the system space. He didn't know what material it was made of, but it contained a mysterious array formation energy. He cultivated his soul to condense blood, squeezing out a drop of blood. Very quickly, the blood that contained soul energy was absorbed by the token. Following that, Lei Lou felt a large amount of information surging into his mind. It was about everything in the Earth God's cave abode. Furthermore, he had a unique practice with the token. Through this token, he could practice with the core array formation of the entire Earth God's cave abode. From there, he could complete absolute control over the Earth God's cave abode. Lei Lou took the token and walked out of the hall. Boom! The tightly shut hall door opened with a loud bang. Right now, Lei Lou was the master of the entire Earth God's cave abode. He could use the token to control everything here. Medicine Refining Hall, Magic Manual Hall, Magic Weapon Hall. Lei Lou saw that there were many puppets in the cave abode. These puppets were not very strong. At most, they had the strength of high-level elemental mages. They mainly assisted in completing the assessment of opportunities in the cave abode. TSK. This Earth God's cave abode really has a solid foundation. No wonder it can nurture a batch of ultimate archmages, or even high-level ultimate archmages. Lei Lou was very satisfied. With these resources, his cultivation progress could be further accelerated. Moreover, apart from the complete inheritance of an Earth Spirit Cultivator, there were also top-tier resources that could allow a peak Ultimate Archmage to break through to the Earth level. With these top-tier resources, Lei Lou's breakthrough to the Earth Spirit Cultivator realm would be completely unimpeded. There wouldn't even be any obstacles to breaking through to the Earth Spirit Cultivator realm. In the future, I'll put the closed-door cultivation place in this Earth God's cave abode. Lei Lou didn't hesitate to set this place as a long-term signing point. However, he had to deal with the outside of the cave abode. Although there was a void prohibition decree, what if someone accidentally barged in? In the future, he would still have to go into closed-door cultivation to meditate. It could easily take more than 10 years. Thus, Lei Lou used the token to hide the door of the cave abode. Now, he finally understood why the door of the cave abode of the Earth God would appear in Leland's house. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to keep you updated for future uploads.
Moreover, this sword contained some magic laws that the original owner, the star-slaying mage, had comprehended. Long-term use of this sword would be of great help in comprehending higher-level magic laws in the future. Lei Lou took out the star-slaying sword. Seeing this star-slaying sword, Lei Lou couldn't help but feel a little strange. There was a groove on the hilt, as if there should have been a gem embedded in it, but now it seemed to be gone. However, this flaw was insignificant. This sword was really not bad. Sensing the strange aura that suddenly appeared in the small bookstore, Wei and the other two also surrounded it. They all sized up the star-slaying sword like curious kittens. Lei Lou also gave them the star-slaying sword to play with as they wished. But after a short while, they returned it to Lei Lou because they were unable to explore its mysteries at their level. Therefore, it was completely useless in their hands. After Lei Lou received the star-slaying sword, he immediately began to refine it, easily understanding the first layer of its runic magic spell. In an instant, the star-slaying sword suddenly emitted a faint halo, as if there was a force that wanted to pick it up and soar into the sky. However, Lei Lou instantly sealed it. Grabbing it in his hand, he could feel the compatibility with his own magic, producing a certain degree of intense resonance. This sword is not bad, I finally have a melee weapon that can be used. Lei Lou revealed a smile. Divine Domain. This was the largest domain in the Starry Sea world. The #1 mage family in the Starry Sea world, the Starry Sea Bailey Elf clan, was located here. Although the Bailey Elf clan was not considered the strongest mage force in the Starry Sea world, it was definitely the most powerful force with the longest history. This was because before the star-slaying mage had conquered the entire Starry Sea world, his family, the Bailey Elves, had already existed. The castle of the Bailey Elves was their ancestral land. Covering an area of hundreds of square kilometers, it was comparable to a large city. Hundreds of thousands of elves with the bloodline of the star-slaying mage lived there. In the attic of Bailey Castle, there was a large collection of magic staffs and weapons. The Bailey Elf family itself dominated the Starry Sea world with its powerful sword arts. It was said that there was a magic that could be used in conjunction with a sword. It was a treasure passed down by the star-slaying mages, allowing the entire race to gain a foothold. However, no one knew that there was a gem hidden in the attic of the castle. Although it was only a gemstone, it contained a terrifying amount of energy. It was said that it contained a powerful spell that only sky-level mages could use. Once, when the Bailey Elves were in danger, they activated the spell in this gemstone and killed countless powerful enemies. Therefore, this gemstone was enshrined in the most hidden attic of the castle. Countless Bailey Elves mages would use direct magic to nurture the gemstone after their magic power reached a certain level. This way, they could restore the sky-level magic sealed in the gemstone. Whether it was real or not, there was no way to confirm it. But today, this gemstone emitted a faint halo and actually began to vibrate. As the gemstone vibrated, the various sword, staff, and crystal balls in the attic also began to vibrate, emitting a buzzing sound. A terrifying magic spread, startling many powerful mages of the Bailey Elven family. The vibration of the gemstone must be the appearance of the star-slaying sword. Investigate, we must find the location of the star-slaying sword. The patriarch of the Bailey family, a mage who was a top-tier earth spirit archmage, gave an order. For a moment, the entire Bailey family was shaken by it. Lei Lou did not know that the star-slaying sword had caused a chain reaction. Lei Lou knew that the star-slaying sword was an extremely dangerous thing. It was not that the sword itself was dangerous, but that it could bring a lot of trouble. Before he had sufficient strength, it was best not to use it casually. Unless he was facing a powerful enemy, he would not casually use the star-slaying sword. Just like that, Lei Lou and the other three used the bookstore to stay in Galaxy City for a long time, waiting for the cave abode that the owner of the devouring treasure box had mentioned. It would still take at least a few months. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. At most, he would use this time to explore the city once a day. Then, he would have fun in bed with the three women. The rest of the time, they would read books and practice magic. Their days were very peaceful. There was really no one here. Thus, Lei Lou felt that he had returned to his life in the library of the Xiluo Academy of Magic. However, there were three women accompanying him. In the blink of an eye, he had been in Galaxy City for more than a month. In this time, the number of customers that had come to the bookstore had not exceeded 10. In total, he had sold one book. Fortunately, he did not rely on the bookstore to survive, or he would have starved to death. That morning, Lei Lou opened the door as usual. He cleaned the room and wiped the tables, chairs, and bookshelves clean. After he was done, he leaned on the chair and read a book with great interest. Suddenly, a series of footsteps sounded. Lei Lou raised his head and took a look. It was a middle-aged male elf wearing a black robe. He looked elegant and had an indifferent temperament. He had his hands behind his back as if he was taking a stroll. This bookstore is still open. I thought that after old man's son died, his children would close the shop. The middle-aged male elf was a little surprised as he muttered to himself. As he spoke, he walked in and glanced at Lei Lou who was reading. Then, he walked to the bookshelf and found a book. He sat on a chair at the side and also started reading. From his actions, it was obvious that he was someone who used to come here often and read books like this. Lei Lou couldn't be bothered with him. After more than an hour, the middle-aged male elf put down the book, put coins in a jar, and then turned around and walked out of the bookstore. Lei Lou was a little surprised. He was giving money for reading. Interestingly, this middle-aged male elf was the most powerful mage in Galaxy City, the city lord of Galaxy City, a level 1 ultimate archmage. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. The owner of the devouring treasure box had already said that the cave abode would be delayed. He even suspected that he had found the wrong place. In these 3 years, business at the bookstore was really bad. Not a single person came for a few days. The city lord of Galaxy City, his mentor, would read books every once in a while. However, the cultivation environment in Galaxy City was not bad. Perhaps it was because the level of the world's origin was higher. In any case, the cultivation speed was much faster than in the New World. After noon that day, Lei Lou closed the bookstore. Then, he took Wei and the other two to walk around the city. The three of them had already walked around the city, but Lei Lou had not been there yet. Leona led the way, while Liulan and Wei quietly followed by Lei Lou's side. One of them was holding Lei Lou's arm. Unknowingly, they arrived in front of a magnificent building. However, it was still very quiet, not even a single person could be seen. Originally, this place was called Star-Slaying Hall, but because the name of the city had been changed, so had the Star-Slaying Hall. Lei Lou walked in. This was the first time he had been here in more than 3 years. It was actually quite clean inside. Someone must have cleaned it frequently. In the main hall, Lei Lou saw a statue of a god. It looked majestic, and it was holding a stone sword. The style of this stone sword was very similar to that of the star-slaying sword. It looked like the reward for signing in was indeed the star-slaying sword of the star-slaying mage. System, sign in. Lei Lou had come here not only to take a look at the star-slaying hall, but also to sign in. He thought that this star-slaying hall should be a little special, so he waited for 3 years just so that he could sign in and get something good. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully signing in. Reward, Fire-Breathing Divine Dragon Egg. The system's notification rang in Lei Luo's mind. Lei Luo was stunned. Fire-Breathing Divine Dragon Egg? Wasn't it just a legendary dragon, or an egg of a divine dragon? This was definitely something good. If it could be nurtured and turned into a fire-breathing divine dragon, it would definitely be a super divine dragon. He quickly checked the information on the fire-breathing divine dragon. The fire-breathing divine dragon was born from an incomparably powerful fire-breathing divine dragon from ancient times. It was the incarnation of the life of the sun. From the day it was born, it possessed the strength of a sky spirit archmage. When it matured, it would possess the strength of a god, and its potential was limitless. When it was being nurtured, it could be nurtured with mixed blood. When the fire-breathing divine dragon hatched, it would follow it for its entire life. It would only acknowledge one master and would not betray him. In addition, if it was a fire mage, they could devour the egg. They had a chance to obtain the power of the divine sun fire. They could also use a special bloodline secret technique to refine the egg. They had a chance to obtain the bloodline of the fire-breathing divine dragon. Lei Luo smiled. The reward this time was extraordinary. The fire-breathing divine dragon hatched just now had the strength of a sky spirit archmage. It could also be used to cultivate fire-type magic and improve the bloodline of the divine dragon. The value was ridiculously high. Of course, Lei Luo did not plan to eat it and improve the bloodline. Although it would be a great help to his own strength, it also had a high chance of success. It was better to directly cultivate the fire-breathing divine dragon. Having the strength of a sky spirit archmage at birth, what kind of powerful strength would he have when he grew up? He would definitely become his powerful combat assistant in the future. His potential was limitless. It was too wasteful to use it to cultivate magic and refine his bloodline. Just as Lei Luo was about to leave, an 11 or 12-year-old girl suddenly walked in, holding a broom and a cloth bucket. Sister Na, Sister Lan, Sister Wei, you're here, eh? Uncle Lei, you're here too, the girl said with some surprise when she saw Lei Luo. She liked Lei Luo very much. Although Lei Luo rarely went out, she could feel that Lei Luo was a good person. Otherwise, Sister Na, Sister Lan, and Sister Wei wouldn't be so happy with him. Hello, Xiaoye. The three girls smiled and greeted her. Lei Luo also smiled and nodded to her. Xiaoye was a descendant of the city lord, Belson. In the past, when Belson came to read, he would occasionally bring Xiaoye over. After a long time, she had gotten to know Lei Luo and the others. Then I'll go clean up first. Xiaoye's voice was crisp and clear, appearing very lively and generous. She began to sweep the floor. The reason why this star-slaying hall was so clean was probably because Xiaoye cleaned it frequently. Lei Luo and the other three did not stay too long and walked out. After returning to the bookstore, Lei Luo went to the room in the backyard. The backyard was very big and had several houses. He let the three girls look after the store while Lei Luo himself went to the meditation room that was opened up. He had already arranged everything, including the void prohibition decree. All movements in this meditation room couldn't be transmitted out. Lei Luo took out the fire-breathing divine dragon egg from the system space. It was not small at all. It was half the height of a person. The entire dragon egg had a reddish color, and there were some strange fiery red patterns on it. Moreover, after the fire-breathing divine dragon egg was taken out, the temperature in the entire room seemed to have risen by more than 10 degrees. If this thing was used for heating in winter, it would be a good choice. Lei Luo did not hesitate to start condensing his own soul blood, and then dripped drops of soul blood onto the fire-breathing divine dragon egg. Immediately, the fire-breathing divine dragon egg absorbed the soul blood, and the fiery red patterns became even brighter. He actually tried a strange and subtle connection with the fire-breathing divine dragon egg. He seemed to feel that a powerful life was being nurtured in the fire-breathing divine dragon egg. This is only an egg. It hasn't been formed yet, but it actually makes me feel powerful. Lei Lou was secretly amazed. No wonder the fire-breathing divine dragon had the magic power of a sky spirit archmage when it was born. It was probably comparable to an earth spirit archmage when it was still an embryo. As expected of a species favored by the heavens. Its starting line was much higher than that of countless races. Not to mention the sky spirit archmage, even the earth spirit archmage was a gap that countless powerful mages could not cross. Reincarnation is indeed a skill. Lei Lou was filled with emotion. Of course, this kind of creature with a strong innate foundation and strong potential also had a long time to grow up. Humans could mature in 10 to 20 years. However, a divine dragon like the fire-breathing divine dragon was estimated to be matured in around 1,000 years. I wonder, how long will it take for this divine dragon to be born? Lei Lou sensed the life in the egg and calculated in his heart. He couldn't confirm it at the moment. He could only confirm it through long-term observation and communication. Lei Lou placed the divine dragon egg back into the system space. He could continue to breed it inside anyway, so there wouldn't be any problems. This was the magic of the system space. Another half a year passed. The hatching of the divine dragon would still be some time away because there had not been any changes. However, this wasn't a big deal. The main reason was that the cave abode that the owner of the devouring treasure box had mentioned had not appeared, and there wasn't even a shadow of a ghost. Every day, he would sweep through Galaxy City many times. He would often see some random things that would pollute his spirit to a certain extent. But, after a few years, Galaxy City had no more secrets for him. This was all on purpose. Otherwise, he would definitely have become the omniscient servant of Galaxy City. He felt as if he had been played by the master of the devouring treasure box. Was there no cave abode at all? In the end, he decided not to be in a hurry. Although he would search a few times a day, his main focus was on cultivation. Anyway, it was not a loss to come to Galaxy City. With a star-slaying sword, a fire-breathing divine dragon egg, and some other signing rewards, the harvest was still full. On this day, Galaxy City became lively. This was because the Sky Orchid clan, which had always been one of the 3 major mage forces in the Star Domain, was about to recruit disciples. The Sky Orchid clan's force was very ordinary. It was probably similar to the Ice Snow Divine Palace. There were no mid-level or above experts in the Earth Spirit realm. However, to the ordinary people in the Starry Sea world, it was still considered a powerful force that stood high above others. To the people of the Galaxy City, it was even more so. After all, the strongest city lord of the Galaxy City was only a level 1 ultimate archmage. Therefore, many people were trying their best to join the Sky Orchid clan and become a disciple of the Sky Orchid clan. Generally speaking, as long as one became a disciple of such a powerful force, the probability of becoming an archmage was very high. There was also a high chance of becoming an ultimate archmage. It was said that only an ultimate archmage was qualified to become a true disciple. Lei Lou did not go to the talent test site to watch because he was about to use his will to pay attention from a distance. However, Wei brought Leona to join in the fun. Leolon stayed in the bookstore to clean up. It was there that Lei Lou and Leolon saw the elf girl, Xiaoya, walking in. She looked sad and seemed to be in a bad mood. Little Yu, isn't the Sky Orchid clan selecting disciples today? Why don't you give it a try? Leolon half squatted down and asked with a smile on her face. It's useless even if you go. The Sky Orchid clan won't accept the elves of our Belson family, Belson Yu pouted and said. Why? Isn't your family the city lord of Galaxy City? Lei Lou was surprised. He really didn't know about this aspect. The Belson family had been able to become the city lord of Galaxy City because they had some foundation and power. Although Galaxy City was a bit shabby, had a small population, and had few mages, it couldn't be compared to other cities. But no matter what, they were still the city lord. Shouldn't they have a good relationship with a powerful mage force like the Sky Orchid clan? It was very normal for such a city lord family to have family members in the Sky Orchid clan. Our family's situation is different. Xiaoya shook her head. Liulan stood up and looked at Lei Lou. In the end, she shook her head and did not ask any further questions. Half a day later the selection of the Sky Orchid clan's disciples had ended. 2 youths from Galaxy City had been lucky enough to pass and become the few disciples of the Sky Orchid clan. Countless residents of Galaxy City were extremely envious. This was because not only could the 2 youths enter the Sky Orchid clan for cultivation, but their immediate family members could also migrate to live in the main city under the Sky Orchid clan's rule. The security of the Sky Orchid clan's main city was far from what Galaxy City could compare to. In this galaxy world, there were many monsters wreaking havoc in the wild. Occasionally, there would be large-scale massacres. Most importantly, a large number of magic bandit groups were unexpectedly active. These magic bandit groups mainly plundered magic resources, burned houses, killed people, and plundered money. They did all kinds of bad things. Attacking cities was also common. Some magic bandit groups were even secretly supported by some mage forces. It was also extremely chaotic and dark. For example, in Galaxy City, the strongest was only a level 1 ultimate archmage, and its strength was a little weak. This was the reason there were only 200,000 to 300,000 people in the city. Those who had the ability to migrate to other cities had basically all left. The remaining ones had no background and no financial resources. Perhaps it was because Galaxy City was too weak and too barren, so it was rare for the mage bandit group to plunder. However, the arrival of monsters also happened occasionally. In the few years that Lei Lou had been in Galaxy City, there had been an incident when the Immortal Clan killed people. The danger was not too great, and it was quickly cleaned up by the city lord. That's right, there were also members of the Immortal Clan in this world. However, the Immortal Clan here had a piece of territory, so they rarely invaded the territory of other races. Only those who could not survive in the territory of the Immortal Clan would go to the territory of other races. The most powerful race on this continent was the Elf Clan, followed by the human race, and then the Immortal Clan. Because they had many powerful enemies, these Immortal Clans also restrained themselves. However, in recent years, the young queen of the Immortal Clan had ascended the throne. Just like most kingdoms, there would always be some chaos when a new master ascended the throne. Therefore, the troubles of the Immortal Clan had increased a little in recent years. However, over recent months, the troubles had started to lessen. Presumably, the young queen of the Immortal Clan had stabilized the situation. Lei Lou was usually too lazy to pay attention to these things. His main focus was on cultivation. In less than a year or two, he would be able to enter the 5th level Earth Spirit Archmage realm. It had to be said that the speed of cultivation in the Starry Sea world was indeed much faster. At night, in the Castellan's castle, more than a dozen of Belson's elf clan's powerhouses gathered together. Apart from the Castellan, Belson, who was a level 1 ultimate archmage, the others were also at the peak level of the archmage realm. It wasn't that their aptitudes couldn't break through to the level of an ultimate mage, but that they didn't have enough cultivation resources. Is the news accurate? City Lord Belson no longer had his usual elegant and peaceful expression. His face was filled with worry. It shouldn't be wrong. It's just that it wasn't announced. After all, the death of a peak-level Earth Spirit Archmage has too great an impact, a peak-level Archmage elf from the Belson family said with a heavy tone. Everyone present fell silent because this news was definitely a terrible thing for the Belson family. The reason why the Belson family had been able to survive until today was, in a sense, the result of the protection of that top-tier Earth Spirit Archmage. Otherwise, they would have been wiped out by the Bailey family long ago. But now that the top-tier Earth-level Archmage had died and they had lost his protection, the Belson family was really going to be finished. After all, the Bailey family had always wanted to become the legitimate star-slaying family. How could they allow the Belson family to continue to exist? Thousands of years ago, the Bailey family had forced the Belson family to change the name of Starry Sea City to Galaxy City. They even wanted to drive them away from Starry Sea City and seize this piece of land. Fortunately, it was a top-tier Earth Spirit Archmage who had appeared, allowing the Belson family to survive. He had once received the favor of a star-slaying mage and comprehended some powerful magic laws, becoming an Earth Spirit Archmage. Is there really no hope? A top-tier Archmage of the Belson family looked dejected. Not unless we can enter the star-slaying cave abode and obtain the inheritance of a star-slaying mage. Unfortunately, we still haven't been able to find the cave abode left behind by our ancestors. It doesn't exist at all. Perhaps it's not here. After so many years, the reason why the Bailey family still kept us here is probably because we still have some value. However, now that the star-slaying cave abode hasn't been found and the top-tier Earth Spirit Archmage has died, they definitely won't be able to sit still. They will definitely think of ways to destroy our Belson family. I can't believe it. Does the Bailey family really dare to take the risk of being condemned by all the elves and attack our Belson family? There's nothing impossible about it. If the Bailey family dared to change Starry Sea City into Galaxy City, they would definitely dare to completely wipe out our Belson family. With the power of the Bailey family, it won't be difficult for them to disguise themselves as a mage bandit group. The top-tier archmages of the Belson family were discussing animatedly. Right at this moment, a long, mournful howl rang out. Enemy attack. A bandit gang is here to ambush us. The many mages of the Belson family who were present were all shocked, revealing expressions of disbelief. They had just started discussing the possibility of this, but they had never expected that a bandit gang would actually attack them. Bailey family, you are too ruthless. City Lord Belson could sense the terrifying aura coming from outside the city, and his face was ashen because he felt the aura of no less than 10 archmages. There were even high-level archmages. A mage thief gang of this level would easily be able to attack a powerful city. But now, they were using it to deal with a weak city like Galaxy City. It was imaginable that the Bailey family must have sent someone to destroy the Belson family. As expected, once a top-tier Earth-level Archmage died, the Bailey family couldn't wait any longer. After today, the Belson family's bloodline will be completely short-circuited. God is so unfair. Red blood flowed out of Belson's eyes, and he let out an extremely angry roar. The Belson family had been trying to deal with this for thousands of years. They secretly sent out their descendants' bloodlines, but every time, they failed. The Bailey family had been keeping a close eye on the Belson family for a long time. They even made sure that the Bell family were deprived of the right to enter a mage force like the Sky Orchid clan. Ha, your Belson family is so weak. What right do you have to continue the star-slaying bloodline? Only the Bailey family has the true star-slaying lineage. A proud voice came from afar. It did not conceal anything at all. Hundreds of figures appeared in the sky. 11 of them were ultimate archmages. The others were all high-level ultimate archmages and peak archmages. Other than the leader of the high-level ultimate archmages, the others were all dressed as bandits and wore masks. And the voice came from that high-level ultimate archmage. Alright, don't hold too much resentment. Just let the hundreds of thousands of elves in the city die for your Belson family. The high-level ultimate archmage looked down at the mages of the Belson family in the Castellan's castle, revealing a look of indifference. Such a weak family actually dared to compete with their Bailey family for the legitimacy of the star-slaying bloodline. Who else would they kill if not them? In an instant, the hundreds of bandit members behind him flew down from the sky. They were about to start killing everyone in Galaxy City. Many of the residents of Galaxy City were filled with despair. They had not expected such a huge disaster to befall them. In the bookstore, Lei Lou was meditating on his bed. The three women beside him were sleeping quietly. Suddenly, the three of them woke up. They all felt a powerful aura pressing down on them. The three of them looked at Lei Lou in unison. Lei Lou frowned slightly. This Belson family is actually a descendant of a star-slaying mage. Wasn't it said that the God's Domain's Bailey family was the true descendant of a star-slaying mage? Lei Lou was very curious. Normally, he couldn't be bothered with such matters. No matter who was the true descendant, it had nothing to do with him. He had only come to Galaxy City for the treasure box owner's cave abode. However, the problem was that not had the Bailey family dealt with the Belson family, but they had actually gone on a killing spree and killed all the living beings in the entire city. These were all elves just like them. This was the type of thing Lei Lou hated the most. Why must people take out their frustrations on others? They should just search for the person in debt to them. Could it be that one could do whatever they wanted just because they were powerful and control the fate of others? Can't a person keep a low profile? Do I have to create a massacre to show how powerful I am? What's wrong with this world? I just want to settle down in Galaxy City and wait for the appearance of the cave abode. How did this affect me? Stop, this is only a grudge between our Belson family and your Bailey family. Why do you want to implicate the innocent people in the city? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens? The city lord of Galaxy City, Belson, roared angrily. Originally, it was fine if we didn't kill them, but since my identity has been exposed, there's no way we can let the world know that our Bailey family joined forces with the Mage Bandit gang to wipe out your Belson family, right? The high-level Supreme Archmage of the Bailey family laughed loudly. So, there's nothing we can do. Who asked them to find something they shouldn't know about? Actually, he had done it on purpose. Beasts, your Bailey family are all beasts. Belson let out an endless roar of anger, but there was nothing he could do. The intense feeling of powerlessness made him feel extremely hopeless. At that moment, a large number of Mage Bandit groups flew down from the sky. The defensive light shield of Galaxy City only lasted for a moment before it disappeared completely. The hundreds of thousands of citizens of Galaxy City were completely exposed in front of these mage groups. Suddenly, an indifferent voice resounded in every corner of Galaxy City. Does the Bailey family like to bully others with their power? It just so happens that I like it too. In the next moment, the hundreds of mage groups that had flown down from the sky, whether it was the high-level Ultimate Archmage, or Peak Archmage, all exploded into a cloud of blood mist in the sky. They were like bright blood-colored fireworks blooming in the sky above Galaxy City. It was bright and bloody. It was shocking. The people of the Belson family were all stunned. The people of the city were all stunned. Only the high-level Ultimate Mages of the Bailey family were trembling. There was a needle light between his eyebrows. Bailey's body was trembling, his face was pale, and his heart was filled with endless fear. Just a little bit more and this needle light would pierce into the space between his brows. He had a feeling that he absolutely couldn't resist this needle light. All of his defenses and all of his trump cards were useless. Earth Spirit Archmage, could it be that there are Earth Spirit Archmages hidden in Galaxy City? Bailey felt as if his thoughts were about to stop. This needle beam was too terrifying. It seemed to lock onto his soul, making it impossible for him to escape. The person who killed others, everyone is about to kill him. Remember to go to hell, and repent of those vengeful souls that you killed innocently. An indifferent voice sounded in Bailey's ears. No, don't kill me. He roared in his heart. But he couldn't say it out loud. He could only watch as the needle's light approached inch by inch, piercing into his glabella. At that moment, a light whistle sounded out from the darkness. Please show mercy, sir. If he dies, what face will our Bailey clan have? Ha, I thought you never revealed your face. Lei Lou clasped his hands behind his back and stepped into the air. The corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. This Bailey family was really cautious. Not only did they want to destroy a weak Belson family and send out a mage bandit group, but they also sent out a high-level ultimate archmage. And now, there was actually a hidden earth spirit archmage. However, when I kill someone, I never look at their background. I only look at whether I should kill them or not, Lei Lou said calmly. In the next moment, the needle suddenly pierced into the space between Bailey's eyebrows. Bailey's eyes were wide open. His pupils were filled with endless fear and despair. Boom! His body instantly exploded into a blood mist, turning into a blood-red firework. It was even more resplendent than before. You're a human. It's one thing for you to interfere in the affairs of my elf clan, but you still dare to kill a member of my Bailey clan on your own accord. How dare you? Very good. I hope you won't regret it. The Earth Spirit Archmage threw a harsh sentence and actually turned around to leave. He was only at the first level of the Earth Spirit realm. And the threat that Lei Lou had given him was very great. Under such circumstances, he naturally had to retreat quickly and then ask for the assistance of the Bailey clan's powerhouses. As long as it wasn't the 3 great heaven ranks, the Bailey clan wouldn't be afraid of 12 Earth Spirit Archmages. Do you think you can escape? Lei Lou sneered. Since he had already made his move and completely offended the Bailey family, he must have tried his best to weaken the power of the Bailey family and then run away. Could he let this elf go and wait for him to gather powerful reinforcements to deal with him? Anyway, he couldn't stay in Galaxy City anymore. It had been quiet for a few years, yet now, he had to change places again. It was really hard work. Thinking to himself, the star-slaying sword appeared. With a tap of his finger, magic soared into the sky along the blade of the sword, whistling out. Blazing Divine Sword. This was his first time dealing with an Earth Spirit Archmage. Although he was already at the 4th level of the Earth Spirit Archmage realm, he couldn't be too righteous. It was better to use his strongest strength to kill him. The sword light was like a rainbow, piercing through everything, instantly piercing through the defense of the Bailey family's Earth Spirit Archmage. The Bailey family's Earth Spirit Archmage lowered his head to look at his body that was pierced through, his eyes wide open. Star-slaying sword. He let out a gurgling sound. The star-slaying sword that the Bailey family had been searching for so many years, was actually in the hands of this mysterious human Earth Spirit Archmage. No! He suddenly let out a shrill scream, and then his body began to collapse. Terrifying magic power erupted from his body. Boom! Endless energy gushed out, forming a huge explosion that shook the sky and earth. In the sky, a huge mushroom cloud appeared. It was as if a blazing sun had descended, illuminating the night. It was the energy of an Earth Spirit Archmage that had been detonated. Terrifying magic power raged, forming terrifying shockwaves that shot out in all directions. However, before the shockwaves could get close, they were waved away by Lei Lou. It was as if it had encountered a terrifying wall of air and were unable to break through. However, the apocalyptic scene in front of them had shocked the hundreds of thousands of people in Galaxy City. Especially the people of the Belson family, all of them widened their eyes. What had they seen? An elf Earth Spirit Archmage had died in front of their eyes. It only lasted for seconds before the huge mushroom cloud completely disappeared. The originally bright sky and earth became dark again. Lei Lou waved his hand, and the star-slaying sword fell into his hand and disappeared. The elf clan's Earth Spirit Archmage is only so. His expression was indifferent. This was the first Earth Spirit Archmage to die in his hands. Until this moment, the entire Galaxy City had been in a state of shock. They all looked at the blurry figure floating in the sky. Thank you for saving my life, Senior, the City Lord of Galaxy City, Belson, bowed and said. Although he did not know why this human mage would hide in Galaxy City, he had saved hundreds of thousands of elves in the city, as well as the entire Belson family. This was the truth. Although the Belson family would continue to be persecuted by the Bailey family in the future, they would still be able to save the lives of the entire family for the time being. This is only temporary. I have to leave. You guys must think of a way to escape, Lei Lou said indifferently. He was only a level 4 Earth Spirit Archmage. He might be very powerful, but against the powerful Bailey family, he was still far from being enough. However, it didn't matter. As long as he wanted to hide, no one would be able to find him. Suddenly, Lei Lou was stunned. His spiritual consciousness spread out and enveloped Galaxy City. He could sense a vague fluctuation starting to spread out in Galaxy City and gradually became stronger. The mottled city wall, which contained the vicissitudes of time, slowly bloomed with a faint light. It was as if the whole of Galaxy City had awoken from its deep sleep at this moment. Is this the cave abode that the master of the devouring treasure box spoke about? Lei Lou was stunned. In the next moment, an even more shocking scene appeared. At the edge of the city, the ground began to tremble and cracks began to appear. It was as if the entire city was about to sink. The way this cave abode appeared seems to be a little special. Lei Lou was a little surprised. However, he did not panic. Since the cave abode had appeared, he definitely couldn't run away. He would first take a look at the situation inside the cave abode. At this moment, everyone in Galaxy City was panicking because the entire city was now shaking. A faint light gradually enveloped the city. Some people even ran out, but they were all blocked by an invisible force. Could this be the premonition of the star-slaying mage's cave abode coming into being? The Galaxy City Lord, Belson, widened his eyes, revealing an expression of disbelief. He really couldn't think of any other reason for this change. If it really was the star-slaying mage's cave abode, didn't that mean that they would have a chance to enter and obtain opportunities? But he glanced at Lei Lou in the sky. With such a powerful human Earth Spirit Archmage, the consequences were hard to predict. In the face of treasures and opportunities, anything could happen. At this point, he could only hope that this human Earth Spirit Archmage would not attack them for the sake of monopolizing the opportunities in the cave abode. No matter what, their Belson family and all the elves in the city had been saved by this human Earth Spirit Archmage. The situation could not be worse than before. Leave it to fate. Boom. The whole of Galaxy City shook abruptly as if it had lost its gravity. The surroundings had turned pitch black, and only the entire city was shrouded in light. It lasted for dozens of breaths, and with a booming sound, it was as if the city had stopped falling. With another booming sound, Galaxy City shook abruptly and landed safely. Immediately after, the light of Galaxy City gradually dissipated, revealing a brand new world. This world was actually daytime. Another strange ball of light in the sky shone onto the earth. The density of the spiritual energy in this world was very high, much higher than that of the starry sea world outside. This is a small world. Lei Lou was a little surprised because this place was too big. Although he had still detected the boundary, his original small world was hundreds of times smaller. It now contained all of Galaxy City, but it only occupied a very small area of this small world. The way this cave abode was born is a little interesting. It brought the entire city in. Lei Lou was extremely astonished. Suddenly, he looked at Belson, who had a calm expression but was panicking in his heart. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. The opportunities in this cave abode will depend on each person's own good fortune. Many thanks, sir. We were thinking too much. Belson hurriedly bowed. But in his heart, he let out a long breath because a powerful existence like this would do what he said. In other words, the Belson family was truly safe. Moreover, they could still search for opportunities in the cave abode. Of course, even if they were given the courage, they wouldn't dare to fight for the big opportunities. As long as they could leave something for the Belson family, they would be grateful. Lei Lou didn't pay any more attention to them. His body moved, and he flew out of Galaxy City. The many mage elves of the Belson family, as well as tens of thousands of mages in Galaxy City, also knew that they had entered the legendary star-slaying mage's cave abode. They were extremely excited. However, as the strongest mage in Galaxy City other than Lei Lou, Belson had given an order. They could look for opportunities, but they could not fight for them. Moreover, they had to wait for the Lord to search before the others were allowed to leave Galaxy City. There were not only elves in the city, but also the Belson family. They wanted to avoid offending the Earth Spirit Archmage. Lei Lou was quite satisfied with Belson's actions. He was quite a good person. 1,000 miles away from Galaxy City, there was a powerful mage clan, the Sky Orchid clan. As one of the third largest mage forces in the Starry Sea world, they had many disciples. Apart from many high-level Earth Spirit Archmages, there were also many ultimate mage-level true heirs. Suddenly, all the Earth Spirit Archmages in the clan were alarmed by the terrifying fluctuations in the direction of Galaxy City. All the Earth Spirit Mages rushed into the sky and looked into the distance. A huge ball of light was like a blazing sun, illuminating the night sky and illuminating half of the distant sky. This is the phenomenon of the Earth Spirit falling. All the Earth Spirit Archmages present began to tremble. They knew that this phenomenon would only occur when an Earth Spirit Archmage died. Over there, it seems to be Galaxy City. What exactly happened? I heard that the top-level Earth Spirit Archmages of the Four Gods clan have died. Could it be that the Bailey family has made a move against the Belson family? But even if they did, it wouldn't be possible for an Earth Spirit battle to take place, let alone for an Earth Spirit Archmage to die. Why don't we go over and take a look? If it can cause the death of an Earth Spirit Archmage, then there must be an existence above the fourth-level Earth Spirit. If we go, the risk is very high. We have so many Earth Spirit Archmages. Even if we encounter a level 4 Earth Spirit Archmage, we should be able to escape even if we can't beat them. There shouldn't be a problem. Then let's go and take a look. All the Earth Spirit Archmages of the Sky Orchid clan were shocked and curious about the fall of the Earth Spirit Archmage. It was only 1,000 miles away, which was a threat to the Sky Orchid clan. If they didn't figure it out, the entire clan would be in turmoil. Soon, they made a decision. Therefore, the 11 Earth Spirit Archmages elves flew toward the gradually extinguishing light. What about Galaxy City? When they looked at the location of Galaxy City, there was no Galaxy City at all. Where did Galaxy City go? Unfortunately, no one knew. At the same time, within the Bailey family's castle, the soul beads once again shook. It alarmed many of the elves. However, an even more shocking matter occurred. The Hall of Souls sent news that a soul bead had shattered. One of the soul beads was actually the Earth Spirit Archmage Elder Bailey's. The other belonged to Bailey G. Didn't they go on a mission? How could they die? This mission had personally been ordered by him to completely eliminate the Belson clan. From then on, the Bailey clan would be the legitimate Starslayer clan. For the sake of safety, he had sent out an Earth Spirit Archmage, Bailey Lei. There should have been a 100% success rate with absolutely no accidents. After all, the Belson clan was too weak. There was only one ultimate Archmage. But now, an accident had happened, and not only was the high-level ultimate Archmage, Bailey G, dead, even the Earth Spirit Archmage Elder, Bailey Lei, had also died. This meant that there had been a huge change in Galaxy City. With the commotion that had happened, Bailey's expression became extremely solemn. I suspect that the Starslaying Mage's cave abode might have already appeared in Galaxy City. All these years, the Bailey family had been searching for the Starslaying Mage's cave abode, but they had found nothing. This was also the reason they had left the Belson family behind. Otherwise, it would have been almost impossible for the Four Gods clan to protect the Belson family. This time, they had made a move against the Belson family to completely destroy them because they no longer had any illusions about the Starslaying Mage's cave abode. But now, it was different. The birth of the Starslaying Sword and the new situation in Galaxy City all indicated that the Starslaying Mage's cave abode might really have appeared. All the Earth Spirit Archmages present were shocked. If the Starslaying Mage's cave abode really had appeared, then they had to obtain it. If they did not, then the Bailey family could once again stand at the top of the Starry Sea world, and could even be considered mages who had given birth to a sky-level spirit. Although this peak had once been created by the Belson family, it now belonged to the Bailey family. Very soon, a large number of Earth Spirit Archmage elves from the Bailey family were secretly dispatched to Galaxy City. In the pocket dimension, Lei Lou came before a magnificent building. Starslaying Castle was written on the door of the huge building. This is the Starslaying Mage's cave abode. Lei Lou was a little surprised. It wasn't the cave abode set up by the owner of the Devouring Treasure Box. How could it be the Starslaying Castle? Could it be that the owner of the Devouring Treasure Box was the Starslaying Mage? But he immediately rejected these thoughts because the power contained in the Starslaying Sword and the Devouring Treasure Box were completely different. Even if the user died, there would still be some aura left behind. Only after refining it would it completely disappear and fuse with Lei Lou's aura. Thus, when he was refining the second restriction of the Devouring Treasure Box, he had not noticed any practice between the first restriction of the Starslaying Sword. No matter what, it is inevitable that this Starslaying Mage has a relationship with the owner of the Devouring Treasure Box. Lei Lou thought to himself. He slowly walked into Starslaying Castle. Along the way, he used his mental will to probe and sense everything to prevent any formation restriction. He did not want to get involved. Fortunately, he did not encounter any trouble along the way. Just like that, he arrived in front of Starslaying Hall. As he approached, he sensed a powerful restriction. He immediately knew that he could not break this restriction. Lei Lou then went to the other main places. Some were also set up with powerful restrictions. However, there were some places where there were no restrictions at all. After Lei Lou went in, he found a lot of items, but in his eyes, they were all ordinary. Most of them were below the level of an Earth Spirit Archmage. The owner of the Devouring Treasure Box left some things here. Where are they? Lei Lou touched his chin. He took out the Devouring Treasure Box. In an instant, the Devouring Treasure Box emitted a faint light, as if it had a strange connection with a place. Lei Lou quickly flew over and arrived in front of the door. The defensive barrier here was very powerful, and Lei Lou had no way to open it. He estimated that even a Sky Spirit Archmage might not be able to break it. But when he took the Devouring Treasure Box and approached the light screen actually surged like water, and a crack appeared. Is this specially prepared for the person who holds the Devouring Treasure Box? Lei Lou didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He entered the hall and immediately, he saw 4 things floating inside. He stretched out his hand and beckoned. Instantly, all 4 things fell into his hand. 1-step Starslaying Demonic Codex. 9-step Heavenly Spirit Pill. A set of Flame Sword Magic. A golden scroll with a visualization of a domain called the 7-Day Calamity on it. Lei Lou fell into deep thought. Just these 4. He was very disappointed. Only the 9-step Heavenly Spirit Pill was worth it. This was a pill that could allow a top-tier Earth Spirit Archmage to break through to the Sky Spirit realm. But the Starslaying Demonic Codex? Was it as strong as his Supreme Soul Codex? And the Flaming Sword, was it as strong as his Starslaying Sword? Was the visualization diagram of the 7-Day Calamity domain as powerful as his Catalogue of the Gods? It was completely impossible. Other than the 9-step Heavenly Spirit Pill, which was slightly better, the other 3 items were completely useless to him. Of course, if he was an ordinary Earth Spirit Mage, these 4 items would definitely be something that he could only dream about. However, Lei Lou had the signing-in system, and there was no lack of magic codex. With just these few things, I have been guarding the Galaxy City for many years. Master of the Devouring Treasure Box, you are too stingy, wasting my time. Lei Lou grumbled in his heart. These few things were of no use, so he took them back for Wei and the others to train with. When the cave had appeared, Lei Lou had not taken them along, because he was not sure if there would be any danger. He was a little unwilling. He threw the items into the system space and walked out. He went to the other places that were sealed by powerful restrictions. He also wanted to use the Devouring Treasure Box to try and see if he could enter. But he was disappointed again. He failed to enter. The owner of the Devouring Treasure Box had obviously only left him those 4 items. Lei Lou rubbed his chin, wondering how he should enter. Suddenly, he had an idea. Oh right, why don't I wait a little longer and try signing in? Back then, after signing in at the Earth God's Cave Abode, he had been rewarded with the Cave Abode's control token. This time, would he have the same good luck? Thus, Lei Lou waited. 2 hours later, it was finally dawn. The system's signing opportunity had refreshed. System, sign in for me. Lei Lou muttered in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully signing in. Reward, Starslaying Cave Abode Control Token. Very quickly, the system's notification sound rang out. Lei Lou almost laughed out loud when he heard this voice. This system was really too considerate to a host like him. He could get whatever he wanted. Lei Lou immediately took out the Starslaying Cave Abode Control Token, forcing out the hybrid, and then dripped his blood to refine this control token. Very quickly, he had absolute control over the entire Starslaying Cave Abode. As he walked to the entrance, the defensive barrier that had originally blocked his entry began to flow, forming an opening that allowed Lei Lou to enter. Lei Lou walked in. There was only one thing. A strange light that floated in the hall. However, after seeing this thing, Lei Lou's eyes narrowed. This was a crystal ball that contained a drop of blood. God's blood. Lei Lou had already obtained the corresponding information from the control token. When he saw this drop of God's blood, he revealed a smile. He definitely wouldn't use it. After being transformed to have a God's bloodline, he would have a great advantage in certain aspects, but he would also be limited in others. Moreover, he felt that he had been born as a human, so how could he mix it with other bloodlines? Even if it was God's blood, it wouldn't do, it wasn't a human's blood after all. With the Spirit Replenishing Codex, his future achievements would not be lower than any other bloodline because the Spirit Replenishing Codex could raise his innate bloodline to its peak. However, this God bloodline could be used to nurture the fire-breathing divine dragon. The fire-breathing divine dragon egg was still in the process of being nurtured. With such a powerful God bloodline, he would be able to promote the breeding speed of the divine dragon. Moreover, the essence of the divine dragon's bloodline was not inferior to that of God's, so there was no need to worry about its bloodline being changed. Lei Lou waved his hand and put away God's blood for now. Then, he walked out of the hall and entered the others. There was one good thing in each hall. They were not inferior items to the 4 things left behind by the owner of the Devouring Treasure Box. Lei Lou even suspected that the Starslaying Demonic Codex should have been in that hall. In other words, the owner of the Devouring Treasure Box might have only left him 3 items. Lei Lou came to the last hall. After he entered, he revealed a satisfied expression because there was a large amount of light floating inside. This was the place where cultivation resources were stored in the Starslaying Castle. They were all resources needed to break through to the Earth Spirit level or to cultivate as an Earth Spirit Mage. There were even sky-level potions. These resources were originally prepared for the descendants of Starslaying Mages, but now they're all mine. Lei Lou revealed a smile. The defenses of these halls were so powerful. Under normal circumstances, even a sky spirit archmage might not be able to break through them. But was there a sky spirit archmage in the Starry Sea world? Perhaps there was. If even a sky spirit archmage was unable to break them, was there still a need for the Starslaying Cave abode to exist? There was only one reason. Only the descendants of Starslaying mages had the possibility of passing through the defensive barriers. Even the terrifying Starslaying mages would not have thought that there would be a cheater like Lei Lou who could obtain the control token. Lei Lou did not hesitate to store all the resources in the system space. He had no intention of leaving any for the Belsen clan. In any case, there were many cultivation resources in the halls without restrictions, enough for the Belsen clan to use. After all, he had just saved the entire Belsen clan, so these resources could be considered as his repayment. It was very reasonable. With so many cultivation resources, his cultivation at the Earth Spirit Archmage realm would be unimpeded, and even his cultivation at the Sky Spirit Archmage realm would almost be resolved. In a sense, this Starslaying Mage's cave abode was a sign-in reward. Without the sign-in reward control token, he wouldn't have been able to obtain control of the cave abode. Of course, he still had another way, which was to use the Belsen family members to obtain resources for him. But that would be very troublesome. The risk wasn't small. After all, they didn't have control of the cave abode. If the Belsen clan members entered the main hall and obtained the control token, then the situation might be reversed. The current situation was the best. Next, I'll cultivate in here until I reach the level of a Sky Spirit Archmage before going out. Lei Lou's eyes made a decision. If he left after that, he should have the ability to protect himself. After making up his mind, Lei Lou did not search for other halls in the Starslaying small world. He had obtained enough now. Thus, Lei Lou directly flew out of Starslaying Castle and returned to the bookstore in Galaxy City. Then, he disappeared. Seeing this scene, Belsen immediately shouted, "From now on, everyone is going to search for opportunities, but there is one rule. No fighting. Everyone depends on their luck and speed." After saying that, Belsen led all the elves of the family members and flew away quickly. The Belsen family was the most powerful family in Galaxy City, and they had an ultimate archmage. There were also many powerful mages. They were definitely the fastest and the most efficient. In an instant, tens of thousands of mages surged out from Galaxy City. After reaching the level of an ultimate mage, they could fly, and their speed was much faster than other mages. Those who had not reached that level could only run on the ground. If they wanted to get lucky, they had to run quickly. However, for mages of lower levels like them, just a little soup was enough to bring them great benefits. If they were too greedy, they would only get themselves killed. Therefore, all mages had their own purposes. With the protection of the Belsen family, there would not be too much trouble. At least the Belsen family could get a lot of things. Lei Lou couldn't be bothered with the things happening outside. This Starslaying small world was big enough. It wouldn't be a problem for 200,000 to 300,000 people to survive. Moreover, this world's resources were also very rich. Even those low-level mages who still needed to eat and drink could have a good source of food. It had to be said that everyone in Galaxy City had entered the Starslaying small world. For everyone in Galaxy City in the Belsen family, it was definitely the best choice. They could live here, learn magic, and avoid powerful enemies. There was no problem in calling it an unworldly land. As the controller of this Starslaying cave abode, Lei Lou had no intention of expelling them. As an ultimate archmage, Belsen was the fastest. He arrived at Starslaying Castle with a hint of surprise on his face. Starslaying Castle, it really is the Starslaying Manor. He came to a hall and immediately saw that there were a lot of things stored inside. After a brief inspection, he was immediately extremely excited because they were all kinds of cultivation resources. Among them, there was no lack of ultimate Archmage level potions. He even saw resources that could allow a top-tier ultimate Archmage to break through to the Earth Spirit realm. He was extremely excited. He did not expect that the Earth Spirit Archmage would actually leave behind such precious resources. Although he really thought that the human Earth Spirit Archmage must have taken something better, he did not have any complaints because this was what the human Earth Spirit Archmage should have gotten. He had left behind so many precious potions. Even if the Belson family could not become a top-tier family, it should not be a problem for them to give birth to some Earth Spirit mages. Thus, Belson hurriedly called for the family's experts to guard the resources and then went to search for other things. The more, the better. As for the mages with other abilities, that could only depend on their luck. The former site of Galaxy City had become a huge pitch-black hole. At this moment, a large number of forces in the galaxy world had received the news and rushed over. All sorts of powerful mages had gathered. And the most powerful force was still the Elven Bailey family. They had almost 70% of Earth Spirit Archmages. Even the top-tier Earth Spirit Archmages, who were known as half-step Sky Spirit Archmages, had come. Bailey had also come. Ancestor, can you sense the situation inside? Bailey G asked. He was a high-level Earth Spirit Archmage with grey magic, but it was much inferior to Bailey's. I can't sense it. The whole of Galaxy City has been transported to another space interface. It should be a small world. What's left now is a space section. Even if a Sky Spirit Archmage could enter it, they would definitely not be able to find the small world where Galaxy City is located. Instead, they would lose their way and die inside. Bailey shook his head and said. Could it be that our Bailey clan really doesn't have an opportunity with the Star-Slaying Cave abode? Bailey G's expression was very displeased. Unless it was someone from Galaxy City who set off the Star-Slaying Cave abode's array formation again. I'm afraid there's no other way. Bailey G sighed. If their Bailey clan had had a powerful existence present when the Star-Slaying Cave abode had appeared, then, perhaps this great opportunity would have belonged to their Bailey clan. At that time, there was only a level 2 Earth Spirit Archmage, but he had died there instead. Up until now, the Bailey family had believed that there was a terrifying middle-level Earth Spirit Archmage hidden within the Belson family, who possessed the Star-Slaying Sword. He was the one who had caused a series of things to happen. In the training room at the back of the bookstore, after filling the bodies of the 3 women with his own essence, they fell asleep. After the 3 women fell asleep, Lei Lou conveniently took out the fire-breathing divine dragon egg. He was going to give the fire-breathing divine dragon egg the god's blood he had obtained from Star-Slaying Castle to absorb. Lei Lou held the crystal ball in his hand, which contained the blood of the first god. He didn't dare to be careless. To be called a god, he must be a god or a powerful creature. Even a drop of blood was absolutely terrifying. Crack. Lei Lou suddenly squeezed. Instantly, the crystal ball shattered. In an instant, an indescribably heavy aura was emitted from the crystal ball. It was as if the entire space was about to be suppressed. Lei Lou knew that this was just an illusion on the spiritual level. It wasn't real. The main reason was that the level of the blood of the gods was too high, just like how high-level creatures suppressed low-level creatures. Suddenly, the god's blood seemed to develop a consciousness. It suddenly shook and let out an unimaginable divine sound, shaking Lei Lou's consciousness and soul. Lei Lou hurriedly released a spell to protect the 3 sleeping women behind him, so that the divine sound did not disturb them. Immediately after, the drop of God's blood actually wanted to break through the defense and escape. Lei Lou naturally would not let the God's blood escape, otherwise, he would suffer a great loss. He activated the power of the Earth Spirit, reached out and grabbed, trapping the God's blood. He did not hesitate to place the blood on the fire-breathing divine dragon egg. The moment they made contact, the entire fire-breathing divine dragon egg suddenly shook, and a strange cry transmitted from the egg, as if it was filled with a pleasant surprise. Immediately after, a powerful suction force emerged from the egg shell. The drop of God's blood struggled even harder, but it was of no use at all. It was quickly absorbed by the eggshell. Not long after, the fire-breathing divine dragon started to tremble slightly. An indescribable hot aura was emitted, and the entire fire-breathing divine dragon seemed to have turned into a fireball. Lei Lou knew that this was the embryo of the fire-breathing divine dragon that was devouring the blood of a god. He could feel that the life force of the fire-breathing divine dragon embryo was increasing rapidly. This drop of God's blood was enough to reduce the time needed for the fire-breathing divine dragon egg to develop, and its foundation would also become stronger. After a long time, the fire-breathing divine dragon egg finally regained its calm. Lei Lou revealed a smile on his face. He was increasingly looking forward to the birth of the fire-breathing divine dragon. The moment something happened, he would be at the level of a sky spirit archmage. How powerful would that be? After keeping the egg into the system space, Lei Lou turned around and looked at the three women who were dressed in sleeping clothes. He laughed evilly and climbed onto the bed. He immediately began to grope Liulan, waking her up. Seeing her sleepy and charming appearance, Lei Lou could not hold it in any longer. He immediately flipped her over. Ignoring her cries of surprise, he found the entrance and inserted it, causing it to twitch violently. In the star-slaying cave abode, time passed slowly. Almost everything useful had been found by the mages in Galaxy. The cave abode was really too rich. To these ordinary mages, even finding a little something was a great benefit. It was as if they had found a treasure trove. Although it meant nothing to the big forces, it was definitely a lot more precious to them. Until now, there were still a large number of mages in Galaxy City who would go out and wander around every day, hoping to find something and to dig 3 feet into the ground in the search of more items. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. These 10 years were definitely the years in which Galaxy City had undergone the greatest changes. Because the magic elements here were extremely dense and the cultivation conditions were excellent, a large number of mages had broken through one after another. The Belson family, which had the largest harvest, was even more amazing. One after another, an ultimate archmage was born. The Belson family was the original bloodline of the star-slaying mage, so their cultivation aptitude could not be too bad. What they lacked were resources. Now that they had obtained a large number of resources, it was definitely like adding wings to a tiger. Inside the bookstore, Lei Lou opened his eyes. After 10 years of cultivation, he had successfully advanced to the 6th level Earth Spirit Archmage realm. With sufficient cultivation resources, his cultivation speed was extremely fast. Suddenly, he took out the fire-breathing divine dragon egg. After more than 10 years of nurturing, this egg had undergone great changes. The life force within it was becoming stronger. He had no doubt that in a few more decades, fire-breathing divine dragon would break out of its shell. When I become a sky spirit archmage, the fire-breathing divine dragon should also be born. Both of us will have the magical cultivation of sky spirit archmages. In the future, when I get out, won't I be able to be the most tyrannical in the entire Starry Sea world? Lei Lou was filled with incomparable anticipation. Of course, this thought was instantly dispelled. He couldn't be too high-profile. Being low-profile was the way to go. The fire-breathing divine dragon was an existence on the same level as gods. What if those powerful existences saw it and wanted to snatch his dragon? Lei Lou stored the fire-breathing divine dragon egg in the system space. He left the bookstore and went to the star-slaying castle. It was a popular place. There were still many mages who came here to search for opportunities. Lei Lou casually walked into a hall. Although there were people around, they did not see him. At his level, even the senses of an ultimate archmage could be easily blocked. System, I want to sign in. Lei Lou thought to himself. Every once in a while, he would come to Starslaying Castle to sign in. Ding, Congratulations to host for successfully signing in. Reward, 4 ultimate spells of heaven and earth. A smile appeared on Lei Luo's face. Looking at the name, he knew that the reward for signing in was not bad. He hurriedly checked the information on the 4 ultimate spells of heaven and earth. The 4 ultimate spells of heaven and earth was a divine level spell. The first spell was the body spell. Once it was cast, as long as it was not a magic attack that exceeded a major realm, it could place the body in absolute defense. No magic could break through it. The cooldown time was 24 hours. The second spell was the elemental spell. It could bestow an absolute destructive ability to attack. As long as it was not an existence that exceeded a major realm, it would definitely be able to break through the defense. The cooldown time was 24 hours. The third spell was the soul spell. It could withstand the high-level pressure of the spirit realm. It also had the ability to break through the defense of the enemy's soul. The cooldown time was 24 hours. The fourth spell was the heaven and earth spell, which was a combination of the 3 spells. As long as it wasn't placed against a major realm, it wouldn't have any flaws. However, the cooldown time was 72 hours, which was 3 days. The first 3 spells could not be used at the same time. After using one final spell within 24 hours, the other 2 spells could not be used. However, after using the final spell of heaven and earth, the first 3 spells could not be used within 3 days. This strange spell is really powerful. Lei Luo was very satisfied. This magical spell was actually a special use of the laws of heaven and earth. As long as the enemy could not break the laws of heaven and earth, they would definitely not be able to break this spell. Of course, this spell was not omnipotent. There was time to show that its duration was limited. However, at critical moments, it could be used as the best way to save his life. Now that he had the 4 ultimate spells of heaven and earth, even if he faced the top-tier earth spirit archmages, not only did he have a way to save his life, but he could also threaten them. This was because the 4 ultimate spells of heaven and earth had the effect of breaking through the defense of magic and spirit. Lei Luo took out the secret manual of the 4 ultimate spells of heaven and earth and opened it straight away. This kind of magic could be cultivated. Although it could not shorten the cooldown time, it could prolong the use time. Lei Luo was very satisfied with the signing in reward this time. When he walked out of the hall, he saw a huge stone tablet on the square of Starslaying Castle. There were many mages standing below. This stone tablet was called the Spirit Tablet. With the help of the Spirit Tablet, one could greatly increase their efficiency of comprehending magic. It could even help mages break through bottlenecks and break through realms. That was why mages often came here to comprehend. Suddenly, a powerful aura spread out from under the Spirit Tablet. It's Miss Yu who broke through again. She has already become an archmage. Miss Xiaoye is really amazing. She's only 18 years old, but she's already an archmage. I'm afraid that in less than 20 years, she'll become an ultimate archmage. Yeah, Miss Xiaoye's talent is too high. Many discussions broke out. Around the Spirit Tablet, there was a large circle of mages. Underneath it, a graceful figure was sitting cross-legged, emitting a powerful aura. It was Xiaoye. More than 10 years ago, when Lei Luo first met Xiaoye, this little girl had just become an elemental mage. Now she had already broken through to the level of an archmage. This speed was extremely fast in the Starry Sea world. Only those top-tier large factions had the possibility of surpassing her. After all, those factions simply did not lack resources. As long as one's aptitude wasn't low, one could easily pile on the resources. Of course, the reason Xiaoye was able to improve so quickly wasn't just because of her innate talent, but also because of the unique cultivation environment of the Starslaying Cave abode. Along with the fact that the Belson clan had obtained a lot of cultivation resources, and, with the help of the Spirit Tablet, she was able to comprehend. This little girl was usually very diligent. Every time Lei Lou came here to sign in, he would see her cultivating under the spirit tablet. Over the years, the little girl had become more beautiful and was now very curvy. In the outside world, near Galaxy City. As it had been 10 years, a large number of factions had already left. Only a few people were left to pay attention to the movements here. Only the Bailey family still had many mages stationed here, but they still did not give up. After all, to them, the star-slaying cave abode was a dream that they had dreamed of for many years. At this time, a figure appeared in the sky above the old Galaxy City site. It was a male elf in a cloth coat with a sword on his back. His eyes were empty. Suddenly, he stepped straight into the pitch-black void. His body shook, struggled out, rose into the air, and then fell to the ground, his calm face. A hint of solemnity appeared on his face. Then, his body moved, and he took a step forward. After a few steps, he disappeared. Many mages present saw this scene, and even a high-level Earth Spirit Archmage from the Bailey family revealed a shocked expression. Sky Spirit Mage. This high-level Earth Spirit Archmage looked in the direction that figure had left and muttered to himself. There was no conflict or prosperity in the star-slaying cave abode. More than 50 years passed peacefully. The population of Galaxy City increased by a lot and was now approaching 500,000. A large number of the younger generation were born and raised in the star-slaying cave abode. They only heard about the outside world from the mouths of their elders. After 50 years of development, the overall strength of Galaxy City had increased by several levels. Most had already reached the level of elemental mages. Ultimate mages emerged in an endless stream. There were fewer archmages. They were mainly concentrated in the Belson family. After all, the Belson family had obtained the most resources. Not long ago, the city lord of the Belson clan, Belson Song, had successfully advanced to become the first Earth Spirit Archmage. In the bookstore, Lei Lou slowly opened his eyes. His cultivation was close to the peak of the Earth Spirit realm. In another 2 or 3 years, he would break through to the Sky Spirit realm. However, the fire-breathing divine dragon was about to be born. He could even communicate with the dragon whelp inside. Before the dragon whelp came out, he was already familiar with Lei Lou and Wei. However, its attachment to Lei Lou was the deepest, and it became stronger as time passed. Suddenly, Lei Lou looked at the fire-breathing divine dragon egg in surprise, because the light emitted from the egg was getting stronger, and the temperature continued to increase. Lei Lou immediately knew that the fire-breathing divine dragon was about to hatch. He didn't know what kind of commotion would happen when this sky spirit divine dragon came into being, so Lei Lou hurriedly put it in the system. That way, there would be no commotion at all. In the system space, there was no need to worry about the destructive power of the birth of the fire-breathing divine dragon. Whilst waiting, Lei Lou had been paid special attention to the situation of the fire-breathing divine dragon egg in the system space. The changes in it were becoming more and more obvious. Fortunately, it was in the system space. Otherwise, there would definitely be a huge phenomenon, and it would be very difficult to cover up this void prohibition decree. After all, this was the birth of a sky spirit level divine dragon. Boom! Suddenly, in the system space, the fire-breathing divine dragon egg shook, and it cracked open. Sticky flames like magma gushed out from it. The temperature was terrifyingly hot. Luckily this was in the system space, otherwise, Lei Lou's house would have been destroyed. Even Galaxy City would be affected. The crack grew bigger, and finally, it completely opened. With a low roar, a strange fire-breathing divine dragon whelp rushed out. It looked like a red fire lizard, but it had 2 thick legs. Its entire body was flowing with scarlet flames, like the incarnation of the sun. Little fire, put away the flames on your body, I'll let you out now. Lei Lou communicated with the fire-breathing dragon's cub through the system space. He was extremely emotional. It was only a young dragon. It was hard to imagine how powerful the fire-breathing divine dragon would be when it matured. Such a god-level creature really had a high starting point. Soon, the fire-breathing divine dragon in the system space put away the flames on its body and turned into an ordinary-looking lizard. Of course, it was still very different from a lizard. It only had 2 legs and 2 claws. It looked a little ugly. However, an ugly duckling could turn into a white swan, let alone a fire-breathing divine dragon. Lei Lou quickly released the fire-breathing divine dragon whelp from the system space. As soon as the whelp came out, it pounced at Lei Lou, looking unusually happy. Although it was a baby dragon, its body was almost 1 meter in length. "Little fire, can you shrink a little?" Lei Lou felt that such a big little fire was not cute at all. Instead, it was a little clown. It was a baby dragon. Shouldn't he be able to hold it in his hands? Little fire understood Lei Lou's meaning. Its body shrank rapidly, and in the end, it became the size of a chicken. Sure enough, anything that became smaller looked much cuter. Little fire flew into Lei Lou's palm. Lei Lou took out a fire spirit stone and threw it to Little Fire. This kind of spirit stone could only be produced from a top-grade bloodline. It was extremely precious. In Earth God's cave abode, he had only seen a few pieces. In the Star-slaying cave abode, there were quite a few pieces. All of them became his gains. Little Fire immediately caught it and swallowed it. There was no change at all. Lei Lou was secretly speechless. If he were to absorb such spirit stones, it would take a very long time for him to finish absorbing them. As expected of a divine dragon that was born at the Sky Spirit Archmage realm. It was really too powerful. You are already at the Sky Spirit Archmage realm. I also need to cultivate properly. Lei Lou patted Little Flame's head and said with a smile, "All right, go play by yourself. Remember, don't run around. Don't release your power." Little Flame's IQ was very high. When it was still in the egg, Lei Lou had communicated with it and taught it many things. Little Flame nodded its little head and then flew out. Lei Lou did not have to worry that it would fly away. Little Fire had already acknowledged him as its master, so it wouldn't betray him. There was a strange practice between a human and a dragon. No matter how far away they were, they could still be connected. This was a very strange bloodline connection. It was equivalent to a human father and son, but they had an even deeper relationship than father and son. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that even if Lei Lou died, Little Fire wouldn't betray him. It might even commit suicide. This was an emotion that was beyond human imagination. Beyond bloodline, beyond contract. Pure emotion. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years had passed. Lei Lou's cultivation at the Earth Spirit level had already been completed. In the bookstore, Lei Lou was reading a book. He had obtained this book from Starslaying Castle. It recorded some insights about breaking through to the Sky Spirit level and the subsequent cultivation. Although this kind of thing was different from secret manuals, it was definitely very precious. The cultivation of the Sky Spirit Archmage was different from that of the Earth Spirit Archmage. The Earth Spirit Archmage broke through the 9 layers of imprisonment in the body and then rebuilt it. The Sky Spirit Archmage was completely different. If the Earth Spirit Archmage had a superficial understanding of space, then the Sky Spirit Archmage had a deep exploration's worth. Of course, the concept of space was too broad and could not be expressed in words. This was the essence of the Sky Spirit Archmage realm. Step by step, day by day, one would directly enter the threshold of space. Everyone lived in a space. The cultivation of mages focused on transcendence. Transcendence, from the power of mortals to a higher level of life. Mages, elemental mages, ultimate mages, archmages, and even ultimate archmages were a process of transcendence. Therefore, these 5 stages could be called transcendence. Earth spirits were also in the process of transcendence, releasing the potential in their bodies. However, Earth spirits involved the concept of space. Starting from the Earth spirit realm, it was a process of transcendence of space. Transcendence of space was more difficult than transcendence of oneself. Therefore, for sky spirits, every step they took was a tightrope. The slightest carelessness would cause the space to backfire and turn them into ashes. According to the description in this book, there were a total of 33 stages in the sky spirit realm. In other words, there were a total of 33 steps. This sky spirit realm is really difficult to walk on. Lei Lou was extremely shocked because this realm actually had 33 stages. Looks like the 9-step sky spirit pill that the owner of the devouring treasure box left for me is not an ordinary precious pill. Of course, it didn't mean that one could directly reach the 9th step by taking this pill. That would be impossible because every step required a large number of resources and a long period of cultivation time. It was impossible to reach the 9th step in one go. This 9-step sky spirit pill was mainly used to give a breakthrough person a solid foundation. After the breakthrough, one could at least reach the 9th step of the sky spirit realm. As for the 9th stage, that would depend on one's luck. The 9-step sky spirit pill, on the other hand, was very precious. It was equivalent to being within the 9th stage. One would not have any bottlenecks. Unfortunately, there are no 33-step sky spirit pills. Lei Lou sighed. If there were, it would be very satisfying. At that moment, a fragrant breeze entered from outside the bookstore. It was Wei and the others, as well as Xiaoye. On Xiaoye's shoulder stood a fiery red two-legged little lizard. Uncle Lei, we're back. Little Fire jumped down from Xiaoye's shoulder and landed on Lei Lou's shoulder, chattering away. It turned out that it was talking about something new that had happened outside today. Little Fire was very lively and liked to run around. Lei Lou liked to stay at home in remote areas. Therefore, it was usually Wei and the others who took it out for a walk. Later, when they met Xiaoye in the bookstore to read, Little Fire got to know Xiaoye. She often took Little Fire out to play. Lei Lou did not mind. However, Xiaoye was definitely a lucky person because she had a special fire-type constitution. When she came into contact with Little Fire, who had divine sun fire, she was definitely blessed by God. In just 2 short years, Xiaoye's training had improved by leaps and bounds. She had already become a high-level ultimate archmage. It was entirely because of Xiaoye's divine sun fire aura that her constitution had exploded. After reading for a while, Xiaoye left. Wei and the other 2 stayed at home. While Lei Lou went to Starslaying Castle and checked in. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully checking in. Reward, 100-step sky spirit pill. The system notification sounded. Lei Lou was stunned. 100-step sky spirit pill? System, are you kidding me? A sky spirit archmage only has a total of 33 levels. How did he get a 100-step sky spirit pill? Could it be that this sky spirit archmage has a total of 100 levels? Lei Lou took a deep breath and hurriedly checked the information regarding the 100-step sky spirit pill. The 100-step sky spirit pill, when consumed when breaking through to the sky spirit archmage realm, could forge the invincible foundation of a 100-step sky spirit archmage. It could be used to listen to the leader's realm and achieve the supreme feat of killing a god. After Lei Lou finished reading it, he exclaimed in surprise, "This 100-step sky spirit pill is too invincible." The owner of the devouring treasure box had prepared a 9-step sky spirit pill for him. Compared to this, it was simply not worth mentioning. Lei Lou returned to the cultivation room and began to prepare for breaking through to the sky spirit realm. After an unknown amount of time, Lei Lou finally felt that his mental state was at its peak. Immediately, he took out the 100-step sky spirit pill that the system had rewarded him with and swallowed it. If one said that the Earth Spirit Archmage realm was to sense the Earth Spirit Archmage's confinement and break it, the Sky Spirit Archmage realm was to sense the invisible path to heaven and go up. It seemed almost the same, but there was a fundamental difference. The Earth Spirit Archmage's confinement was in the body, and it was to release all the potential of the human body. But the Sky Spirit Archmage's realm was in the outside world. In the world, only those who had touched the threshold of the Sky Spirit Archmage realm could sense it. It was said that those who had stepped into the Sky Spirit Archmage realm were almost truly undying and indestructible. Ordinary methods couldn't kill them anymore. Even if their bodies were killed and destroyed, they would be able to obtain the long-term existence of their soul consciousness and escape into the world, receiving the protection of heaven and earth. Of course, this was relative. To truly be undying and indestructible, one needed to become a god. As Lei Lou swallowed the 100-step Sky Spirit pill, the medicinal tablet exploded. He felt that his soul and consciousness were being wrapped by a supreme power. It broke through his body, broke through the spatial barrier, and entered a dark domain. This was the sky-reaching domain. A scenic heavenly path appeared in Lei Lou's senses. If he couldn't step on it, it meant that he had failed to break through. His soul and consciousness would never be able to return, and he would die here. This was the huge risk of breaking through to the Sky Spirit realm. When the Earth Spirit Archmage's body was broken, he had broken through the limit. When the Sky Spirit Archmage destroyed the soul, he broke through to the heavenly path. Lei Lou gathered all the power of his soul, and his will was firm. A shocking magical aura exploded, enveloping his soul. With the help of the rolling 100-step Sky Spirit pill, he directly broke through the obstacles and landed on the heavenly path. Boom! Lei Lou felt his soul shake violently. Endless strange information fused into his soul, causing his spirit to receive an unimaginable increase. It wasn't as intense as he had imagined, but it did indeed increase his soul consciousness. As expected, once I reach the Sky Spirit realm, as long as I increase my soul consciousness a little more, it will be able to receive a certain increase. Lei Lou revealed an expression of understanding. Oh really, this could be considered as stepping into the Sky Spirit realm. Oh right, I wonder if I can take another step forward. Lei Lou's heart suddenly moved. Normally speaking, to take a step forward, one would need a very long time to accumulate and would consume a large amount of one's soul. However, Lei Lou did not feel particularly tired. Hence, he took the second step without hesitation. Boom! Lei Lou felt his entire soul shake, as if it was facing a huge resistance. A shocking force enveloped his soul, as if it was the might of the heavens, wanting to completely crush it. However, he still took the second step, entering the second stage. Lei Lou was shocked. He didn't think that taking the second step would be so difficult. No wonder it was so difficult to cross over to the Sky Spirit realm one step at a time. It would use all of one's savings. Fortunately, his savings were sufficient. Otherwise, this second step would definitely be difficult to take. At the same time, in the outside world, Lei Lou's body suddenly shook, releasing a terrifying fluctuation. It was as if he had shattered the surrounding void. The formation of fear could no longer block this terrifying fluctuation. It was instantly torn apart. In an instant, a monstrous aura spread out, covering the whole of Galaxy City. It even spread to the surrounding area. The entire star-slaying cave abode was filled with a terrifying and oppressive aura and began to shake. Countless people from Galaxy City were extremely shocked. They raised their heads to look at the sky with trepidation. They looked at a loss because they simply didn't know what had happened. In the city lord's castle, Belson, who was already a level 1 Earth Spirit Archmage, suddenly opened his eyes and felt that extremely terrifying aura. This. What level is this existence? Besson muttered to himself. Even if he was a first-level Earth Spirit Archmage, in front of this terrifying aura. He was actually trembling, like an ant facing the might of heaven. He almost understood that the existence that was emitting this terrifying aura was definitely a mysterious Earth Spirit Archmage. Over the past 60 years, he had been unable to grasp any information about this powerful existence, as if there was no trace of it. Of course, he hadn't dared to investigate. But now, it seemed that this existence was still within Galaxy City. It might even have broken through to an unimaginable realm. This terrifying aura seems to be transmitted over from that side. Belson looked over with difficulty. He didn't dare to use his spiritual will, because, in front of this majestic aura, his spiritual will had no way of detecting it and would be suppressed. Could it really be him? Suddenly, a figure appeared in his mind. According to the range, location, and other judgments, this was the only possibility. Moreover, for so many years, he had never been able to see through that person. After a long time, the aura, which was like the might of the heavens, finally dissipated and completely disappeared. Belson hurriedly probed out with his spiritual will. Even though the aura that was like the might of the heavens had already disappeared, the closer he got to that place, the more his spiritual will trembled, as if there was an incomparably terrifying existence there. Impossible to speculate, impossible to probe, impossible to check. Belson finally withdrew his spiritual will. However, he was 100% sure that the mysterious earth spirit was definitely that person. In the quiet room of the bookstore, Lei Lou opened his eyes. The entire room was in a mess, the restricted airspace had already been destroyed, but fortunately, it had not caused too much damage. However, just by using his spiritual sense, he knew that a large number of people in Galaxy City had been frightened. After all, the magic aura of a sky spirit archmage was absolutely terrifying. Lei Lou had already tried his best to restrain himself, but he had to help, otherwise, in this wave just now, other than the earth spirit archmage, Belson, everyone else in Galaxy City would have been finished. Even so, many people would probably have a shadow in their hearts. Looks like I can't break through casually outside anymore. Lei Lou let out a long breath. After all, breaking through to the sky spirit realm was something that could not be controlled. When his soul consciousness entered the heavenly path, the reactions of his body could not be restrained and would naturally be released. This was the reason why almost sky spirit archmages would hide. They wouldn't reveal themselves outside, and even when they broke through, they would search for a secret place. In other words, he had to send Galaxy City out of the star-slaying cave abode. He had been about to leave the star-slaying cave abode and search for another place, however, it was such a good place for seclusion, how could he give it up? I'll send Galaxy City out of the star-slaying cave abode. At most, I'll protect it in the future. Lei Lou quickly made this decision. However, he still had other things to do for the time being. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on the corner of Lei Lou's mouth. He immediately released his spiritual will. The three girls who were reading downstairs were summoned by his consciousness. Their movements were sluggish, and then a touch of pink appeared on their pretty faces. They looked at each other shyly, and finally closed the bookstore and walked into the quiet room. Not long after, the three girls' continuous moans could be heard from upstairs. After a month, Lei Lou finally stabilized the restless magic power and soul in his body. The remaining three girls were tormented to the point of wanting to die, but they also received benefits. Now, the three girls' cultivation levels had broken through the Earth Spirit Archmage realm. This speed was much faster than the so-called prodigies nurtured by the big forces. They could only feel endless happiness. The three girls were exhausted. Not long after, they fell asleep in Lei Lou's arms. Soon, Lei Lou left. He had to deal with some miscellaneous matters. Even after more than 60 years of development, the strength of Galaxy City was still very weak compared to a top-tier mage family like the Bailey Elven family. Once they left the cave abode, without the protection of a powerful mage, it would be very dangerous. However, he was now a level 2 Sky Spirit Archmage. In addition, he had the fire-breathing divine dragon whelp and the 4 ultimate spells of heaven and earth. He had the confidence that he could protect Galaxy City. Whoosh! Lei Lou got out of bed and put his clothes on. As if teleporting, he appeared in the sky above Galaxy City. This was the power of a Sky Spirit Archmage. The power of a Sky Spirit Archmage could achieve such a strange effect as teleporting within a short distance. Even a high-level Sky Spirit Mage had a sense of space, making it impossible to guard against. On Lei Luo's shoulder stood the dragon whelp that spat fire. It seemed to be sleeping. Even the commotion caused by Lei Luo breaking through to the Sky Spirit realm did not wake it up. Everyone in Galaxy City, listen up. In 3 days, Galaxy City will leave the Star-slaying cave abode and return to its original position. Therefore, within 3 days, all those who are outside must return. If anyone dares to stay here without permission, they will bear the consequences. Lei Luo's loud voice resounded throughout the entire Star-slaying cave abode. Everyone in Galaxy City and other places heard it clearly. For a moment, there was a commotion. For many mages, Galaxy City was definitely an excellent place to train. The only thing they were sure of was that they were limited in their area of activity and could not leave. Some people wished to go out and take a look, for example, those of the younger generation who had been born in the Star-slaying cave abode. There were also some people who wished to stay in the Star-slaying cave abode for the rest of their lives. This was the thought of many old people because it was safe here and they did not have to worry about external threats. Therefore, Lei Luo's words won the discussion of countless people. Some were happy while others were sad. Those who thought of the Belson family were a little worried. Once they left the Star-slaying cave abode, the Belson family would face the threat of the Bailey family. Believe in Senior. Since he has made such a choice, there must be a reason. The Belson family's only Earth Spirit Archmage, Belson, said in a deep voice. He had lived quietly in the small world for more than 60 years. To be honest, he was used to it. Sometimes, he even wondered if he could live there forever. Perhaps it was also a kind of hope. Until now, when that terrifying aura enveloped Galaxy City, he knew that it was just an extravagant hope. If that powerful existence often leaked such a terrifying aura in the future, it was likely that many people would find it difficult to withstand it. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Everyone in Galaxy City had returned. Many people were filled with unease toward the outside world because they did not know what kind of existence awaited them. But they had no other way because the decision was out of their hands. Even the most powerful Belson family had to accept such an arrangement. In the bookstore in Galaxy City, Lei Luo held the control token in his hand and activated the Star-slaying cave abode's control array without hesitation. In an instant, Galaxy City shook violently, and a ball of strange light enveloped it. At that moment, there were more than 500,000 people in Galaxy City, and all of them felt their bodies become incomparably heavy, as if they could not move. In the next moment, the void of the Star-slaying cave abode suddenly distorted and then completely engulfed Galaxy City. Star-slaying cave abode, no more Galaxy City. At the former location of Galaxy City. It had been more than 60 years since Galaxy City disappeared. Even if the Bailey clan had searched at first, they had now given up completely because if Galaxy City appeared again, it should have happened long ago. It was impossible for there to have been no movement for 60 to 70 years. Perhaps, the Star-slaying cave abode really had disappeared. Although they were unwilling to believe it, the Bailey family couldn't do anything about it. This area was now covered with all kinds of trees, turning into a dense forest. Even the original path had disappeared. At that moment, the pitch-black hole suddenly rippled like water. It also caused the surrounding mountains and trees to shake. Following that, a shocking light shot into the sky. Amid the endless light, a huge ancient city appeared. Galaxy City, which had disappeared for more than 60 years, reappeared in the human world. As the light dissipated, the pitch-black hole completely disappeared. What replaced it was Galaxy City, as if it had never left. Only the cracks at the edge of the city indicated that it had moved. Have we returned? Belson looked at the dense forest in the distance. Even if there was a large amount of vegetation covering the empty land around the city, the geographical environment could not be changed. Many of the members of Galaxy City that had been born in Starslaying Cave abode ran to the city walls. Looking at the unfamiliar environment in the distance, they all revealed extremely curious expressions. Very soon, a large number of people began to walk out. When Galaxy City reappeared, light soared into the sky. The Earth Spirit Archmages in the Sky Orchid clan, over 1,000 miles away, were all startled. One after another, human figures soared to the sky and looked in the direction of Galaxy City with bewilderment. What's going on? That's the old site of Galaxy City. What's happened now? Could it be that something has happened to that empty cave? Could it be that the Starslaying Cave abode has really come into being? Quick, we have to hurry over and take a look. That's right. If it really has something to do with Belson's Starslaying Cave abode, this will be the best opportunity for our Sky Orchid clan. The Earth Spirit Archmages began to communicate with one another. The news about the Starslaying Cave abode had long spread throughout the world. However, there had been no news for decades. In addition, even the Bailey family had given up, so its authenticity had become a mystery. However, now that there was such a commotion in the direction of the old Galaxy City site, the people of the Sky Orchid clan could not help but fantasize about it. Soon, the Sky Orchid clan hurriedly organized the mages of many sects to head toward the old Galaxy City site. When they arrived near the old site of Galaxy City, they were all stunned. What did they see? Galaxy City. Had Galaxy City actually appeared again? This was not a dream. Galaxy City was extremely lively, and a large number of people even came out from the city walls. With the arrival of a large number of mages from the Sky Orchid clan, the people of Galaxy City were immediately frightened. The mages sent by the Sky Orchid clan were at least at the level of an ultimate archmage. Although there were quite a number of ultimate mages in Galaxy City, compared to the Sky Orchid clan, they were far inferior. Moreover, the auras of those 12 Earth Spirit Archmages were enough to shock the whole of Galaxy City. Galaxy City only had one Earth Spirit Archmage, Belson. Although there were a few top-tier ultimate mages, they were stuck at that level. However, there was a peerless mage in Galaxy City. This was the calming agent for all the people in Galaxy City. Decades ago, it was this great mage who had protected Galaxy City from disaster. As the most powerful mage in Galaxy City, besides the mysterious mage, Belson immediately flew into the air from the city and said loudly, "Mage of the Sky Orchid clan, please stop." With that powerful existence as a backer, Belson had a lot of confidence against the Sky Orchid clan. Unless it was a top-tier powerful mage force like the Bailey family. "Ha, Belson, is that you? 60 years ago, when Galaxy City was still here, you were only a first-level ultimate archmage. It seems that you have gained a lot in the Starslaying Cave abode." Laughter rang out. This laughter was filled with a strong sense of surprise and joy because he saw an opportunity to enter the Starslaying Cave abode. If the Sky Orchid clan could obtain many resources in the Starslaying Cave abode, then their rise would be inevitable. It was not just the owner of this old voice. The other mages of the Sky Orchid clan were also excited. The once weak Galaxy City now had a large number of ultimate mages, archmages, and even ultimate archmages. What did this mean? The people of Galaxy City had obtained resources in the Starslaying Cave abode. Since the people of Galaxy City had such an opportunity, why couldn't the people of the Sky Orchid clan? The Sky Orchid clan won't take away the resources of your Galaxy City as long as they let us enter the Starslaying Cave abode. This request shouldn't be too much, right? The old voice suddenly changed the topic. The meaning behind his words was very deep. If they weren't allowed to enter the Starslaying Cave abode, or rather, if they couldn't enter the Starslaying Cave abode, then they would be sorry. They would snatch away the Galaxy City's resources. Belson shook his head and said, "I'm truly sorry. Star-slaying cave abode isn't under our control. He really wasn't lying. The star-slaying cave abode was already under the control of that powerful existence. Humph, you don't want face even if I give it to you. Belson, do you think that you can resist our Sky Orchid clan with just a level 1 Earth Spirit Archmage? If you're sensible, then hand over the star-slaying cave abode. Otherwise, our Sky Orchid clan will trample on your Galaxy City in anger, another Earth Spirit Archmage from the Sky Orchid clan threatened. The Sky Orchid clan did not have time to hide anymore. If the other major forces of the Starry Sea world came, the Sky Orchid clan would have no advantage at all. Belson shook his head. If that's the case, then don't blame the Sky Orchid clan for being impolite. The Elf Earth Spirit Archmage snorted coldly. Sky Orchid clan, listen up. Destroy Galaxy City and destroy the Belson family. In an instant, a large number of powerful mages from the Sky Orchid clan pounced toward Galaxy City. And the 12 top-tier Earth Spirit Archmages instantly locked onto Belson. A great battle was about to break out. Suddenly, a ray of light emerged from Galaxy City and spread out, enveloping all of Galaxy City in an instant, turning into a huge holy light shield. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of ultimate archmages were turned into ashes. The Sky Orchid clan mages who had not charged up were all shocked by this scene and stopped advancing. The faces of the 12 Earth Spirit Archmages became even more serious because they realized that this strange holy light shield had not taken the initiative to attack. Instead, after the Sky Orchid clan mages came into contact with it, they were counterattacked by a force. This kind of defensive array formation was also available in the Sky Orchid clan. However, the problem was that a defensive array formation that could easily kill an ultimate archmage and even treat high-level ultimate mages equally was extremely terrifying. At most, the Sky Orchid clan's defensive array formation could only kill a few archmages. This kind of defensive array formation was something that only a first-rate mage force like the Bailey family could do. Could it be that the defensive array in the Star-slaying cave abode was placed in the Galaxy City? It's very possible. It seems that the people of the Galaxy City have obtained a heaven-defying opportunity in the Star-slaying cave abode. They can even obtain such a powerful defensive array. We must enter the Star-slaying cave abode. This is the only chance for the Sky Orchid clan to rise. We must break this defensive formation at all costs. After the 12 Earth Spirit Archmages communicated with each other, they made a decision. In an instant, one of the Earth Spirit Archmages launched a probing attack at the Angel on the Holy Light Shield. He had mastered the defensive formation's ability to counterattack. Bang! The attack landed on the Holy Light Shield. There was no movement. But immediately, the Angel on the Holy Light Shield seemed to come to life, and the raging flame judgment sword in his hand was swung out. Seeing the scorching light shooting over, the attacking Earth Spirit Archmage's body trembled, and he felt a disaster coming. The Earth Spirit Archmage roared in anger, and his entire defense exploded. At the same time, he moved his body, trying to dodge. But it was useless. The flame instantly shot at this Earth Spirit Archmage from the Sky Orchid clan. Boom! He was blown up instantly. The strange thing was that after he was blown up, there was actually no terrifying death explosion. It was as if all the energy had been melted. When the remaining 11 Earth Spirit Archmages saw this scene, their bodies trembled, and their faces turned pale with fear. The fallen Earth Spirit Archmage had only been a level 1 Earth Spirit Archmage and was not the strongest. But he was still an Earth Spirit Archmage after all. This terrifying scene was also witnessed by countless people in Galaxy City. Everyone was stunned. The Angel Holy Light Shield that enveloped Galaxy City was actually so terrifying. The hundreds of ultimate archmages had just turned into a bloody mist, and now, an angel had casually waved his sword and killed an Earth Spirit Archmage. It was too shocking. Just the shadow of an angel was terrifying. Then how powerful was the mysterious mage who cast the Angel Holy Light Shield? What they did not know was that at this moment, in the bookstore in the corner of the city, Lei Lou was naked on the bed with the three women. He had no time to pay attention to what was happening outside. Our galaxy city is lucky to have such a strong person protecting us. Our Belson family is lucky. Belson muttered to himself. Behind him, the countless elves of the Belson family were all extremely excited. With the existence of this mysterious mage, they would no longer have to worry about being destroyed by the Bailey family. They would no longer have to hide in the dark. In the bookstore, Lei Lou finally fulfilled his body's desire. The three girls were also panting from his torture. Their snow-white arms were limp, and their bodies had turned pink from exercise. After the three girls fell asleep, Lei Lou finally put on his clothes. He had casually killed a group of ultimate archmages and an earth spirit archmage, but this was not worth mentioning. That was the truth. He had not had to do anything other than cast the 6th layer of the Holy Light Shield. Even a top-tier earth spirit archmage would not be able to break it. Of course, the counterattack ability of the Holy Light Shield would at most kill a level 6 earth spirit archmage. A level 7 earth spirit archmage would only be severely injured. Even so, it was still extremely terrifying. As long as the people of Galaxy City did not leave, under the protection of this 6th level Holy Light Shield, they had nothing to worry about. They only needed to worry if a Sky Spirit Archmage made a move, then, their protection was not certain. Whether a Sky Spirit Archmage dared to make a move or not was another matter because they could tell that the person who cast this Holy Light Shield must be a mage above a 1st level Sky Spirit Archmage. Suddenly, Lei Lou's finger moved, and rays of light emerged and fused into the Holy Light Shield. In an instant, the Holy Light Shield shook, and actually began to expand over the area outside of Galaxy City. When the remaining mages and 11 Earth Spirit Archmages of the Sky Orchid clan saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically and they immediately retreated. In the end, the Holy Light Shield expanded faster and faster, almost reaching the people of the Sky Orchid clan. These mages were scared out of their wits. Fortunately, Lei Lou did not plan to kill all of them. Otherwise, none of them would be able to escape. Just like that, the entire Holy Light Shield expanded another 50 kilometers, enveloping a large area of forest and land. The reason for doing so was naturally to leave more space for the people of Galaxy City. Those who were unwilling to leave the protection of the 6 layers of Holy Light Shield could live in this area, even if they were planting crops or raising livestock. Under the protection of the 6 layers of Holy Light Shield, the concentration of spiritual energy was much higher than in other places because the entire Holy Light Shield was already rooted in the spiritual vein of the earth. It was able to continuously extract a large amount of spiritual energy. Not only could it maintain the Holy Light Shield, but it could also provide spiritual energy for the inner space. Although it couldn't be compared to the Starslaying Cave abode, it could still be considered a very good place for cultivation. Of course, if the people of Galaxy City wanted to leave, then they could. But if they left Galaxy City, then they wouldn't be within Lei Lou's protection range. It had to be said that Lei Lou had considered the future of Galaxy City very thoroughly. The main reason was that Lei Lou didn't want to have to move to protect them every day. If that was the case, then he would be annoyed to death. This way, it was dealt with once and for all. Even if a Sky Spirit Archmage came over, then he would have done it once. With the 4 ultimate spells of heaven and earth, coupled with his strength as a 2nd level Sky Spirit Archmage, he really didn't have any fear toward ordinary Sky Spirit Archmages. As for the fire-breathing Divine Dragon, he would not use it unless he really had to. At the same time, the shocking phenomenon of the Archmage near the old site of Galaxy City had long alarmed people within a radius of several thousand miles. Very soon, this news was obtained at an astonishing speed through various means and spread to every region of the Starry Sea world. The Bailey family. Although they no longer paid attention to Galaxy City, there was still a very strong intelligence force stationed around Galaxy World. Therefore the Bailey family received the news of the commotion there immediately. Many high-level members of the Bailey family were extremely shocked. They had been stationed near Galaxy City for almost 30 years. They were definitely the ones who had stayed put for a long time. In the end, they had no other choice but to leave. Now, there was another commotion in Galaxy City. The Bailey family immediately dispatched a group of experts to Galaxy World. At the same time, they ordered the intelligence personnel to gather more accurate information. Until they obtained the news that Galaxy City had already reappeared, the Bailey family was completely in an uproar. Even the patriarch of the Bailey family, who was half a step into the sky spirit realm, was among them. Almost 90% of the Earth spirit archmages had all rushed to Galaxy World. Did the appearance of Galaxy City once again mean that the people of Galaxy City had mastered the control method to enter and exit the star-slaying cave abode? Now, they could not wait to fly to Galaxy City immediately. Unfortunately, God's world was very far away from Galaxy World. Even the top-level Earth spirit archmages would not be able to reach Galaxy City in less than 10 hours. Other than the Sky Orchid clan, who had arrived at Galaxy City at the beginning, there were other two mage forces in the Galaxy World that got there quickly. These two mage forces were more or less the same as the Sky Orchid clan. It could be said to be a three-legged attack. The Earth Spirit Archmages were the first to arrive. They were all a little shocked because Galaxy City was already enveloped by a huge angel shadow. What was even more unbelievable was that the Sky Orchid clan's Earth Spirit Archmages were actually watching outside. Elder Sky, why are you guys guarding out here? Why don't you go in and take a look? A third-level Earth Spirit Archmage from the Blade Sword Divine Territory said to the Elder with the greatest authority in the Sky Orchid clan. This old man feels that we should wait until all the major forces have arrived before we talk. Otherwise, the Sky Orchid clan will snatch away one of the Galaxy City's opportunities, the number one elder of the Sky Orchid clan, Elder Sky, said with a chuckle. Actually, his heart was bleeding. The clan had lost one Earth Spirit Archmage and more than 100 Ultimate Archmages. Such a loss was really too great. Since his own family had lost, he definitely could not let the other forces benefit. He would also have to let them suffer losses so that his heart would be balanced. Hee, this doesn't seem like your style. A third-level Earth Spirit Elf Archmage from the black-clothed Divine Palace sneered. With this old fellow's style of taking advantage and not falling behind, why would he be so kind? There must be a trap. Mo1, why don't you give it a try? The Earth Spirit Archmage from the Blade Sword Divine Territory said with a smile. Yes, why don't you give it a try? The third-level Earth Spirit Archmage, Mo1 from the black-clothed Divine Palace, replied with a sneer. Facing the opportunity of the star-slaying cave abode, our Blade Sword Divine Territory only wants to drink some soup. We don't have any big ideas. Why don't the three of us come together? The Blade Sword Divine Territory's third-grade Earth Spirit Archmage, Yas, said. Both of them looked at the elder from the Sky Orchid clan. It was obvious that they were trying to probe. Do as you please. I won't participate, Elder Sky said indifferently. He did not want to suffer any more losses. This holy light shield was too terrifying. Right now, he only wanted to wait. He wanted to wait for that top-tier power to come over. Until that time came, he just needed to drink some soup. As for saying that they could monopolize the opportunities in the star-slaying cave abode, they could forget about it. They only wanted to wait for a top-tier power to come over, and when that time came, they would be able to rest and drink some soup. As for saying that they could monopolize the opportunities the star-slaying cave abode, they could definitely forget about it. He knew what his own family was capable of. If it hadn't been for their greedy execution previously, they wouldn't have suffered such a great loss. However, there was no time for regret in this world. If they could do it all over again, he definitely wouldn't be the first here. Mauen and Yas looked at each other and saw the problem. The holy light shield that enveloped Galaxy City was definitely no small matter. The others must have suffered huge losses to be so cautious. Although they were extremely curious and really wanted to find out what was wrong with the Holy Light Shield, the other clan's actions made them extremely vigilant and they didn't dare act rashly. Time passed by slowly. In the end, the two forces had still not made a move. 2 hours later, another force of mages from Galaxy World arrived near Galaxy City. This force was much stronger than the other three forces. There was a 5th level Earth Spirit Archmage. Greetings, Elder Ocean Wave. The Earth Spirit Archmages from the three forces in Galaxy World bowed one after another when they saw the 5th level Earth Spirit Archmage. This kind of medium-level Earth Spirit Archmage was much stronger than them. They were not on the same level anymore. Do you know what's going on in Galaxy City? The chief elder of the Ocean Wave clan, Elder Ocean Wave, asked directly. He was a little curious. These three mage forces were the closest to Galaxy City. Logically, they should have entered Galaxy City before the other powerful mage forces arrived. Why were they waiting outside? The Black-Clothed Divine Palace and the Bladesword Divine Territory's Earth Spirit Archmages all looked at Tian Lan from the Scorching Sun sect. Tian Lan's face twitched slightly. He knew that it was impossible to trick the other forces. He was not afraid of the Black-Clothed Divine Palace or the Bladesword Divine Territory, but he definitely did not dare not give face to the Ocean Wave sect. Elder Ocean Wave was a 5th level Earth Spirit Archmage. His strength was much stronger than his. Moreover, the Ocean Wave sect still had 2 4th level Earth Spirit Archmages. They also had a few more lower level Earth Spirit Archmages than the Sky Orchid clan. The two were on completely different levels. Even if the three major forces joined together, they would definitely not be able to contend against the Ocean Wave sect. Elder Ocean Wave, this holy light shield is very powerful. As long as it comes into contact with or attacks, it will trigger an angel counterattack. One of our Sky Orchid clan's Earth Spirit Archmages has already died, Tian Lan quickly said. Mo1 and Yas could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This holy light shield was too terrifying. It had easily caused the death of an Earth Spirit Archmage. Didn't that mean that if they attacked the holy light shield, it might cause the death of another Earth Spirit Archmage? At this moment, they finally understood the evil intentions of Elder Sky. Fortunately, they were a little cautious and had not probed the holy light shield. Otherwise, the consequences would really have been unimaginable. However, they were somewhat gloating over the death of an Earth Spirit Archmage from the Sky Orchid clan. Elder Ocean Wave frowned. He believed that the Elder Sky did not dare to spout nonsense. It was extremely terrifying to have the Holy Light Shield cause the death of an Earth Spirit Archmage, even if it was first level. A mid-level Earth Spirit Archmage like him would most likely be in danger of being injured. If he was injured, he would be greatly affected if he were to fight for the opportunities in the Starslaying Cave abode. Immediately, he communicated with the other Earth Spirit Archmages from the Ocean Wave sect with his thoughts for a moment before finally making a decision, which was to wait. Wait until the other factions arrived. After all, the Ocean Wave sect wasn't particularly powerful in Galaxy World. It could only be said to be of the middle level. The 12 divine gates and the 3 great divine sects were terrifying existences that even the Ocean Wave sect could only look up to. With the reputation of the Starslaying Cave abode, it might attract the descent of a super faction. Moreover, the Bailey family, who cared the most about the Starslaying Cave abode, would definitely not be absent. Although the Bailey family could not be compared to the 12 divine gates and the 3 great divine sects, they were still considered a first-rate force in this galaxy world. Just like that, over the following 10 hours, more and more mage forces gathered outside Galaxy City. No one dared to act rashly. The hundreds of thousands of famous people in Galaxy City, including the Bailey family, were all a little frightened because the forces gathered outside were getting more powerful. There were probably hundreds of Earth Spirit Archmages. Boom! A shocking aura rolled over from afar. Even before the people arrived, the aura was already overwhelming. It was undisguised and arrogant. However, the expressions of the many mage forces and earth spirit archmages present changed drastically and they became extremely cautious. This was because this was a top-tier earth spirit archmage. His aura was extremely terrifying. Even if all the earth spirit archmages present joined forces, they might not be a match for this top-tier mage. Very quickly, along with a shocking long howl, a resplendent light seemed to tear apart the night sky as it descended with an endless aura. It was an elven elder with fluttering black hair. He was tall, mighty, and domineering. His golden hair fluttered in the wind, and his golden pupils contained divine light. Wherever he passed, all the earth spirit archmages present had looks of reverence on their faces. "Welcome, Great Bailey," a level 7 earth spirit archmage hurriedly cupped his hands and said. Even if he was already a high-level earth spirit archmage, in front of a level 9 extreme-level earth spirit archmage, he was still not enough because this kind of existence had already touched upon the path to the sky spirit realm. It was just that he did not have the confidence to go up. Instantly, all the earth spirit archmages present welcomed him, one after another. No one dared to be careless. Bailey glanced at everyone present and said indifferently, "There are quite a lot of people here." In his opinion, these forces were all covetous of the star-slaying cave, but the Bailey family had long since taken it as their own. They were the orthodox star-slaying sect and should be the only beneficiaries of the star-slaying mage's legacy. Now that they had so much power to pay attention to the star-slaying cave abode, how could he give them a look in? If it weren't for the fact that there were too many powers present, he would even have killed one batch to intimidate the other. However, he thought that there were even more powerful forces, such as the 12 divine gates and the 3 great divine sections. If such forces also targeted the star-slaying cave abode, it would be difficult to deal with them. Such forces all had sky spirit archmages. Although he was a peak earth spirit archmage, he was still not good enough to face the sky spirit archmages. How could the earth spirit archmages present not hear the displeasure in Bailey's tone? Bailey did not have a planned meeting with the many earth spirit archmages present, and his gaze fell on the holy light shield. He wasn't a fool. Before the other mages of the Bailey family arrived, he wouldn't act rashly. After all, there were hundreds of earth spirit archmages present. "Do you know anything about this angel holy light shield?" Bailey suddenly said. "Great Bailey, according to Elder Sky of the Sky Orchid sect, this holy light shield has a very strong passive counterattack ability. A level 1 earth spirit archmage has already fallen," the 7th level earth spirit archmage who had spoken earlier said. Bailey did not say anything else. He just stood in front of the holy light shield. No one knew whether he was thinking or analyzing this holy light shield. Another hour passed. More than 10 powerful auras rolled over. They were all high-level earth spirit archmages. They were the main force of the Bailey family. Seeing that his main force had arrived, Bailey did not hesitate any longer. He suddenly burst out with a powerful aura. His body grew taller, as if he had turned into a terrifying giant spirit god. With him as the center, almost no earth spirit archmages dared to approach within 1,000 meters. Even high-level earth spirit archmages dared not approach. That kind of aura was too terrifying. Is this the power of a peak earth spirit archmage? Some earth spirit archmages muttered to themselves. At this moment, they were personally experiencing the terror of a peak earth spirit archmage. It was hard to imagine how powerful a sky spirit archmage would be. Bailey took a step forward, and it was as if the world was shaking. Endless power gathered in his body. He suddenly raised his hand, and as if he wanted to overturn the sky, he struck toward the holy light shield. Boom! The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The void shook, and the earth rumbled. Under this terrifying power, there was almost nothing underground that could withstand it, and it was about to be completely disintegrated. All the earth spirit archmages were shocked. They were only isolated until their souls were suppressed, and the power in their bodies was about to stop circulating. Especially the low-level Earth Spirit Archmages. Their faces were pale, and they seemed to be on the verge of collapse. As for the ultimate mages, they had long fled far away. Even so, they still felt as if the end of the world had arrived and started trembling. In the bookstore in Galaxy City, Lei Lou was flipping through a book. He raised his head to look outside and shook his head. Sigh, why bother? As long as he was unable to break through the 6 layers of the Holy Light Shield, the stronger the attack, the stronger the counterattack. This Bailey was going to suffer a great loss. As Bailey's tentacles reached out, the world shook and people's hearts trembled. He displayed the might of a half-step into the sky realm. This was his goal. Not only did he have to break through the Holy Light Shield, but he also had to use his absolute invincible might to intimidate the mage forces that were paying attention to the star-slaying cave abode. Boom! The terrifying magic carried the power to destroy everything. It was like a huge meteorite falling from the sky and landing on the human world. In an instant, the entire Holy Light Shield shook violently. It was as if the mountain had collapsed and earth had cracked. The ground at the center of Galaxy City began to roll. Countless cracks extended in all directions. Under normal circumstances, the powerful attack of such a peak Earth Spirit Archmage could wipe out the entire city from the map of the galaxy world. Not a single trace would be left behind. However, the Holy Light Shield that covered Galaxy City had directly withstood Bailey's terrifying attack. Although the Holy Light Shield shook and rumbled, showing signs of distortion, it did not collapse at all. Bailey was completely stunned. His attack, even if it was not the most powerful attack, could definitely kill a level 6 Earth Spirit Archmage. How could it not break the shield? This was too ridiculous. Even if it was the 3 Great Divine Sects defensive formation, it couldn't possibly have such terrifying defensive power, right? However, in the next moment, Bailey's expression changed drastically. Because the Holy Light Shield had undergone a huge change. A terrifying power quickly gathered and immediately after, the Holy Light Shield shook, and a ray of light shot out. Even if Bailey wanted to dodge, he felt that there was no way to do so. This was because this ray was extremely strange, as if it could pierce through space. In an instant, it attacked his body. Boom! Bailey was sent flying by the attack. He crashed into the ground and plowed a huge gully. Immediately after, Bailey shot into the sky. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and his aura became weak. His face was filled with indescribable shock and anger. How powerful was he? He was a peak Earth Spirit Archmage, yet he couldn't even break a small defensive formation. Instead, he was injured by the backlash of the formation. What kind of broken formation is this? How can it be so terrifying? Bailey took a deep breath. Just the defensive formation was already so terrifying. How precious would the opportunities in the star-slaying cave abode be? Unfortunately, he couldn't even enter the Galaxy City now. He vomited blood. He was so depressed that he vomited blood. Previously, he had been unbelievably arrogant and had looked down on everything. But in the blink of an eye, he had been slapped in the face. Not only had he not broken through this Holy Light Shield, but he had been injured instead. This was absolutely disgraceful for him, who cared a lot about his face. He was very sullen. Ancestor, what's wrong? The Bailey clan's patriarch, Bailey G, hurriedly transmitted his voice and asked. No one act rashly. This Holy Light Shield is extremely terrifying. Only Sky Spirit Archmages can break through it. Bailey G replied, Ancestor, what should we do? After a long time, the people from the 12 heaven gates and the 3 great divine sects will all come. Then, we won't be able to become the masters of the star-slaying cave abode. If the Bailey family could enter the star-slaying cave abode before these superpowers arrived, then under the name of the star-slaying orthodoxy, those superpowers would more or less have to give them face. But now, it was different. The Holy Light Shield, which even the Bailey family couldn't break, meant that they didn't have the qualifications to control the star-slaying cave abode. Now that things have come to this, there's no other way. The Bailey family sighed. This situation had completely exceeded his expectations. If even the Holy Light Shield couldn't be broken, what other way was there? If they continued to attack, they would only get more and more injured. This was because this terrifying array was rooted in Earth's spiritual vein and drew endless spiritual energy. Only if a Sky Spirit Archmage cast a spell, or if many Peak Earth Spirit Archmages joined forces, might there still be a chance. Ancestor, since the people of Galaxy City can enter and exit the Holy Light Shield, perhaps we can start with the people of Galaxy City, Bailey G suddenly said in a deep voice. Bailey G suddenly said in a deep voice, as long as we can enter Galaxy City, then we will have a greater chance of finding the star-slaying cave abode. What you said is indeed right, however, it is impossible for the people of Galaxy City to come out, Bailey said with a frown. Old Ancestor, the people of the world are all greedy. As long as we can contact the people inside, we are not afraid that no one will not be tempted, Bailey G said. Then let's give it a try. Bailey nodded. This was the only way. They could not completely give up on the star-slaying cave abode. At the same time, many Earth Spirit Archmages in the distance saw that even a Peak Earth Spirit Archmage had been unable to break the Holy Light Shield. Instead, he was reduced to ashes. All of them were extremely shocked. They were a little glad that they had not tried it before. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. After a long time, more mage forces rushed over. There was no lack of first-rate mage forces. For example, the Four Gods sect. This was a mage force that was not as weak as the Bailey family. However, a top-level Earth Spirit Archmage of the Four Gods sect had already died, which reduced their strength. Even so, there was still a top-level Earth Spirit Archmage in charge. Just like that, the vicinity of Galaxy City became extremely lively, becoming the gathering point for countless powerful mage forces of Galaxy World. Galaxy World was huge. There were more than 100 regions, and some ordinary Earth Spirit Archmage forces simply did not have the ability to get there. Basically, the mage forces that could cross many regions must have high-tier Earth Spirit Archmages holding down the fort. The later the mage force came, the more famous they would be, and the more powerful they would be. Even the Bailey family wouldn't dare to underestimate them. The only thing that made the Bailey family happy was that the 12 Heaven Gates and the 3 Great Divine Sects hadn't arrived yet. In Galaxy City, no one dared to leave the range of the Holy Light Shield. There were too many powerful people outside. Even low-level Earth Spirit Archmages had become small fry. To the people of Galaxy City, it was too terrifying. There were so many Earth Spirit Archmages. In the past, people did not see them. But now, they were all guarding the outside of the Holy Light Shield. Every moment, they were in a state of fear and trepidation. Needless to say, the Belson family simply couldn't sleep or eat in peace. These dozens of people had disappeared. Every minute and every second was a torment. Moreover, who knew how long this torment would last? Right now, they were hiding in a cave, with a large number of terrifying predators waiting outside. They could only tremble. Ancestor, what should we do next? Isn't there a solution? A high-level Archmage couldn't hold it in any longer. This isn't something we can decide. Let's continue to wait. Belson shook his head. He didn't know what that powerful existence was thinking either. Suddenly, he had a thought. He immediately called his great-granddaughter, Xiaoya, and left the Castellan's castle, heading straight for the bookstore. Although he felt a little uneasy in his heart, he didn't know if his actions would cause that human mage to be dissatisfied. But he really could not hold it in any longer because the pressure was too great. He was suffocating every moment. Great-grandfather, even at such a time, you still have the mood to read? Xiaoya also had a worried look on her face. Although she was already a high-level ultimate archmage, in the face of such a terrifying scene, her little strength was useless. The more trouble, the more I need to be calm. Reading can relax my mood and let my mind wander. Belson smiled faintly. Actually, he was very nervous but he had to endure it. Great-grandfather, do you think that powerful mage already has a way to deal with the people outside? The beautiful elf Xiaoya said, otherwise, why would he use this holy light shield to protect the outside? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't we be running for our lives? We can't understand the thoughts of an expert, Belson shook his head and said. Actually, he thought so too. It was precisely because of this that he had brought Xiaoya here. After all, Xiaoya often came here, and that existence didn't seem to dislike his granddaughter. If there's a chance, I want to become a powerful mage, protect great-grandfather, protect the Belson family, and take back the star-slaying orthodoxy that originally belonged to us. Xiaoya's tone was a little firm as she spoke. Perhaps it was because she meditated every day and had always lived in Galaxy City that she had very little contact with the outside world. Xiaoya was already 80 years old, but she was still very innocent. Belson looked at his great-granddaughter's appearance and sighed in his heart. How could you become such an accomplished and powerful mage? At this time, the remote bookstore was not far away. It was very quiet. There was only a figure sitting on a chair, flipping through a book. It was quiet. This scene seemed to be able to soothe the anxiety and uneasiness in people's hearts. At this time, a graceful figure floated out of the room and came to the side of the figure. She took out a grape from the fruit plate she was carrying and slightly leaned over to stuff one into the figure's mouth. Finally, she placed the fruit plate on the table, kissed the figure on the forehead, and returned to the room. This scene was very harmonious and leisurely. He was amazed. A master was indeed a master. Even under such circumstances, he could still be so calm. At that moment, Belson felt that his heart had also stabilized. Since this master was so calm, it meant that he must have a way to deal with it. Uncle Lei Lou, I'm here. Where are Sister Wei and the others? Xiaoya ran in. The first thing she did was to look for Wei and the others. They're reading in the room. Lei Lou put down the book in his hand and said with a smile. At this moment, a low roar was heard. Then, a small red flame flew in and landed on Xiaoya's shoulder. It started to rub its head against Xiaoya's neck. The horns on its head had shrunk. This was what Lei Lou had requested. It was fine if Xiaoya had seen it before, but it could not expose its horns to others, otherwise, it would be very easy to connect it to him. Xiaoya immediately brought the small flame to play and ran into the house to look for Wei and the others. Belson could no longer hold himself back. He bowed slightly to Lei Lou. Greetings, Senior. City Lord Belson, are you worried about what's going on outside? Lei Lou said indifferently. Senior, I am indeed very worried. There are more and more powerful spells gathering now. If they join forces to attack this defensive magic circle, the situation will be very bad. Belson voiced out the worry in his heart. Once they lost the protection of this defensive array, Galaxy City would be completely exposed under the eyes of many mages. Galaxy City's fate was worrisome. Don't worry, I will solve the problem of Galaxy City once and for all. It's just that now is not the time yet, Lei Lou said calmly. Not the time yet? Belson was a little dumbfounded. There were so many Earth Spirit Archmages, and even a few peak Earth Spirit existences like Bailey had come. Suddenly, his entire body trembled, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Could this senior be waiting for the arrival of the Sky Spirit Archmages from the 12 Heaven Gates and the 3 great divine sects? Could it be that this senior was a legendary Sky Spirit Archmage? At this moment, this senior had become even more mysterious and unfathomable in his heart. Next to the Holy Light Shield, the Bailey family members were all sitting on the ground meditating and communicating. Old ancestor, what's happening? Can you contact the people inside? Bailey G asked. No, this defensive magic array is very strange. When my spiritual will seeped in, the resistance was very great. It seemed to involve a change in space folding. It's possible that only a sky spirit archmage can penetrate it, Bailey said in a low voice. He looked disappointed because this meant that if he wanted to bribe the people of Galaxy City and use the loophole in the defensive magic array to enter Galaxy City, it wouldn't work. Suddenly, Bailey seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly looked in a certain direction, and his expression became extremely grave. It wasn't just Bailey. There were also several peak Earth spirit archmages of the same level. They had also sensed something at the same time. In the distant void, a person wearing simple cloth clothes walked over. It seemed to be very slow, but it seemed to be able to shrink the ground to an inch. In the blink of an eye, this figure had already arrived on the holy light shield. This was a cloth-clothed elf. His long golden hair was tied up by a simple straw rope. Carrying a sword on his back, he gave off an extremely simple feeling. His eyes were empty and lifeless. One could only see the whites of his eyes, as if he was a blind man. He just floated in the air. Only then did the Earth Spirit Archmages present realize that this figure had almost been ignored. However, Bailey and the other peak Earth Spirit Archmages had a look of awe on their faces. This was because this was a spoiler. Senior. Bailey stood up and bowed to the cloth-clothed elf in the air. His voice was filled with awe. One could not help but feel awe. This was because this Sky Spirit Archmage had existed for an unknown number of years. When Bailey was just born, he was already famous. He had lived for more than 8,300 years. The other peak Earth Spirit Archmages also greeted him one after another, their expressions incomparably respectful. Many of the Earth Spirit Archmages present had never heard of him, but now it seemed that a few top-level Earth Spirit Archmages were actually so respectful in front of this ordinary-looking cloth-clothed elf. They were all incomparably shocked because there was only one type that could obtain the reverence of a top-tier Earth Spirit Archmage. And that was the legendary Sky Spirit Archmage. A living legend. A legendary Sky Spirit Archmage had actually appeared in front of them, and all the Earth Spirit Archmages appeared in front of them. They were all extremely excited. The cloth-clothed elf nodded slightly, and then said in a clear voice, "Friends from Galaxy City, can you show yourself?" His seemingly simple words caused the peak Earth Spirit Archmages like Bailey to reveal expressions of incomparable shock. Friends? To be able to be called a friend by a legendary Sky Spirit Archmage, they must be of the same level. In other words, there was actually an extremely powerful Sky Spirit Archmage hidden within Galaxy City. At this moment, a chill appeared on Bailey's forehead, and his body trembled slightly. Heavens, what had he done before? He had actually attacked Galaxy City, which had a Sky Spirit Archmage guarding it. Everyone present was in an uproar. I don't want to see it, and I also don't want to hear it. Why disturb the peace of my Galaxy City? An indifferent voice was transmitted from within Galaxy City. In this starry sea world, I'm very familiar with the various Sky Spirit Archmages, but I've never heard of any friends. They must be the latest ones to be born. It's really something to celebrate. However, I'm very curious about the legendary star-slaying cave abode. I don't know, but do I have the opportunity to observe it? The cloth-clothed elf said with a smile. I have a spell. If you can catch it, it's fine for you to observe it, the indifferent voice from within Galaxy City sounded again. It just so happens that my sword hasn't been unsheathed for a long time. I'm very happy to be able to meet friends of the same level. The cloth-clothed elf laughed. Compared to seeing the legendary star-slaying cave abode, he actually preferred to find opponents, especially those of the same level. He did not expect to meet them in this Galaxy City. How could he not be happy? The conversation between the two Sky Spirit Archmages excited all the mages present. Because they found that the two Sky Spirit Archmages were about to make a move. However, everyone immediately retreated far away. This was a confrontation between Sky Spirit Archmages. It was said that Sky Spirit Archmages could condense their magic power to the extreme and control it as if they were thinking. However, they did not dare to be careless. If they were touched by the aftershock, it would be tragic. Then you have to be careful. This spell of mine is not that simple. Once it is used, it will definitely hurt people. The indifferent voice continued to ring out. In an instant, the void seemed to fall into absolute silence. Everything in the world became suffocated in this solemn atmosphere. Even the mages from the various major powers who had retreated far away shivered. They only felt goosebumps all over their bodies. It was as if the world was being affected by a mysterious power. Even if it was not interesting, it was given a special charm called spirit. They felt as if their breath was absorbing countless cold magical wills. What they saw, smelled, heard, and felt. It was as if everything had turned into sword chi. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. Whether it was low-level Earth Spirit Archmages, mid-level, and high-level Earth Spirit Archmages, or even peak Earth Spirit Archmages like Bailey, they all fell into an inexplicable panic. This was a great will that surpassed mortals. It completely controlled this world and controlled the operation of the laws of the world. Is this the terrifying power of a Sky Spirit Archmage? Bailey's lips trembled, his eyes filled with desire as he muttered to himself. Even if he had already touched the Sky Spirit Archmage realm, his savings were simply not enough, and he did not dare to step on it. Because once he stepped on it, there would be no turning back. Either he succeeded, or he would forever fall into the abyss. How many peak Earth Spirit Archmages were blocked outside the Sky Spirit Archmage path? What a familiar magic aura, what an unfamiliar magic aura. It's really mesmerizing. Under such a great magic will, the cloth-clothed elf revealed a mesmerizing smile. Although he was a mage who used a sword, all his power came from magic power. He naturally enjoyed such a powerful magic will. He had always been searching for the perfection of ultimate magic, comprehending all kinds of magic, fusing them all into one, turning them into his own attainments. This was the cultivation of magic. Gradually, a terrifying will of sword Tao gradually emerged from his body. It spread out, dispersing the magical will that came from Galaxy City, and then formed a magic domain that belonged to him. In an instant, two great magical wills went straight to the sky, collided, entangled, and fought. It seemed to be calm, but there was a terrifying killing intent hidden within. The sky was oppressive. The ground was heavy. The sharp sword intent cut through everything. The huge holy light shield that was as steady as Mount Tai actually began to twist and tremble under this terrifying magical will. It was as if it was going to be broken at any time. At that moment, the magical will that was entangled and colliding suddenly shook, and then a ray of cool light broke through the air from within Galaxy City. Slow. Very slow. Fast. Very fast. This was an unimaginably strange illusion. Everyone could see it, even those innate mages in Galaxy City could clearly see the trajectory of this thin and bright ray of light. Strangely, after the light flew past, their minds seemed to be blank, as if they hadn't seen anything at all. In an instant, the light arrived in front of the cloth-clothed elf. The cloth-clothed elf pointed with his finger, and a sword light shot out. Bang! Instantly, the sword light and the light collided with everything. The sword light shattered. However, the ray of light did not change at all. The cloth-clothed elf's calm face finally revealed a change in expression. Even the white and empty eyes had a strange sword ray emerging from them. His body seemed to have transformed into a sword. He was the sword. The sword was him. Boom! The entire void shook and shattered, forming threads of cracks that spread out like a spider web. Then, the cloth-clothed elf's figure seemed to become blurry and illusory. His body was also about to twist and shatter. It lasted for a long time before he recovered from this state. Pooh! There was a noise that sounded like a sword stabbing into his body. The cloth-clothed elf lowered his head and looked at his chest. A sword scar appeared and pierced through his body. He, actually couldn't block this sword. He had been stabbed by this sword. His white and silent pupils became completely lost. Why hadn't he blocked it? Although that sword was very strong, Why hadn't he blocked it? It actually broke through his defense and pierced through his body. That terrifying magic quickly consumed the life force in his body. If it was a peak Earth Spirit Archmage, this magic would have been fatal. His body would have collapsed in an instant, and he would have been directly cut into basic particles by that magic beam. He was a Sky Spirit Archmage. His soul and will could be entrusted to the void. If it was not enough to completely destroy his soul, it would not be able to cut off his life force. However, he was still injured. Moreover, his injuries this time were very serious. Without a few hundred years, he would not be able to recover. So strong. Is he really a mage who has just entered the Sky Spirit realm? The cloth-clothed elf sighed. He knew that he had miscalculated this time. Even though he felt a little regretful, he had to admit it. He had lost. He had lost to this strange magic. What kind of magic is this? He raised his head to look at Galaxy City and asked calmly. It's just basic magic. An indifferent voice came from within the Galaxy City. Basic magic. I didn't expect that basic magic could have such powerful power. I've learned my lesson. The cloth-clothed elf revealed a look of yearning. He was very curious. How could there be such a strange and powerful magic in the world? After saying that, he turned around and moved. With a step, he had already disappeared. A world-shaking battle had ended just like that. Many Earth Spirit Archmages present were baffled. But only the high-level Earth Spirit Archmage could see something. Senior, you're injured. Bailey's entire body trembled, revealing a look of jealousy and shock. A peerless mage who had been a Sky Spirit Archmage for countless years had actually been injured. Moreover, it was only a single spell. Could it be that the Sky Spirit Archmages in Galaxy City had already become so powerful? At this moment, he already understood that the Star-Slaying Cave abode no longer belonged to his Bailey family, and it wasn't something that his strength could be tainted with. This was because Galaxy City already had an invincible mage overseeing it. Even a Sky Spirit Archmage had been defeated by a single spell. If the 3 Great Divine and the 12 Heavens Gate sects wanted to make a move, they would have to think twice. Old Ancestor, what should we do now? Bailey G recovered from his shock. He looked at Old Ancestor Bailey and asked. Let's go. Bailey shook his head. He first bowed slightly in the direction of Galaxy City as a way of paying respect to the sky-level mage. Then, he turned around and flew into the distance. When the Bailey family's mages saw this scene, they also bowed in the direction of Galaxy City. Then, they left with Bailey. The people from the other major mage forces knew that there was nothing they could do about this matter. Even a sky-level mage was defeated by a single spell. They immediately chose to give up. Thus, they all bowed and left. Just like that, in less than a few minutes, Galaxy City, where the Earth Spirit Archmages had gathered, was soon empty. As these mages left, the news that Galaxy City had received the protection of a powerful Sky Spirit Archmage spread. The world was shocked. Not only were the elves shocked, but the immortals were also shocked. Of course, the humans were the most shocked. This was because this news clearly stated that the Sky Spirit Archmage who protected Galaxy City was a human. The human world already had a few Sky Spirit Archmages protecting it. Who would have thought that there was a Sky Spirit Archmage protecting an elf city? This made the human world boil. In the bookstore in Galaxy City, Lei Lou retracted his gaze and let out a long breath. The spell just now was almost his peak attack. Not only did he use the condensation of the spell, but he also used the 4 ultimate spells of heaven and earth. That was why the spell had been able to break through that cloth-clothed elf's defense so easily and pierce through his body. This elven Sky Spirit Archmage should be a 4th-level Sky Spirit Archmage. Lei Lou thought to himself. This spell's cultivation level was much higher than his. Because his magic power was extremely high after the marriage, coupled with the damage from the 4 ultimate spells of heaven and earth, that spell was able to cause such terrifying damage and injure the cloth-clothed elf, causing him to retreat. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy to intimidate the other party. After all, the attraction of the Starslaying Cave abode was definitely not small. If he did not display his absolute power, there would still be Sky Spirit Archmages coming one after another. I should be able to be quiet for a period of time now. Lei Lou let out a long breath. What he needed to do now was to cultivate properly and strive to take a few steps on the path of Sky Spirit Archmages. After using the 100-step Sky Spirit pill to become a Sky Spirit Archmage, he would not have any bottlenecks. Lei Lou's figure moved and disappeared. He entered the Starslaying Cave abode and went into seclusion to train. At the same time, Galaxy City fell into cheers. The large number of mages that had been gathered outside had finally retreated and everyone felt as if they had survived a disaster. They no longer had to worry about being oppressed by a powerful mage force, because their Galaxy City had a powerful mage protecting them. It's finally over. Belson let out a long breath. He was almost certain that the 2 existences that were fighting just now were Sky Spirit Archmages. 10,000 miles away from Galaxy City. On a cliff on a mountain peak, a cloth-clothed elf with a sword on his back stood with his hands behind his back. In the distant sky, there was a faint black shadow floating. It was like a shadow, giving people a strange feeling of jealousy. You're actually injured. A hoarse and cold voice came from the black shadow. So what? Do you want to kill me? There's no chance, the cloth-clothed elf said indifferently. Although I really want to kill you, I think I should forget about it. However, to be able to injure you, it seems that the human Sky Spirit Archmage hidden in Galaxy City is not ordinary, the black shadow said. You can try, the cloth-clothed elf said. Forget it. Those who can hurt you can definitely hurt me. I have so many enemies. I can't give them a chance. The black shadow smiled. Alright, I'm leaving. You owe me a favor because I didn't kick you when you were down. In the next moment, the black shadow disappeared mysteriously. Just as it disappeared, a grumpy voice was heard. Is Black Snake that fast? He ran away before I arrived. Then, a bald man strode over from the void. He was holding a roasted, golden, greasy leg in his hand as he chewed on it. Sanfa, are you badly injured? He tore another bite of meat from the roasted leg and asked while chewing. I'm all right. I won't die, the cloth-clothed elf said indifferently. Is that mysterious fellow from Galaxy City that powerful? Didn't you say that you were the strongest in Starry Sea World? How did you get defeated by a nobody? The bald man sprinkled salt on Sanfa's wound as he ate. Don't you think this is better? When my magic goes up another level, I'll look for him again. The cloth-clothed elf Sanfa's empty and silent gaze seemed to suddenly become deep and serene as if it could devour everything. Looks like you've improved again this time. As expected of an elven madman who can't be beaten to death. Alright, I have to go. However, the lamb leg from Monroe is really delicious. The bald man ate until his mouth was full of oil, and then he left. The corners of Sanfa's mouth twitched. This guy really couldn't change his mind. He was already a Sky Spirit Archmage, yet he was still so greedy. If that woman, Monroe, really had given this guy one of her golden-haired sheep she would definitely chase after him all over the world. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, a sharp whistle sounded from afar, followed closely by a white-haired woman floating over. The murderous aura was threatening. Sanfa, where's that B***starred haze? The white-haired woman was very beautiful, but her eyes were bone-chilling. This was because one of the golden-haired sheep that she had carefully nurtured had been eaten. This golden-haired sheep was an extremely rare creature. The golden silk that grew out of its body was the main material for the metamorphosed golden silk robe. But now that one had been eaten, the remaining materials were insufficient. He just left, Sanfa said. Even if I have to chase him to the ends of the earth, I will kill him. The white-haired woman, Monroe, gnashed her teeth in hatred. But just as she was about to leave, she suddenly asked, Sanfa, are you actually injured? It seems that guy from Galaxy City is very powerful, TSK, tisk. After saying that, she floated away. The corner of the Sanfa's mouth twitched again. How did all these guys know? Sky Spirit Pavilion. This was an extremely powerful and mysterious organization in the Starry Sea world. They were able to know all kinds of things in the world, what strength mages of all levels were, battle results, and even the preferences of some powerful mages they all knew clearly. Therefore, Sky Spirit Pavilion compiled of the Sky Spirit, Earth Spirit, Ultimate Archmage, Ultimate Mage, and other 5 great rankings. Each person who could enter the rankings must be an outstanding person of the same level, a genius among geniuses. On this list, almost all of the most outstanding mage geniuses and powerful mages in the entire galaxy were gathered. The reason why it was said to be almost, was mainly because the mages of the 3 great divine sects were not included in the statistics. Only the mages of the 12 heaven gates were included. However, unlike the other 2 great divine sects' mysteriousness, Sky Spirit Archmages were famous for their intelligence and were known by everyone in the world. The Sky Spirit Pavilion had branches in all parts of the Starry Sea world. Every time there was a change in the list, it would be reported from each branch. At that moment, in the Sky Level Pavilion headquarters, mages were talking. Galaxy City, what code name does that mysterious Sky Spirit Archmage use? Then use Nameless as the code name. Nameless belongs to Galaxy City and can be ranked 18th on the Sky Spirit list. His cultivation is suspected to be a 3rd-level Sky Spirit Archmage, and he is good at magic potions. He has an extremely unique magic attack, and his battle record is that he used a magic attack to injure the Sky Spirit Archmage, who is ranked 18th. Cultivate the Sky Spirit ranking again and pass it on to the 3 Great Divine and the 12 Heaven Gate sections. Soon, everyone had received the revised Sky Spirit list. Galaxy City, Nameless Mage. Not the Gate of Heaven, but better than the Gate of Heaven. Inside the star-slaying cave abode. Lei Lou did not know what was happening outside, nor did he know that he had been included in the Sky Spirit list. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He didn't care about a trifling reputation. Cultivating in a low profile was the proper thing to do. Since he had already been high profile, he now had to keep a low profile. It was best to let the world forget about him. Thus, he prepared to go into seclusion for a few decades. A trifling 2nd-level Sky Spirit Archmage didn't have the qualifications to walk outside. As long as he cultivated to the 33rd step, he would be able to. In any case, he had obtained so many resources in the star-slaying cave abode, and he also had the signing-in system. He signed in every day and did not go empty-handed. He was as comfortable as he could be. He had never gone out once. Wei, Leolan, and Leona were also accompanying him in the cave abode. On the other hand, Little Fire could not stay idle. He often went outside to play with the female elf of the Belson family, Xiaoya. He almost suspected that Little Fire had become Xiaoya's pet, and he often brought Xiaoya in. Lei Lou could not be bothered and let it be. However, after 60 years, Little Fire's strength had increased at a rapid pace. Although it was not as fast as him, it was much faster than ordinary Sky Spirit Archmages. Although my cultivation is already very fast, I'm still too slow. According to the progress of 1 step in 10 years, even if I reached the 33rd step, it would take about 400 years. Lei Lou sighed. Because he was only a 6th-level ordinary Sky Spirit Archmage now. In other words, in 60 years, he had only taken 4 steps. Of course, if his thoughts were to spread, those ordinary sky spirit archmages would probably vomit blood. Every step they took would basically be measured over 1,000 years. There was even a great danger involved for them because they did not have enough savings. If they were to rashly advance on the path of ordinary sky spirit archmages, they would be crushed. At worst, their souls would be damaged, and at best, their cultivations would regress. To think that Lei Lou, who had only taken 4 steps in 60 years, was incomparably terrifying. However, the consumption is really too great. Lei Lou saw that his cultivation resources had been reduced by more than half and sighed with emotion. Without the resources of the star-slaying cave abode, his cultivation speed would definitely be twice as slow if he only relied on signing in. Lei Lou wasn't used to it. After all, when he had cultivated in the past, he had always managed to break through a level every few years. But speaking of which, his 3 wives' realms had improved very quickly. Now, Leolan had reached level 8, and Leona had reached level 7. Wei was only a level 5 Earth Spirit Archmage. Although Wei was at the bottom, it did not mean that her talent was bad. It was just that Leolan and Leona's magic levels were higher at the beginning of the period, so they could withstand Lei Lou for a longer time. The time that Wei could withstand was only half of theirs. Lei Lou had already taken care of her very much. That was why she was able to catch up quickly with her magic level. The increase in the 3 girls' magic power was basically determined by how long they could withstand Lei Lou's fierce attacks. This way, their training speed was also very fast. Basically, they could break through a level in a few years. However, Lei Lou did not let them get pregnant because their main task now was to catch up with their own cultivation level, not to raise children. Thousands of miles away from Galaxy City. A haggard figure was flying rapidly toward Galaxy City. Whale race, we have escaped to this world. Why are you still unwilling to let us go? Is there really no place for us Murlocs to stand in this world? Elder High is dead. All of them are dead. Murlocs and foreign races, I'm afraid I'm the only one left in this world. Where can there be a sky spirit archmage in Galaxy City? This is the only place that can protect me to survive. If Lei Lou was here, he would realize that this wretched figure was the princess of the Murloc race, who had invaded the old human world more than 100 years ago. She was now a level 4 Earth Spirit Archmage. However, she had become even more wretched. Finally, Galaxy City was right in front of them. The iconic Holy Light Shield was extremely dazzling. Galaxy City was now very prosperous because the population had already exceeded 700,000. Because of the protection of a powerful mage, the people of Galaxy City did not have to worry about any threats. Therefore, there was no problem for them to enter and exit the Holy Light Shield. Not only that, but with the Holy Light Shield as the center, gathering places gradually appeared. The people of these gathering places migrated from other places to seek the protection of Galaxy City. However, no one could enter because only people born in Galaxy City could enter and exit the Holy Light Shield. No one else had the right. The people of Galaxy City were very proud of this. Although they could not enter Galaxy City, over time, a large number of people gathered around the city. They even built villages and towns. The scale was getting larger and larger, and the population now probably exceeded 300,000. Faced with such a situation, the Belson family of Galaxy City was helpless. This was because the people who migrated here were not lacking in powerful mages. Although after 60 years of development, Galaxy City had become much stronger, compared to the migrants outside, it was not necessarily much stronger. In the end, Galaxy City could not worry about these gathering grounds as long as they did not cause trouble. Because there was a Sky Spirit Archmage protecting Galaxy City, the people in the gathering grounds did not dare to act recklessly. Instead, they were very respectful to the residents of Galaxy City. The Murloc princess, who was in a sorry state, arrived at the entrance of the Holy Light Shield. She was extremely excited. She quickly said to the mage who was guarding the entrance, I am willing to give up everything I have to the great sky spirit archmage. All I want is to be able to live in Galaxy City. Do you see those gathering places? All of them are willing to do so, but none of them succeeded, the guard said with a smile. No one from outside could enter Galaxy City. The Murloc princess's face turned pale. She was filled with despair. If she couldn't even get to Galaxy City, she would have nowhere to go. Although she had used an extremely precious special teleportation to temporarily avoid the whale race's pursuers, she would definitely be found in the end. Then, it would be her doomsday. She had a deep-seated blood feud. How could she die just like that? She was not resigned to it. The guard shook his head when he saw the Murloc princess's desperate and pale expression. He could do nothing because he had seen many people like the Murloc princess who had no other choice but to seek protection. At that moment, a long howl came from afar, followed by a cold and sinister voice. Murloc clan's little girl, you run quite fast, but it's no use. You'd better obediently go back and let our whale clan's 36 million brothers round you up. Who knows, you might still have a breath left after you're done. Don't worry, your first night will be enjoyed by our esteemed majesty. Then, 7 figures wearing black cloaks appeared in the sky. Each of their auras was extremely terrifying. They were all high-level Earth Spirit Archmages. The appearance of 7 high-level Earth Spirit Archmages immediately attracted the attention of many mages in the gathering place and Galaxy City. When the princess of the Murloc clan saw these demon-like figures, she revealed a look of despair. The whale clan's pursuers were faster than her. She gritted her teeth and showed a determined look. Even if she died in Galaxy City, she would never fall into the hands of the whale clan. In an instant, she turned around and crashed into the light screen of the Holy Light Shield. What are you doing? The guard of Galaxy City shouted angrily when he saw. As long as one did not have the authority to enter Galaxy City, touching the Holy Light Shield was almost certain death. Unless one was a high-level Earth Spirit Archmage, one could only be injured and not die. In his opinion, this person was simply courting death. However, what happened next shocked him. This was because the Murloc princess was not killed by the power of the Holy Light Shield. Instead, she crashed into it. What's going on? The guards of Galaxy City were completely stunned. They were not the only ones. Many people from Galaxy City and the gathering place were also shocked and they saw this scene. Could it be that there was something wrong with the Holy Light Shield and it would not reject outsiders? Suddenly, a mage reacted and rushed toward the Holy Light Shield. In the next moment, his body melted into a pool of blood. The other mages who wanted to rush in stopped and broke out in cold sweat. However, they were all confused. Why could that person enter safely but not them? When the 7 black-cloaked men saw this scene, their eyes were cold. Humph, do you think you'll be fine just because you escaped? No one can stop the people we whale clan want to capture. In the next moment, the 7 whale mages landed in front of the Holy Light Shield. Stop, Galaxy City is forbidden, the guard said quickly. Although these 7 people were abnormally powerful, Galaxy City had a powerful existence protecting it, so he was not afraid. Hand over the person who entered just now, and we'll leave, the leader of the whale clan said in a deep voice. He would not be reckless. After all, to be able to set up such a powerful defensive formation, there must be a powerful mage overseeing this place. The guard shook his head and said, I'm sorry, this person has entered our Galaxy City, and that person is a member of our Galaxy City. However, I can report this to the City Lord for you. It was precisely because of the uniqueness of Galaxy City that it had become more united. Although he did not know how that person had entered Galaxy City, this meant one thing, that person had received the recognition of a powerful existence, so he had become a member of Galaxy City. After saying that, the guard entered the Holy Light Shield of Galaxy City. The 7 whale clan mages looked at each other, but in the end, they did not flare up. This was because they were unsure of the strength of this galaxy city. In this galaxy world, they were ultimately outsiders. This was a world with a foundation and origin that was not inferior to the 4 sections they were in, so they could not be too careless. The key was that the elf clan here was the most powerful race. They could not be too reckless. Inside the City Lord's mansion of Galaxy City, Belson was already a 6th level Earth Spirit Archmage, and he was only 1 step away from becoming a level 7. This step would be difficult to cross. However, he had an outstanding great-granddaughter whose cultivation was almost catching up to his. It was absolutely not a problem for her to strive to be a high-level Earth Spirit Archmage. She even had a chance to strive for a peak Earth Spirit level. Belson's cultivation speed was so fast. He definitely couldn't be separated from that powerful existence. At that moment, a guard came to report that a few powerful existences had descended from the outside and requested Galaxy City to hand over a person. Belson had already noticed, but he didn't care. It was just that he was very curious about a person who could enter Galaxy City. After all, this was the first time it had happened in so many years. To be recognized by that great existence, there must be something special about them. Tell them that we can't make the decision on this matter. This is Sky Spirit Archmage's decision, Belson immediately said. Very quickly, his words were conveyed to the 7 Whale clan experts by the guards. Sky Spirit Archmage. The 7 mages' expressions became solemn. No matter which world they were in, Sky Spirit Archmages were considered to be at the peak of the world. It was the same for the Whale clan. They did not expect that there would be a Sky Spirit Archmage here. Things were troublesome. Not only was there a Sky Spirit Archmage, but it had even let in the Murloc princess that they wanted to capture. This meant that the Sky Spirit Archmage was planning to interfere in this matter. Respected Sky Spirit Archmage, we are from the Whale clan of the ancient world. This Murloc is an important criminal wanted by our clan. Please do us a favor and you will definitely be able to obtain the friendship of our clan. We will also be able to provide you with a lot of cultivation resources to raise your status in the Elf clan. The leader of the Whale clan said respectfully to the Shield of Holy Light. There was no response. The faces of the Whale mages turned ugly. They would not be able to complete the mission this time because they did not dare to cause trouble here. A Sky Spirit Archmage could easily suppress them. But this Murloc had an important secret that was related to the Whale clan's plan. It was impossible for them to give up just like that. Let's go, the leading whale expert said in a deep voice. Immediately, 7 whale experts flew away. However, these 7 people did not leave just like that. Instead, they stood guard near Galaxy City while contacting the other whale experts in the galaxy. They had to call the experts from their race over to give this Sky Spirit Archmage some pressure. They had to see if they could get the Sky Spirit Archmage from the Elf clan to hand over the Murloc princess. If they still couldn't intimidate the other party, they could only inform the Sky Spirit Archmage from the tribe to come over. No matter what, the Murloc clan had to be brought back. Otherwise, they would be executed. Now, they could only wait in peace. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe and hit the notification bell to keep you updated for future uploads.